The Committee on Homeland Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. During today's hearing, I would remind members that they should direct their comments to the chair or to the secretary. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, Secretary Noem, and thank you for joining the committee today to discuss President Trump's budget to fund the crucial mission of the Department of Homeland Security. Before we begin, I want to mention that this is Police Week, a time for us to remember and honor the contributions of the men and women of federal, state, and local law enforcement across this country, including within DHS. I think a lot of people don't realize that there are more badges in HSI than there are in the FBI. So much could be said about all of you who devote your lives to service and to keep us safe. But for now, let me simply say thank you. Thank you, and know that our committee has your back. Madam Secretary, this is your first appearance before the committee, and I look forward to continuing to work closely with you and your team as we strive to undo the damage and the chaos created by your predecessor. When you took office, you inherited an unprecedented crisis at our southern border, at all our borders, created by President Biden, Vice President and Border Czar Kamala Harris, and Secretary Mayorkas. For 4 years, the administration and unaccountable bureaucrats helped craft their extreme agenda, dismantled our secure border, gutted interior immigration enforcement, and implemented a policy of mass catch and release that flooded our communities with millions of illegal immigrants. Under the Biden-Harris administration, Customs and Border Protection recorded more than 11 million encounters of inadmissible aliens at our border. On top of that astronomical number, CBP has recorded roughly 2 million known gotaways, a number that exceeded the previous 10 fiscal years combined. That's more than 13 million inadmissible aliens who violated our sovereign border in just 4 years, around quadruple the number from the first Trump administration, and all because the administration's policies and rhetoric encouraged them to do so. The first few months of the second Trump administration provided a remarkable contrast. Under your and President Trump's leadership, the Border Patrol has apprehended just around 25,000 illegal crossers at the southwest border. By comparison, in December of 2024, more than 47,000 illegal crossers were apprehended. We went from a record 301,000 illegal crossings at the southwest border in December of 23 to just over 7,000 in March, an astonishing 97% decrease. It turns out we didn't need comprehensive immigration reform or woefully misguided Senate border bill that was pushed by the former secretary. We just needed a president willing to enforce the laws Congress had already passed. Because illegal aliens now know that President Trump will have them removed from the country, they've stopped coming. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand this. They do not want to talk about these victories because they know that for 4 years they stood on the wrong side of this issue, defending open borders and the abolition of ICE. They also understand the American people do not trust them on the issue of border security and immigration enforcement, in large part because of their radical stances. I expect they'll spend a lot of time today twisting the truth to mislead the American people. I look forward to hearing you set the record straight. And while we're talking about Democrats' anti-enforcement extremism, I'd like to briefly extend my regrets to you, Madam Secretary, and to the entire DHS workforce for the antics we saw on display outside the Delaney Hall detention facility last week. Right now, attacks on law enforcement across this country are up 400%. Public officials should be sending a clear signal that these brave public servants are to be respected and not assaulted. However, on Friday, current and former Democrat members of this committee stormed their way into an ICE facility in Newark, causing mass chaos, and verbally and physically accosting members of federal law enforcement in the process. I'd like to share a video.
The Department of Homeland Security is warning there could be more arrests following the incident that you see here.
I'm embarrassed by what I saw, and everyone should be. This behavior is utterly unbecoming of a citizen, let alone a member of Congress. Democrats may talk a big game about law and order, but these actions are a violation of the sacred principle. Not only have Democrats excused these actions, but they've actually tried to blame ICE for what happened. When you punch a law enforcement officer, that's not the law enforcement officer's fault. This behavior demands a swift and firm response, and I assure you action will be taken. Despite Democrats' best efforts to prevent it, the Trump administration has ended the immediate crisis at our borders. However, more work remains, particularly in removing the millions of individuals who have no lawful basis to be in the United States. It is essential that we swiftly fund enforcement efforts through the reconciliation process. Congress must also codify President Trump's successful policies to ensure they can withstand the schemes of open border radicals. Meanwhile, the open border is not the only threat our nation faces. While the Biden-Harris administration had its back turned, the Chinese Communist Party executed brazen operations on U.S. soil, including running secret police stations in our cities and conducting surveillance operations. On top of that, Chinese-affiliated firms are buying up U.S. farmland and commercial properties, including in areas near sensitive government and military sites. More than 60,000 Chinese nationals illegally crossed our southwest border between fiscal year 21 and 24. Most of them were released by the Biden administration into the interior, despite us not having their true intentions or backgrounds. The CCP is pushing the envelope harder than ever. Consequently, we need a robust, innovative, and consistent effort to push right back. Our cyber borders also remain under assault. Most notably, malicious cyber actors associated with the Chinese government have targeted us with some of the most sophisticated and sustained hacking operations we have ever seen. The Salt and Volt Typhoon intrusions revealed significant gaps in our cyber posture, compromising Americans' private data and key sectors of our critical infrastructure. We have not forgotten devastating attacks like the Colonial Pipeline in the spring of 21, which led to oil and gas shortages across our country and lines at almost every gas station. We cannot stay ahead of these evolving cyber threats if we do not have the right people with the right skills to defend our nation. Today, more than 500,000 cyber positions across this country in both public and private sectors are currently unfilled. That's 500,000 cyber professionals not on the front lines to defend us from the malicious activity jeopardizing our national security. That's why I introduced the Cyber Pivot Act, which would create an ROTC-like scholarship program enabling men and women across this country to gain hands-on experience in cybersecurity or related fields in exchange for a period of required government service across any level of government. Earlier this year, the committee favorably reported the act to the House. Democrat Senator Gary Peters, ranking member of the Homeland Security Governmental Affairs Committee, and Senator Mike Rounds, chairman of the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, introduced a companion legislation to this in the Senate. It's time to bring this bill to the floor for a vote. Madam Secretary, I look forward to working with you on finding creative solutions to our cyber workforce shortage, as well as ensuring that the agencies under DHS tasked with defending our cyber borders, primarily CISA, remain focused on their task. As your budget rightly indicates, the agency's censorship of millions of Americans will come to an end. Instead, CISA's engagement with the private sector must focus on protecting critical infrastructure and our federal civilian networks. This must include streamlining burdensome regulatory requirements and ensuring CISA remains a trusted and reliable partner to the public and private sectors. I trust that over the next 4 years, you'll devote maximum effort to dismantling the censorship industrial complex while ensuring that CISA is positioned to succeed at its core mission. These are some of the most substantial challenges, but many more await. Madam Secretary, I expect continued progress on all of these issues, but I'm equally confident in your leadership and resolve to get this job done. Together, let's resecure our homeland. I now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Madam Secretary, to the hearing. Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I want to recognize National Police Week and thank the officers who protect our communities, this capital, and our country honorably and ably. We appreciate their service. As we observe National Police Week, I again call on the Speaker to follow the law and finally hang the plaque honoring those brave officers who defended the United States Capitol from a violent mob on January 6th. Over 140 law enforcement officers were assaulted that day, and honoring their bravery and sacrifice, as promised, is the least Congress can do. Turning to today's hearing, I'm glad Secretary Noem is finally testifying before the committee. After all, it's been 3 months since I sent you a letter asking for her to testify on the Trump administration's dismantling of the Department of Homeland Security and its harmful effects on communities across the country. Secretary Noem, I guess the chairman didn't think systematically dismantling the Department of Homeland Security, firing the federal workers who keep us safe, and violating the Constitution of the United States justified your timely appearance before this committee. But when Donald Trump demanded that Congress hand him money to do more damage to our Homeland Security, Republicans bent over backwards to help him and his billionaire friends at the expense of the American people. Whatever got you here, Secretary Noem, I'm glad you found time among your many photo ops and costume changes to testify about why President Trump is seeking more taxpayer dollars and what you plan to do with that money if you get it. And it is a lot of money. We're talking about $176 billion. That's how much President Trump has demanded that Congress give you to spend next year. Never mind the fact that your department is spending taxpayers' money so fast this year, you're about to be broke. Now you're saying you need $44 billion more, but all you've done is slash, burn, cut, dismantle, and tear apart DHS since you got here. You cut programs at the Federal Emergency Management Agency that help Americans prepare for and recover from disasters. You are unlawfully withholding grant money meant to prevent terrorism and respond to emergencies from local communities across the country. You cut programs at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, which prevents attacks on power lines, water treatment plants, schools, hospitals, and other critical infrastructure. You cut the number of transportation security officers who protect our airports and our airplanes. You cut the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, which keeps DHS from digging into Americans' private lives and violating people's constitutional rights. You are making Americans less safe. If you're cutting the things that help keep America safe, why should we give you an extra $44 billion? Is it to deport American citizen children with cancer? Is it to deport more veterans of the United States military? Is it to ignore the Supreme Court's order to facilitate the release of a lawful permanent resident you mistakenly shipped off to a foreign prison? Is it to punish people for exercising their First Amendment right? Is it to disappear more people off our streets with no due process and ship them to a foreign dictator's prison? Is it to fire more military veterans who continue to serve their country by working for DHS? Is it to slash efforts to fight persistent threats from foreign terrorist organizations and domestic terrorists? Is it to dismantle FEMA as hurricane season is about to get underway? Is it to decimate CISA and invite China, Russia, Iran, and other adversaries into our cyber networks? Is it just to be mean, threaten, and deny due process to vulnerable people? These are not hypotheticals. These are things that DHS has already done under your leadership or is trying to do, Secretary Noem. Your policies and actions are so bad that Republican members have been running and hiding from their own constituents, refusing to hold town halls because they know they cannot defend this administration. Republicans are unwilling to defend the Trump administration with the folks back home. So I guess it's down to you to try to do that here today. But you can't defend the indefensible, Secretary Noem. Your department is out of control. On your watch, the department is breaking the law, it's hurting people, and it's making America less safe. The Trump administration is outright lying to the courts and the American people. Just last week, 3 members from New Jersey, all current members or former members of this committee, tried to visit an ICE detention center, which they are permitted to do, as you know, by law, without notice, to conduct oversight after reports of issues at the facility. Instead of following the law, masked ICE personnel stopped and assaulted the members. Then, to make matters worse, instead of launching an investigation into the incident, your department lied to the press about the situation and threatened to arrest members of Congress for doing their job. Absolutely outrageous. It's a sad day for the Department of Homeland Security. Frankly, I've never seen anything like it, and I've served as the lead Democrat on this committee from its start. Even when the Secretary, my Republican colleagues, and I had strong disagreements, we still had productive conversations and did our duty to keep America safe. But that's not the case any longer. My colleagues across the aisle have sold their souls, or at least their spines, to Donald Trump. They try to cover the administration lies and blame Democrats for doing the job our constituents sent us here to do. Republicans have forgotten that Congress is a co-equal branch of government and that the oath we take to the Constitution is the same as the president. Republicans even want to cut Medicaid to fund tax breaks for millionaires. They put their billionaire buddies over the little guys every chance they get. And now you are here, Secretary Noem, with your hand out, looking for more taxpayer money to continue the slash and burn activities of the Department of Homeland Security over the past 100 or so days. Until the Trump administration starts following the law, that's going to be a very, very hard sell. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have the Secretary of Homeland Security before us today for the first time as Secretary. I ask that Secretary Noem, you'd please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the Secretary has answered in the affirmative. Please take a seat, ma'am. I would now like to formally introduce our witness. The Honorable Kristi Noem currently serves as the 8th Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Prior to her appointment as Secretary, she served as Governor of South Dakota, as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and in the South Dakota State Legislature. I thank the Secretary for being here today, and I now recognize Secretary Noem for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you, Chairman McCall. Good to see you again. I was very privileged to serve with you when I served in this body, and to Ranking Member Thompson. I appreciate the invitation to be with all of you today and talk about important matters about securing our homeland here in the United States of America. Now, having previously served as a member of Congress, it's my honor to be on this side of the dais to present as the Secretary of Homeland Security. Today, I'm proud to discuss the accomplishments of President Trump and all that he has accomplished since he's taken office in the White House. But first, I would be remiss if I did not address the disturbing actions that we saw last week. There were members of this very committee that took part in an action at Delaney Hall on May 9th that need to be addressed. I served as a member of Congress in this body for 8 years, and I understand the importance of congressional oversight. What happened on May 9th was not oversight. It was a political stunt that put the safety of our law enforcement officers, our agents, our staff, and our detainees at risk. Here are the facts. As a vehicle approached the security gate at Delaney Hall Detention Center, a mob of protesters, including 3 members of Congress, stormed the gate and they trespassed into the detention facility. We have footage of those members of Congress slamming their bodies into our law enforcement officers, shoving them, screaming profanities in their faces, striking them with their fists, and otherwise assaulting law enforcement. The behavior was lawlessness, and it was beneath this body. Members of Congress should not break into detention centers or federal facilities. Had these members requested a tour, we certainly would have facilitated a tour. As a body knows, there are proper protocols and there are procedures that must be abided by. These congressional members and staff visit our facilities all of the time, and these members could follow the policies that have been in place, and they would have been followed. We would have facilitated a tour of this important facility. However, even after these members assaulted our federal law enforcement officers, we still provided them with a tour of that facility. I'm glad that at their press conference following the tour, these members acknowledged that Delaney Hall is in good condition and meets deferral standards. Charges made by these politicians that Delaney does not have the proper permitting is false. We have valid permits and inspections for plumbing and electricity and fire codes that have been cleared. Lastly, I'd like to remind Americans and everyone in this body who is detained in this detention facility are murderers, rapists, known terrorists, MS-13 gang members, drug traffickers, and other heinous actors. I hope that those members of Congress will so passionately protest on behalf of the American victims that they were elected to represent, and not just violent criminals who are in this country illegally. And now that I've addressed this issue, I want to return to the reason why I'm in front of your committee today. I want to talk about the first 100 days under the Trump administration. Under President Trump and his leadership, we have already delivered for the American people a drastic turnaround in Homeland Security, from the southern border to our Coast Guard to cyberspace, and we're just getting started. We've delivered the most secure border in American history. At the southern border, we have obtained near total control with daily encounters down 93% since President Trump has been in office. March saw the lowest numbers in American history of border encounters at just 7,200. Under the previous administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection was at times under Joe Biden encountering over 15,000 people per day. This astonishing turnaround is a testament to the resolve and to the leadership of President Trump to make America safe again. And as well, it is a testament to the incredible work done by the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security. The secure border has allowed Border Patrol to zero in on fighting cartels and all of their illicit activities. Under President Trump's leadership, 6 cartels, 4 dangerous and criminal gangs have been designated as foreign terrorist organizations. This has allowed us to take a whole-of-government approach to address the illegal activities that these murderers and drug traffickers are taking on. In March, fentanyl traffic at the border fell by 54% compared to the previous year. And we are enforcing immigration laws to identify, arrest, detain, and remove dangerous illegal criminals. We're prioritizing those who have committed crimes and aliens who are a threat to public safety and national security, especially those that are affiliated with terrorist organizations like MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. This includes those that already have final orders of removal. We've also worked to enforce President Trump's America First trade agenda, and Joe Biden's trade policies hollowed out our industrial base, shipped our jobs overseas. Our tariffs have been an effective negotiating tool, and we're also reforming emergency management in this country. We have the FEMA Review Council, which will be doing its work to make recommendations to the White House. We are also addressing cybersecurity, making sure that CISA's back on mission at protecting the homeland, and the Coast Guard is the only U.S. military branch under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. We're making sure they have the resources and the vision to leave and be the point of the spear in the future. Since I took office, one of the responsibilities that I have is in reforming the Secret Service. We've reassessed Secret Service's needs, gotten recruitment away from Biden administration's DEI objectives, and made sure that they are equipped and ready to take on the task of protecting the more powerful into the future. We are so grateful for their bravery, their dedication, and their patriotism. It's our responsibility to continue providing them with the resources that they need to continue to do the important work that they do. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the time today. Thank you for allowing me to be here to get the facts out to the American people and to members of this committee of all of the good work that the people of the Department of Homeland Security are doing to serve the American public. With that, I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. Because we have a restricted time window for the Secretary today, just as we did with the last Secretary, I will again limit to 5 minutes. So if you're going to go over, you're going to get a light tap, and then eventually we'll get a little heavier. But the goal here is, and I will, as I always do, apply the standard equally to both sides. 5 minutes is 5 minutes today. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Secretary Noem, in the first 100 days, President Trump made border security a top priority by increasing immigration enforcement, deploying additional DHS and DOD personnel to the border, and restarting construction of the border wall. President Trump's decisive strategy was a sharp departure from his predecessor. Former President Biden refused to enforce federal immigration laws, sparking the most severe border crisis in our nation's history. Under President Trump's and your leadership, the tide has turned. Secretary Noem, which of the President's decisive actions do you believe sent the strongest message to both the cartels and would-be illegal border crossers that the United States is no longer open for exploitation?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the strongest thing President Trump did was to make an announcement that we would start following our federal laws, that not only would our border be secure, but that those who crossed it illegally would be considered breaking the law like it should be, and that they would be prosecuted. They would be removed, and that it would no longer be a facilitation of an invasion like the Biden administration had put forward. He clearly sent that message, and before I was even sworn into this job, told me that I needed to be aggressive in going out there and telling the world that America was under new leadership, that we were a nation of laws, and that they would be enforced going forward, and that American and the people that lived here were going to be put first.
Secretary Noem, the President has secured the border largely through executive action, but as we know from the Biden-Harris administration, those actions can be undone by subsequent presidents. What are the top 2 to 3 security immigration enforcement policies that Congress must act urgently to codify so they are no longer executive orders but federal law?
We know President Trump has specifically asked that the executive orders that he's put into place be codified into law so they could be long-lasting. So I'd encourage this body to look at everything that he has put forward in an executive order to see if it could be permanently enacted to secure our nation. I would say enforcement and clarity on what parole is, what asylum is, give us some clarity to make sure that that is something that would be long-standing interpreted as to how it was intended when the original law was passed, and then ensuring that we have the ability to take action when criminals are in this country, continue to focusing on getting them out of their country and how those diplomatic relations work with repatriating their citizens back home.
Secretary Noem, as I mentioned in my opening statement, you inherited an unprecedented border crisis. In the last 4 years, a total of over 1,700 known or suspected terrorists were apprehended at the border. In the 4 years prior to that, it was 1,700. From your perspective as DHS Secretary, can you highlight how the open border policies of the last administration increased the risk to American families when it came to violent criminals and terrorists entering the country?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, we truly don't have any idea how many dangerous individuals are still in the United States of America. Since President Trump has been in office, just in these few short months, we have deported over 250 known terrorists out of the country. These are individuals that were allowed to come into our country unchecked by the previous administration. We have deported thousands of criminals that have perpetuated the worst of the worst crimes on our communities, murders, rapists, child pornographers, traffickers, and we have returned them back to their home countries. The message that was sent by the last administration was, come to America, send your worst of your worst. They're given free rein to make a home here and given every opportunity. In fact, we'll even facilitate their housing, their food, their clothing, and take care of them and treat them better than we treat U.S. citizens. That was Joe Biden's policies. What President Trump has done is follow the law. He has implemented the law and said that American citizens should come first and be prioritized as far as their safety, and that everybody should be treated equally, that the scales of justice should treat everyone exactly the same, and that's what he has implemented. So I'm grateful he's given us the ability to go after the worst of the worst and to remove them from our country, because our communities overwhelmingly get safer every day as these individuals are removed.
Thank you, and in keeping with my commitment to be inside my 5 minutes, I will now yield to the ranking member for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Homeland Security has been the top target on Donald Trump's revenge tour, and you, Madam Secretary, are the chief accomplice. The Trump administration is hell-bent on destroying the Department of Homeland Security, built through bipartisan collaboration over the past 2 decades and evading any accountability for its actions. Let's start with what the administration is doing to FEMA. Madam Secretary, you said that you want to get rid of FEMA, and the administration plan is to shirk its disaster response obligation and leave state and local governments to fend for themselves. Emergency managers across the country are sounding the alarm about the limited ability to respond when disasters strike, but their calls are falling on deaf ears from the White House. What is the administration's plan to respond to catastrophic disasters beyond shifting responsibilities to states and local communities who are already telling you they don't have the ability to respond?
Well, Congressman, President Trump has been very clear that he believes that FEMA should be eliminated as it exists today. He believes there's dramatic reforms that need to happen to the agency in order for it to truly serve people in a time of crisis. He wants to empower states and local governments to respond to their people. The federal government would be there for resources, support, much like block grants, but that we need to empower those locally to respond to their people because they know what they need. That is something that every state is at a different position today to respond, but he wants to give them the opportunity to build up the infrastructure to respond to their emergency.
Madam Secretary, do you have this plan in writing?
The White House is coming forward with the participation of the FEMA Review Council, which we have members from many states that are sitting on that will be making recommendations.
So what you're doing now, there's nothing in writing as a guidepost.
Well, sir, you certainly know that there are reform bills here in the House side and in the Senate side of how to address the failures of FEMA from the past.
No, but you're the
Those will be
secretary.
considered with the FEMA Review Council recommendations.
No, you're the secretary, and you say you're doing all these things, and I'm just asking you, do you have a written plan for what you're doing?
There is no formalized final plan for how this goes forward because the input of Congress is critically important. As you know, there are statutory requirements of the agency.
Well, I'm glad you recognize, Madam Secretary, I'm glad you recognize the statutory requirements. Washington State, Mississippi, and a couple other states already have requests in to you or to the president for disaster declaration, and it's taken an inordinate amount of time, more than normal. I just want to know, is that inordinate amount of time is based on some plan that you have knowledge of? But if it's not in writing, I understand. So you talked about the rule of law. Are you telling the committee that due process for anybody that's picked up in this country should not be followed?
Congressman, we have utilized due process as it is laid out in the tools that Congress has given us. We have followed the tools and the processes to which Congress has given us to give due process to people appropriately as it is due.
So your testimony to this committee under oath is that everybody that ICE has picked up in this country has been given every opportunity as Section 5 under the Constitution provides.
Correct. I believe everybody has gotten due process, and every person has been treated appropriately according to the civil or the criminal action to which they were encountering individuals and brought into our detainment and then also removed from this country.
So your answer is yes.
The tools that you have given us
No,
as this
I'm
body
talking about
for
the
due process
Constitution of
have
the
been
United
implemented.
States. I'm not talking about tools. The Constitution is clear.
Correct.
And your testimony under oath to this committee is that everybody that ICE has picked up and any other agency of DHS has conformed to those statutes.
For example, Congressman,
No,
expedited
yes or no?
removal.
No, I don't need an
Expedited
example.
removal is one of the
Madam
tools
Secretary,
that you have
I
given
got
us to
4
utilize
seconds.
as due process.
I just need a yes or no.
Sir, that is the due process tool that you have given us to utilize that has been appropriately.
So obviously,
Gentleman's time has expired. I now
I have a
recognize
unanimous consent request, Chairman.
I'm sorry?
I have a unanimous consent request.
Let's hear it.
I would like to introduce Kristi, Noem versus Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, a 9-0 Supreme Court case where the Supreme Court found that Mr. Abrego Garcia did not receive due process.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. McCall for his 5 minutes questioning.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, it's great. It was great to serve with you in Congress. It was an honor, and it's an honor to see you as Secretary of this important department. Let me say on behalf of my state of Texas, thank you for what you've done in a very short period of time. I've worked on this issue as a federal prosecutor, as chairman of this committee for over 25 years. I never saw the border more broken, more chaotic than I did under the prior administration. Yet within months, you have restored order to the border, and the stats speak for themselves. And I want to commend you and President Trump for that. You know, on day one, they rescinded the Remain in Mexico policy, which led to the chaos. It said, we're open for business, come on in. And they did. Over 10 million encounters, 2 million gotaways, yet within months of your administration, that number's gone down 93%. Catch and release. I've been fighting that one for years. The Biden administration did away with it. Now, we're decreased to 99.99%, almost zero catch and release, a very dangerous policy. Remain in Mexico has been on the books for 30 years, yet I marked it up on the Foreign Affairs Committee last year as part of the Secure Border Act. Most offensively, and the reason I was an impeachment manager against Mayorkas was his dereliction of duty to basically prioritize allowing aggravated felons into the country, even though Congress, by federal law, said shall detain aggravated felons. Yet, what did he do? He told his agents, that's discretionary. You can release these dangerous criminals into our society. What have you done within months? 50 days. You have 14,000 criminal aliens arrested, some of the most brutal gang members like MS-13 and TDA, and it's making this country safer. Fentanyl. Each year, more Americans die from fentanyl than the number of Americans who died in the Vietnam War over 20 years. You recently had the largest massive seizure of these deadly drugs just this last couple weeks by the Sinaloa cartel. And again, my state thanks you for that. Terrorism. You said 250 known suspected terrorists have been deported. We saw after Afghanistan, the debacle of the collapse of Afghanistan, when Bagram was shut down, the prisons were unleashed, ISIS-K went to the Khorasan region, crossed into the United States, and 8 were found plotting in this country. You were making this country safer by your actions. The Biden administration made it dangerous, and it didn't have to take a bunch of new laws. It needed new leadership, which you have provided and the president has provided as well. My question to you is, as you know, reconciliation, you need resources, and nobody knows that better than I do. We marked up a bill, about $70 billion that can be put into your department to start enforcing these laws already passed by the Congress. The foreign terrorist organization designation was huge. Let me just ask you this. How will this bill the reconciliation bill assist you in your efforts to continue and promote safety in the United States?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of your leadership on our national security issues in the past and still continue in the future to focus on that. The reconciliation bill is imperative to our future in securing our nation. For years previous, the Department of Homeland Security has been neglected. It's one of the larger agencies in the federal government with one of the smallest budgets. And certainly under the previous administration, the Coast Guard was hollowed out. Border Patrol and ICE were not allowed to do their jobs. They were not allowed to invest in new technologies that they could utilize for interdiction. Also, our borders need surveillance and technology to make sure that we know who's coming into this country and why. Our ports of entry need new scanners so that we're truly scanning our shipping containers and much of our air freight. We don't know what's coming in by air either. Those kinds of adjustments and technology and software upgrades are needed to compete, but also to secure our country with the threats that we face. And we don't just face threats from gangs and cartels. It's from China and PRC and Iran and hackers that come into our system. Salt and Volt Typhoon have taught us that we're extremely vulnerable to these kinds of attempts in the future. In fact, one of the most alarming things I heard as soon as I was nominated for this position was in a briefing from CISA that told me that they knew with Salt Typhoon that we had been hacked, but they also said they didn't know how it happened or how to stop it in the future. Now, the main goal of CISA is to hunt and to harden our systems, hunt bad actors and harden our systems for our small and medium-sized critical infrastructure. Department of Homeland Security has 10 of the 16 components of critical infrastructure, and that's what we need to focus our resources on.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You have an important job. I think you have one of the most important jobs in the cabinet. Thank you for doing it. I want you to have credibility and be taken seriously as you do the job. And so I want to put to rest this question about Mr. Garcia in this photo that the president posted on April 21. Madam Secretary, you agree that the letters MS and the number 13 in Times Roman numeral font, that they are doctored on this photo, right?
Congressman Abrego Garcia.
No, I'm just asking about this photo.
It wasn't based off of tattoos. It was based off an entire case.
And I'll accept that
case against him.
for the purpose of this question. You agree, though, that this is doctored. Is that right?
The same protocols that are
Madam
applied
Secretary,
to every
I want you to have
individual with law
credibility, and
enforcement.
I want you to be taken seriously. Is this doctored or is it not
Sir,
doctored?
I am taken quite seriously
Is it
because
doctored
I
or not
with
doctored?
the importance that the president has given me to do
I understand.
my job.
Is it doctored or not
One thing
doctored?
that's important to remember is that every single time a case is built.
Madam
against
Secretary, I have a
individuals,
7-year-old,
the
a
same
6-year-old, and a
protocols.
3-year-old. I have a bullshit detector. I'm just asking you, is this doctored or not doctored?
Sir, the protocols in the case built against
Can you
Abrego
answer the
Garcia
question?
were exactly the same.
Madam Secretary,
I don't have
you're-
any knowledge as to that photo you're pointing to.
Okay, can you
I
take her,
don't, sir.
can you show her the photo? Walk her the photo down there. No, that one. Please take a look at this photo. It was tweeted by the president on April 21. It's been hanging out there for about a month.
So what is your point?
My question is the numbers and the letter MS-13. Could you look at the photo, please? It's right in front of
Are
you.
you saying Abrego Garcia is not a wife beater?
No, ma'am.
That he's not a criminal?
Ma'am,
He's not a human trafficker? And he's not a member of MS?
You vouched for Mr. Garcia when
You're
your team
vouching for a
said,
man
ma'am, you
that is
vouched
a
for him when
known
you said he was
violent
mistakenly deported.
Sir,
I didn't vouch for him.
I did not say
In that
He
photo,
should have been deported. Absolutely.
It's so
There was
telling
never
that
a
you
mistake
won't look at the
deport him,
photo.
And we will not be bringing
Was
him back
it
to this
doctored or
country.
not?
In staying here, if
Can
he
you
comes
look to
back
your
the
right
country, he
at
would
the
be
photo in
taken
front
right
of you?
away.
Madam Secretary, can you look to the right at the photo in front of you?
I have seen this
Okay.
photo as you held it behind your head.
Thank you. And the letters MS and the numbers 13, are those doctored
Is this your
or
entire
not?
testimony today is on a doctored photo? You don't want to talk about the facts?
Okay,
The
so
importance of our national security?
You acknowledge it was
Do
doctored.
to make sure that the United States is protected?
Madam Secretary,
from
this is not a
violent
hard question.
criminals?
Are those doctored or not?
Sir,
is that actually on his hand or not?
This is unbelievable to me that your focus
It's
is on
unbelievable
a
to me
photo
that you can't
think-
look at the photo and tell the
I
American
looked at
people.
the photo, but I don't have any knowledge as to this photo.
Okay, so it's been hanging out there for 4 weeks. You are one of the chief law enforcement officials in the country. What have you done to investigate whether the president misrepresented the reason that that person has been detained.
Sir,
have
we
you
spend our
done
time-
anything to try and figure out whether that was doctored or not?
The mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our nation and to make sure that we're out there going after those that are the worst of the worst, the criminals, the bad actors, Abrego
Yes.
Garcia.
So the answer is
the
you've done
known
nothing to
terrorist,
correct the
member
president.
of MS-13, a wife
Okay.
beater and a human trafficker that should never have been in this country to begin with.
So, Madam Secretary, thank you, Mr. Burnett. 2 weeks ago, your agency deported a 4-year-old American citizen in a stage 4 cancer battle. What are you doing to get him back to the country so he can get his treatment?
Congressman, this mother wished to keep her family together and to take her child with her. So as every single person is given the opportunity to, medical care is given throughout the process.
So it sounds like
And for this
nothing.
child, medical care was confirmed in their home country so that it would continue, and those treatments and whatever needs were needed to be had into the future were confirmed to be provided there before.
That child's home country is the United States. Do you believe you have a right to deport a U.S. citizen?
That mother chose to keep her family together, and that is what President Trump is
that's-
focused on. And
that's
making
not the
sure
facts of the case.
that- yes, it is the facts.
Madam
This
Secretary,
mother
moving on, do you,
confirmed that she wanted to
do
keep
you
her
have a
child
right?
with her, and our families and parents are given that ability to keep their children with them when they return to their home countries.
Madam Secretary, do you have a right to deport a U.S. citizen?
No, we do not deport U.S. citizens and have not deported U.S. citizens.
Except the 4-year-old that we just
No,
referenced.
that mother chose to keep her child with her, and that is her prerogative, and the law was followed in allowing her the opportunity to do that.
So, Madam Secretary, I'm a former prosecutor. I have put people away for life sentences who are gang members. I don't need to wear costumes to show how tough I am. What makes me different from you is when I put those individuals away, I did it with the weight of the law behind me. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields.
I ask unanimous consent to enter an article from Fox 45 that states documents reveal a second protective order filed by the wife against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, whom also had 2 deportation orders.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Higgins for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My. Our Democrat colleagues really love illegals in our country. It's stunning for regular Americans like me to listen to this passionate and contentious defense of the previous administration's policies and the resultant millions upon millions upon millions of illegals that entered our country over the last 4 years. I tell you where we're, I'm not going to use my colleagues' the same language because I don't think that kind of language should be used in committee. But I tell you where we heard loads of not necessarily genuine statements. It was from Secretary Mayorkas for 4 years. We had to listen to his testimony again and again, how he needed more resources, he needed more laws, and Congress had to pass more laws. And yet, we said for years, what you need is to enforce the laws that we currently have on the books. You need policies that would actually control the border. And we have Madam Secretary before us representing an administration that has done just that. If the same 1,954 miles of border that you had a year ago is now under control. You have the same men and women that you had a year ago, the border is now under control. You have the same equipment, the same all-weather roads. Everything is the same. The only thing that has changed is the policies coming out of the White House and a Secretary of Homeland Security that will actually execute the laws of our land and protect the citizenry of our country. That's Madam Secretary Noem, who sits before us, and she should be spoken to with some modicum of respect from my Democrat colleagues. It's amazing. Our border is secured versus wide open and wild, and Democrats complain and they're angry and they protest. Illegals are being deported rather than waved in and imported, and Democrats are angry and protesting. It's stunning to Americans to witness this. Madam Secretary, thank you, good lady, for the job that you are doing, securing our borders and protecting the citizenry that we are elected to represent in this body. I work for the American citizenry, and every one of us has sworn that oath. The difference between the parties has never been more stark. We represent law and order and American citizens and American enforcement of our laws. My goodness gracious. Thank you, Madam, for so graciously enduring the assault that you have. I'd like to touch on the 287G program. Thank you for partnering with our local and state law enforcement to work together to secure our borders. This is an excellent program. You have voiced support for it. Can you speak, Madam Secretary Noem, can you speak to the importance of the DHS partnering with local and state law enforcement, including programs like 287G?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Yes, 287G has been a wonderful program for many years, but not utilized during the previous administration. It's a partnership between federal, law enforcement officers and also our state and local law enforcement to give them the same authorities to operate in a task force model, to go out and to really make sure that we're going after individuals that have broken our laws, that have perpetuated violence in our communities, bring them into incarceration and get them out of our country if they don't belong here. And it has been a fantastic partnership, one that President Trump has encouraged us to pursue and to continue to build out across the country.
Yes,
Today,
ma'am.
we have
That program and others like it are going to be heavily supported by Republicans on this committee. Finally, ma'am, in my remaining 25 seconds, we speak to the efforts to locate the children. Thousands and thousands and thousands of children waved into our country during the last 4 years, and they're lost to the interior. Many are being trafficked and abused. Can you speak to the efforts to find these kids?
Yeah, up to 300,000 children were lost or missing under the Biden administration. We have located and returned over 5,000 of them to their homes and to their families, but there's many, many more to be found and to be returned and brought to safety. So we're continuing to work on that every day, and our HSI officers spend a lot of time and are the experts in the field at training local law enforcement to identify and find them as well.
Thank you,
Gentleman's
ma'am. You
time
expect full support there, Mr.
has
Chairman.
expired, and I now recognize...
Mr. Chairman, before I'd ask unanimous consent to introduce the article from PBS NewsHour entitled "Children Who Are U.S. Citizens Deported Along with Foreign-Born Mothers," in which the attorney for that 4-year-old U.S. citizen says that at no time did his mother consent to the child U.S. citizen being removed from the country.
Without objection, so ordered, and I recognize Mr. Correa for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. First of all, Secretary Noem, welcome to this committee. Had the honor of hearing testimony from Secretary Kelly, Secretary Mayorkas, and of course you. Welcome. We all have the same interests, which are protecting Americans, American taxpayers, as we move forward in our jobs. And I want to say that your testimony and my colleague from Louisiana and myself have the same interests, which are to protect Americans, especially to protect children, especially to protect American citizen children. That's where my concern is, Madam Secretary, that your administration, I believe, has consistently violated the law by denying due process to U.S.-born American children. Under your watch, you've deported American children, U.S.-born children. Some of the examples, I only have 5 minutes to talk about, but I'll come back to the case that was described or discussed a little while ago, which was 2 American children, 4 and 7, were put on a plane with their mother, sent to Honduras within 24 hours of being detained. There was an attorney involved. And we're debating right now the issue, as if you stated, that the mother wanted the child to go with her, but there was an attorney involved. That person was not consulted. That family was denied the opportunity to talk to that attorney. The attorney was there. What is wrong with asking the attorney? You've got a family that had been checking in, following ICE direction, Check in. Bring your family to check in. They weren't let out. That happens in my district all the time. Families check into ICE. If ICE determines they should be deported, you know what we do? I call ICE and I say, give them 30 days. Some of these families have been in this country 20, 30 years. Give them 30 days to get their situation in order. Make sure that they figure out how to keep their American children in the U.S. Give them the opportunity to make an educated decision on the lives of American citizens. In this case and other cases, ma'am, you have split-second decisions to make a decision on those children. And you, Madam Secretary, also make split-second decisions based on whatever coerced discussion you're having with that mother. And I say coerced because when you're scared to death, your life is about to change, and you've got an attorney next door that you will not permit that family to consult with that attorney, you got an issue. Case number 2, 2-year-old American daughter, also deported to Honduras. They were also denied access to their lawyers. According to her lawyer, ICE prevented the mother from speaking to the lawyer or anyone else in the family. 2-year-old American citizen. Can't we slow it down and just take a moment before they're deported in 24 hours? The mom didn't want the daughter to stay in the United States. They may have had relatives in the United States, family. Even the own Trump-appointed federal judge overseeing this case has said that he had a strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful due process. Madam Secretary, I think we're all in agreement here. Let's go after MS-13. Let's go after drug dealers. Let's go after Tren de Aragua. The bad folks who hurt my community as well as everybody else's community. But I fail to see where a child, 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 7-year-old children could be on your top of priorities for deportations. This is still America. Due process, the Fifth Amendment. Madam Secretary, I know ICE agents. I deal with them all the time. I've toured the southern border, blue uniforms, green uniforms, talking to them about what they need to do the job. More than happy to have that discussion with you, publicly or privately, but deporting U.S.-born children, ignoring their attorneys, take a deep breath. You've been here 20, 30 years. A lot of the times back home, when I ask the ICE agents, give them 30 days, you know what? Without fail, that person comes back or self-deports. We can do better. Madam Secretary, I'm going to ask you one last question in 9 seconds. You're under oath. Have you fired, retired, dismissed any DSA agents that have not followed your policies?
What kind of agents, sir?
DHS Homeland Security agents. Yes.
Specific law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am. Officers under your watch.
I haven't given any specific orders to any law enforcement officers under the Department of Homeland Security. So there are, within the Department of Homeland Security, 280,000 employees. 47,000 of them are Coast Guard individuals. So, 230,000 individuals are employees, and we're very proud of the work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing that it's Police Week. We have many agencies that have law enforcement officers in them that get up every single day to serve their communities and to make sure that our laws matter and that they're enforced appropriately and that no one is treated differently than someone else.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Guest from Mississippi.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter for the record the Prince George's County Police Department gang field interview sheet in Maryland, from 2019, where they interviewed Kilmar Abrego Garcia and identified through his clothing that he, and his statements, that he is indeed an MS-13 gang member.
Without objection.
I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter for the record an article that quotes Kilmar Abrego's wife stating, "I am afraid," with another protective order filing against deported Maryland man championed by the Democrats. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Without,
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
without disagreement, we'll put that one in as unanimous consent. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, if you have it, I would like to introduce by unanimous consent a court order establishing that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a member of MS 13.
You're submitting what for unanimous consent?
Well, there isn't one, so I'm wondering if you have one.
I do not have that. Okay. Are we ready to go on with the next testimony? Mr. Guest, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Please thank the men and women that serve under you for the incredible job that they do. I want to particularly thank you for enforcing the law, something that we did not see under the previous administration. In the short time that you have been serving as secretary, we have seen a dramatic decrease, as much as 95% along our southern border. And I also want to thank you for locating the 5,000 plus missing children that just in 3 months you and your agency have been able to find, and in some cases possibly rescue them from what could have been very dangerous situations. Echo what Congressman Higgins talked about a minute ago. The law has not changed since you have become secretary. The budget has not changed since you've become secretary. The resources that you have, the number of agents have not changed since you've become secretary. But yet we have seen a dramatic decrease in the number of border crossings because you and the men and women who serve under you have chosen to enforce the law. I want to push back a little bit on some of the narratives that are being put out by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. First is the allegations, the reckless allegations, which are completely false and untrue, that you and your agency are deporting American citizens. And I heard you try to answer that question. I don't know if you were able to get that answer out there. And so I want to give you that opportunity. But as I understand the situation, we were deporting an illegal alien who was a parent, and that parent then decided to make the decision to take their children with them. And so I don't know if my friends on the other side of the aisle would ask that we separate those and say, no, those parents cannot do that the federal government knows better, and that these children are going to have to stay in the United States. Or maybe they believe that a parent who is an illegal that has a child, therefore is going to be allowed to remain here indefinitely, regardless of whether or not there's a final removal, regardless of whether there are any criminal charges or anything pending against those individuals. And so in the instances that have been brought up, Madam Secretary, where there have been allegations that you or your agency has removed American citizens, I just want to give you a brief opportunity to address that. Is that true? And if it's not true, please tell us and please share with this committee the truth behind those situations.
Congressman, the children that were referenced previously in the testimony of the gentleman, in both of those cases, the mothers chose to keep their children with them when they returned home to their home country. That is a priority of President Trump, to keep families unified. We have instances where mothers from other countries have decided that their children should stay here in the United States and left them with family members or someone else that they trusted. But these two mothers that they were referencing earlier decided to take their children home with them and wanted to return to their home countries as a family.
And so we are giving the parents the choice, and then we are honoring whatever their request. Is that what I understand from you, Madam Secretary?
That is correct, sir.
All right, and then want to talk about one more issue in the last minute and a half that I have, this issue of due process, where you were asked earlier, are we giving individuals due process? And you talked about the fact that we are complying with the law that Congress has given the department. And I think specifically, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think you're talking about the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act of 1996 that created this process known as expedited removal. And we know that law in 1996, that it passed Congress overwhelmingly at both the House and the Senate. I will tell you that I see here a comment that was made by that time President Clinton, and this is what President Clinton said about that law. It said, President Clinton asserted that the legislation strengthened the rule of law by cracking down on illegal immigration at the border, in the workplace and in the criminal justice system without punishing those living in the United States legally. And so as I understand it, as it relates to the issue of due process, you are following the law as Congress gave you almost 30 years ago. And this Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act has been upheld repeatedly over the last 30 years by the court. You're enforcing final orders of removal. And so, Madam Secretary, in the last 10 seconds that I have, are you following the law and are you giving these individuals the due process that you are required to give them?
Yes, Congressman, we are using the due process tools that Congress has afforded us in these instances to ensure that everyone is treated the same and appropriately.
Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes.
Madam Secretary, on April 24th, a woman in Louisiana was deported along with her 7-year-old daughter and 4-year-old son, both of whom were U.S. citizens. The 4-year-old son had stage 4 cancer. Now, you just stated under oath that the mother consented to having her U.S. citizen children removed. But I have spoken with the attorney for that U.S. citizen child with stage 4 cancer. She has also made numerous statements to the press in which she stated unequivocally that at no time did the mother consent to her U.S. citizen children being removed. What evidence do you have to support your claim that she did consent?
Congressman, we followed the same policies and procedures
What evidence do you have?
And we
What
have
evidence do you
documentation.
have?
We have
that
documentation
she? What documentation do you have that mother
We
consented?
will get that to you, sir. I don't have it with me.
Please do.
today.
I understand
But that
it's
mother
hard to keep them all
consented
straight
to
because
take
you've
her
deported
child with
multiple
her.
U.S. citizen children, but I'm asking specifically about the 4-year-old with cancer who was deported on April 25th. For the record, that family was also not given access to legal counsel before they were deported, even though their lawyer was in the same building at the time. I'm holding in my hands here a document called ICE Directive 11064, Interests of Non-Citizen Parents and Legal Guardians of Minor Children. This is the policy for how ICE agents should handle situations like this. It states unequivocally that parents and legal guardians should have the ability to make alternative care arrangements for minor children prior to their arrest or detention, and that ICE must afford parents the opportunity to consult with legal counsel. So, did the ICE agents working on this case who deported this 4-year-old with cancer of their own volition fail to follow ICE policies, or were they directed to by your office or anyone else in DHS leadership?
Sir, this mother chose to keep her child with her.
You have not produced any evidence
When
to
to
say so,
return
but I'm
back to
asking
her
again,
home country,
have you directed
And that is the
DHS
priority of President Trump is
officers
to keep
to
families
ignore
unified
this
together. It's
policy?
very different than the previous
right.
administration. The previous administration
On March
separated families
15th,
over and over
reclaiming
and
my
over
time,
again.
on March
This
15th,
is a
your
change.
department sent 3 airplanes to El Salvador. Those planes carried approximately 261 individuals who were imprisoned upon arrival. Did you personally review and approve the names of those 261 individuals before they were sent?
Sir, we have deported and sent home
Did
thousands of individuals.
you review the names of those
And
individuals?
we have individuals that have the
Why won't you answer the
responsibility within
question?
the Department of
Are you
Homeland
aware
Security.
of whether those 261 individuals were given the opportunity to speak with a lawyer or appear before a judge before they were put on those planes? Yes or no?
Sir, every single individual followed the exact same process.
They
that we
were
follow for
not
everyone
all.
who's
They
in
were
this-
not all given
in
the
this country
opportunity to
illegally.
appear before a judge or speak with a lawyer. On
treated the
April
same.
7th, the Supreme Court ruled that detainees must have an opportunity to have a hearing before they are deported. Are you familiar with the April 7th Supreme Court ruling?
I am.
Can you assure us that in the future you will abide by that Supreme Court ruling to provide detainees with a hearing before they are
We're
deported?
following all judges' orders. Yes, sir.
I have a photograph here of André Hernandez Romero, a gay makeup artist from Venezuela. He fled Venezuela fearing gang violence because of his opposition to the Maduro dictatorship and his sexual orientation. He presented himself at a port of entry and requested asylum. His claim was found to be credible, and he was placed in detention to await a full hearing. But he never received a full hearing because you put him on one of those planes to El Salvador, where he still is today. Listen to me. He had no criminal record in the United States or in any other country. He did not even enter the country illegally. He presented at a port of entry. He tried to do it the legal way. And to this date, the only evidence your department has presented to justify his imprisonment is that he had 2 tattoos, one that said mom and one that said dad. Do you have any other evidence to present for why this individual should be locked up in El Salvador?
Sir, every case is used
you have
the
any-
same protocols and the same processes and inputs.
Do you have any
that
evidence
that
other than the
law enforcement
tattoos that say
officers
mom
use in
or dad
criminal
for why
cases?
this
So
individual
it's not
should be
just on
locked up?
tattoos. It's who they're affiliated with, their communication.
You have not
who they're
presented
spending
any
time
other
with,
evidence,
criminal
nor has your
activities.
department.
The case is
Reclaiming my time,
exactly the
during
same
your
as it was
confirmation
whenever-
hearing, you said your focus would be on deporting immigrants who have been convicted of crimes and those who have received removal orders. But that is not what you have been doing. Instead, you have been deporting children with cancer, children who are U.S. citizens, a gay makeup artist who committed no crime and didn't even enter the country illegally. You have been sloppy. Your department has been sloppy. And instead of focusing on real criminals, you have allowed innocent children to be deported while you fly around the country playing dress up for the cameras. Instead of enforcing the laws, you have repeatedly broken them. You need to change course immediately before more innocent people are hurt on your watch.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize...
Mr. Chairman, sorry. I ask
Green.
unanimous consent to enter for the record. One of our colleagues had asked if there was evidence if the so-called Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was MS-13. According to the Attorney General of the United States, she posted that the evidence shows Kilmar Abrego Garcia has repeatedly been identified as a member of MS-13 by a Maryland County Police Gang unit, which I introduced for the record, a reliable confidential informant, ICE officers, an immigration judge agreed, and an appellate board agreed.
Without...
So you have, is that a court
Without
order?
objection.
Well, I object.
No, she can put anything she wants in the record. She's not complying to your request, Mr. Goldman.
She asked for unanimous consent.
Okay, so you're objecting to her putting that into the record?
I am objecting subject to a clarification. Is that a court order that establishes that he's a member of MS-13?
An immigration judge agreed
bail-
that he was MS-13.
for bail purposes.
An appellate
we're
board
not gonna-
agreed.
Don't misrepresent.
Hold on,
A
we're not...
judge.
Everybody pause. We're gonna let one person talk at a time. You ask a question, answer the question, please.
According to the Attorney General of the United States, she informed the country that an immigration judge agreed that your Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, is MS-13. An appellate board agreed. ICE officers
are misstating
agreed.
what the
A reliable
Mr. Goldman,
informant.
the clock is not yours right now. She has the floor. Please continue answering the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A Maryland County...
She's not answering the question, sir.
No, she's going to answer the question, and then you can object
Can
to
you
her answer.
make sure that she answers the question?
Finish answer. You just said, please finish your answer.
A Maryland County Police Gang Unit agreed that he's MS-13. A reliable confidential informant agreed that he's MS-13. ICE officers agreed that he's MS-13. An immigration judge agreed that he's MS-13. An appellate board agreed that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, your Maryland man, is MS-13.
Okay.
I
You have the
object.
floor. What do you want to say?
I object because she is misstating the record and the facts. That is not accurate, and therefore I object to that being introduced. There is no.
Mr.
Well, sir, can
Chairman?
I explain? You let her go on.
You go ahead.
There is no final court order establishing that he's a member. Maybe he is. So you should put all that evidence before a judge, and if he is MS-13, he should be deported. That's what we're talking about, but you're misstating what all of that evidence is.
No, I think I'm going to make a point here. You basically just read what the Attorney General said, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't assert that this was a court order, did you? Did you assert that this was a court order?
I read the Attorney General of the United States.
And you have a right on our committee to submit for unanimous consent or a vote if we want to put it to a vote. This for the record, correct? Is that
Yes.
That is correct. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
she has a right.
Could I review what she is submitting?
No, she can submit something to this committee.
But it matters that she just said she represented exactly what the Attorney General said. She has a document there. I would like to see that document.
Let's make a copy
to
for
see if her
everybody, and
representation-
we'll vote on. I'm going to hold on just a second. We're going to hold. You're calling for the question? We're calling for the question. The clerk, we're going to need to set. Hold on just a second. Brief recess.
Please, let's get this on the historical record.
This is great.
We voted for
All right, there's
Mr. Higgins, I'm just asking
hold
to
on.
see the document.
I have the floor. All right, so we have a motion to vote on the submission of this for the record. That's all that has been stated. And
I have a parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Do not interrupt me again. We are on the vote on whether or not this can be entered into the record. A motion has been made, and we will vote on that motion. All of those in favor.
I have a parliamentary inquiry before we vote, sir.
Mr. Ranking Member.
It's our request that we object. And in the middle of the objection, you consider a motion, which...
He was done talking about Ms.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. You stopped him from talking.
I just have a parliamentary inquiry.
A parliamentary inquiry. Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Is it the procedure of this committee that someone who is making an objection to the admission of evidence cannot review that evidence before we vote on it?
Yeah, the content is irrelevant to the motion, and the motion has been made to vote on the submission for the record.
The content is irrelevant? I mean, that's what I'm objecting to. If she is accurate in what her representation is, I will withdraw my objection. I just need to see the document.
Somebody walk the thing over there and let him read it. I mean, get to the bottom of this quickly. We'll hold on your vote, Mr. Ogles.
Mr. Chairman, given that this is a tweet from the Attorney General that is effectively, I believe, consistent with what Ms. Taylor Greene says, I withdraw my objection.
Gentleman withdraws his objection. I now recognize, who's up? Mr. Jimenez for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for the fine work that you've done. I also want to thank you for approving the members on this side of the aisle, and myself included, in our assertion through the last 4 years that what happened at the southern border was done willfully and purposely by the Biden administration, because nobody could be that dumb. Do you share that opinion?
Sir, I believe it was a decision made by the previous president to not enforce our laws and to allow an invasion of our country.
So all the claims by the other side of the aisle that we needed more money for the Biden administration, we need more people, et cetera, do you believe that was accurate, or do you believe that was inaccurate?
No, sir, that was not true.
That's absolutely, because the numbers speak for themselves.
That's true.
And simply by enforcing our laws and having the will to enforce our laws, we've seen a dramatic fall in the number of crossings. And so I want to thank you for that. Now I want to switch over to FEMA. I used to be the mayor of Miami-Dade County. I used to represent, and really it was my job to protect 2.8 million people in one of the most hurricane-prone areas of the United States. I was also a city manager of the city, and I was a fire chief of the city of Miami, and at the time I was also on a FEMA advisory panel. And I can tell you that FEMA needs many, many reforms. I remember as mayor of Miami-Dade County in 2015, we were still processing claims through FEMA for Hurricane Katrina, which happened 10 years earlier. And so while I do support the efforts to reform FEMA, there are certain states and cities and counties that actually can respond a heck of a lot better than others. And we can't leave those that can't fend for themselves, to fend for themselves. And so I would hope that that's part of your review and the reform of FEMA. Is that what you plan to do?
Yes, sir. We know that every single state is not prepared today to take over their emergency operations. That's why the president has been clear that he wants to empower states, give them the opportunity to build out their response, to also sign MOUs with surrounding states and other resources they can use to best serve their people. He just doesn't believe that FEMA has been successful in being there in a time of crisis for people.
And I can tell you, ma'am, as mayor of Miami-Dade County, that they haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, and that I never ever, when I talk to my people, I said, hey, we're going to have to do this ourselves.
Right.
There is no cavalry coming from the federal government. We have to take care of ourselves. All we need from the federal government really is the money to reimburse us. And you're not even good at doing that, okay? And so hopefully you can speed that process up. There are some people in my community that are a little bit concerned about the TPS rules and the suspension of TPS. I would request that you can meet with myself, Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, and Maria Salazar, so maybe we can do a little nuance to this so that we can put those concerns at rest. I also sent a letter to you concerning 100 Cuban oppressors. They're actually living in the United States that were granted either asylum or entry into the United States that should have never been here, and we need to deport those. Have you received that letter, or what's your department doing about looking into and vetting those 100 names that I gave you?
Yes, sir. I received your letter and read it this week, and will be responding to you. And that is something that President Trump is focused on, is adding integrity back to the programs that we have. Our immigration programs, our services like TPS, like the visa waiver program, our parole, our asylum programs, a lot of those got perverted and changed and misused and abused during the last administration. And adding integrity back to them is incredibly important for this administration. TPS was always meant to be a temporary program.
I agree.
Built on giving people an opportunity to be safe from violence or environmental crisis that may be happening in their home country. Those individuals, we're working with them, and we'll have a chance to meet with you and the other congressmen to address their needs and see what their options are. They do have 60 days from the time it is published. Those individuals that you spoke to me about, that still has not been published in the Federal Register, so they have several months here that we can work on the solutions to make sure that they're in a program that's appropriate for their situation.
Fair enough, ma'am. I appreciate that, and I hope we can have that meeting soon. Finally, I'm going to give you another example. When I was mayor of Miami-Dade County, there was then Senator Kamala Harris and a lot of other Democrats were demonstrating outside a homestead facility that was meant for children, saying how bad the conditions were, et cetera, et cetera. Well, as mayor of Miami-Dade County, I asked to actually go in there. I viewed it. I went in there. Since I speak Spanish, I actually spoke to the children. They're all being treated great. There was nothing happening there that would make me ashamed to be an American. And so what was great about that, it was that we were actually taking care of those children, unlike what happened under the Biden administration when we lost about 300,000 of them. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to go back to Mr. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case, Madam Secretary. But my first question for you is a pretty simple one. It's basic civics. Which branch of government does the Constitution give the authority to interpret what the law is, the judiciary or the executive branch?
Sir, going forward, the interpretation of the law, you make the laws in this body. The judicial branch makes sure that they have integrity and they're applied properly to individuals.
So I'm just going to take that as the judiciary branch. Now, let's focus for a second on what the judiciary branch has said about this case. We know the Supreme Court has said 9-0 that notwithstanding your statements under oath here today that Mr. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was afforded due process, he was in fact not afforded due process, because then if he were, you would have seen the withholding order that did not permit him to be deported to El Salvador. Now you allege, and I guess the Attorney General alleges, that he's a member of MS-13. That may very well be the case. And if he is, now that is a foreign terrorist organization, certainly the immigration laws would allow him and in fact require him to be deported. I certainly would support that. But the problem that we have here is what you allege, what Ms. Green alleges, what the Attorney General alleges, is not the judiciary. You don't get to decide whether or not he is an MS-13 member. And you don't have to take my word for it, because Judge Wilkinson, a Fourth Circuit judge, very conservative, addressed this argument. He said, the government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. Perhaps, but perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process. If the government is confident in its position, it should be assured that position will prevail in proceedings to terminate the withholding of removal order. Will you commit right now to give Mr. Abrego Garcia that process where you can prove your allegation that he is a member of MS-13?
Congressman, that judge that you just quoted did not say he was not a member of MS-13. Who did say that he was a member of MS-13 was law enforcement officers that encountered this individual.
Yeah, he knows that. This is a Fourth Circuit judge. He knows all of what the evidence is, and he's saying if that evidence. So you're not going to commit to follow this order. You won't commit to follow this court order.
By the way, he identified
Madam Secretary,
himself.
I reclaim my time. Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering.
Surrounded by gang members of MS-13.
Will you give Mr. Abrego Garcia the due process that the Supreme Court and Judge Wilkinson has required you to give him?
Abrego Garcia is an El Salvador resident who is in his home country. If he were to come back to this country, he would be immediately removed again.
How do you know?
He has received and been treated appropriately,
so
sir, and he is not.
How can you say he's been treated appropriately if the Supreme Court has ruled 9-0? 9-0 that he hasn't been treated appropriately. Why is your opinion better and have more authority than the Supreme Court?
Investigators, 2 judges, an immigration court that all said he was MS-13 and was removed from this country.
But you understand, that is you saying that. That is you saying that.
That is them saying that. This
no.
is investigators and law enforcement officers.
That is you making that determination.
Built against him. If you don't trust
the
our law
court
enforcement
has considered all that. The judge has considered all that, Madam Secretary. And if you would be quiet, because I'm reclaiming my time, you are not following this court order. But let's focus on the court order, because this opinion also says that to facilitate, which the Supreme Court is requiring, is an active verb. It requires that steps be taken. What steps have you taken to return Mr. Abrego Garcia to allow him to get due process?
Abrego Garcia is in his home country.
What steps have you taken?
If your continued advocacy for him were to...
I'm not advocating for him. I'm advocating for a court order, Madam Secretary. The court order says that you must take steps to follow the court order. You are here under oath. What steps have you taken to return Mr. Abrego Garcia pursuant to this court order?
It's got to be extremely discouraging to be one of your constituents. To see you fight for a terrorist like this and not fight for them is extremely alarming to me.
I'm fighting for due process, and that's under the Constitution.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Due process.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats have spent the last 4 years terrorizing Americans with their open border policies. They flooded our communities with over 13 million illegals from over 170 countries and territories who invaded our borders, raped our women and children, and murdered our own people. It's shocking to hear them to continue to defend cartels, MS-13, and terrorists today. Democrats claimed over and over again that legislation was needed to fix the problems that they created, yet to this day, no new border legislation has been enacted, and border crossings are down 93%. It was just reported that according to CBP, only 5 aliens were temporarily released into the United States in all of April. Only 5. This is compared to the 68,000 released in April of 2024 under the Biden administration. Thank you, Secretary Noem, for your great work and your leadership. This is truly saving America. There's nothing Democrats love more than defending the cartels, the criminals, and the rapists, and now we finally have a president in the White House and an administration that defends the American people. As you're aware, Secretary Noem, CISA previously developed a censorship laundering scheme through its counter mis, dis, and malinformation, MDM, efforts that suppress conservative opinions and went after President Trump's supporters. Members of Congress, senators, including myself, were permanently banned. I was permanently banned on Twitter under this. What started as an election interference campaign eventually developed into censoring issues well beyond the election and COVID and climate change. through their NGO partnerships, tickets were created on posts they thought were misinformation and subsequently sent to social media platforms with recommendations for them to be censored. Would you please provide an update on your efforts to investigate the severity of MDM efforts during the Biden regime, and what steps are you taking to ensure CISA will never again serve as the United States government's Ministry of Truth?
Yeah, no, thank you, Congressman. The CISA definitely was so far off mission, they forgot what their purpose clearly was. The CISA was created to hunt down bad actors and to harden our systems, to support local infrastructure, critical infrastructure that makes this country run, and those small and medium-sized businesses that don't have the resources to make sure that their software programs, their technology was secure from hackers and from bad actors around the world. Instead, what they were doing by out there deciding what was truth, what wasn't truth, censoring what people could say, was not their mission whatsoever. And so we have stopped those activities. We have refocused our resources back onto the cybersecurity mission and ensured that CISA is cooperating with our local and state individuals and businesses to make sure that we're truly being proactive at not just hardening our systems, but stopping the attacks that we have from countries that hate us. So the Ministry of Truth, as what CISA was operating before, was wrongful actions that were taken by employees of this administration, the last administration, to go after political targets, to manipulate the information that Americans were receiving, and that has stopped. We have fallen far behind in what we've been able to do as far as cooperating with other intelligence agencies and with those at the state level to make sure that we're being proactive. And that's one thing that we have focused extremely hard on in the last several months, is ensuring that those relationships are built back up, that we're partnering with private businesses to get the support that we need to make sure that we are hardening America's systems, because we're vulnerable to our weakest link. And oftentimes our weakest link is that small business or individual that ties into our largest systems.
Yes, thank you. No American should be censored by their government for their political beliefs and their statements. Thank you for that. Also, the Trump administration has committed to reuniting unaccompanied alien children lost or trafficked under the Biden-Harris administration back to their families and guardians. What efforts is DHS taking to ensure that these vulnerable children are safely reunited with their loved ones? Because the Biden administration lost hundreds of thousands of children.
Yes, absolutely. We know that there was upwards to over 300,000 children that were lost during the last administration. So President Trump has made it a priority of every cabinet secretary and agency to make sure those children are located, that they are returned to safety. As you know, the refugee program and sponsors were greatly abused under the previous administration, and the Department of HHS is bringing some integrity back to that program and making sure that these children are cared for appropriately, and that someone is watching over them that truly has their best interests at heart, that really truly cares for them as a family member. I would say over 5,000 have been found, and our HSI individuals and law enforcement officers are continuing to identify them.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, it's good to see you. I'm going to go straight to the questions because I have a lot of them. Let me start just following up with Congressman Goldman about judiciary. Do you agree that the judiciary is a co-equal branch of government, and it is your obligation as a member of the executive branch to honor decisions made by the highest court of the land? Yes or no, Secretary?
We are abiding by all federal judges' orders, absolutely.
So yes, it's a co-equal branch of government. Okay, well, let me ask you a follow-up question to that. Do you agree that Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and it is your obligation as a member of the executive branch to honor legislation and appropriations duly authorized by Congress? Yes or no?
Yes, that's why I'm thrilled to work.
Well, let me ask you the follow-up question here, because I have a lot of them. Do you agree that Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse? Yes or no?
Yes, it is a duty.
Do you
of
believe
Congress
that,
to be
let me
able
ask
to
you another
appropriate
follow-up,
funds.
it's just yes or no. Do you believe you have the power to disregard congressional appropriations and unilaterally repurpose funds that have been duly appropriated by Congress? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we are not doing that.
So the
We are
answer to
using
you is
dollars
no.
as to
All
how
right,
they
well,
were
it was a
appropriated.
yes or
We're
no,
ensuring the
Secretary. Let me
programs have
continue. Interestingly, you said no. But since you've been Secretary, you have repeatedly disregarded the law. You have illegally impounded funds that Congress appropriated and that your branch of government must implement pursuant to the law. Yet you've closed offices established in law, including the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, the Office of the Immigration Detention Ombudsman, the Office of the Citizenship and Immigration Services, and you've canceled contracts for programs authorized in law, including shelter and service programs and citizenship and integration grants. You've obstructed and roughed up members of this committee as they attempted to conduct congressional oversight, and then you vilified them. But my question is, if they were so bad, why were they allowed to go in after to conduct oversight? Let me just continue. You redirected funds to terrorize our communities. You created taxpayer-funded political propaganda campaigns to terrorize families and children who don't sleep at night because of the terror of those commercials that you are putting out there. You hold sick, disrespectful press conferences in my state where, let me be clear, you are not welcome. You corruptly used emergency authority to avoid procurement to make Trump's private prison donors richer by directing $45 billion for them to expand ICE detention centers. You defunded work to address real threats to the homeland, all while you pursued college newspaper editors, labor leaders, and even a Harvard scientist who failed to declare frog embryos at the airport. Clearly, we don't have time for all my questions, so I have 13 pages worth of questions that I will be submitting to the record that I expect you and the administration to answer. But here is my final question to you. When you took your oath, did you swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
So I find that laughable. You don't behave like someone who takes that oath seriously. And let me tell you why. We don't live in a dictatorship or a monarchy. Trump's will is not the guiding doctrine of this nation, and our country is not a playground for his or your twisted authoritarian fantasies. We are a democracy. We defend the Constitution and we affirm the rule of law. We respect the co-equal branches of government and we uphold our rights, even when we disagree. The foundation of our nation is based on a core set of constitutional rights upon which our prosperity, our pluralism, and our peace depend on it. You, however, have been leading this work for 116 days, and in that time, you have profiled and dehumanized our neighbors. You've betrayed our constitutional commitment to due process. You've deported United States citizens. You've undermined the courts. You've broken the law. You've engaged in corruption, and you've weaponized the immigration system to violate civil rights. As Senator Murphy perfectly stated, your department is out of control. But you're responsible. You have betrayed the sacred fundamentals of your oath. And I believe to my core that you are not fit to hold the office. And I again, to your face, demand your immediate resignation. And I put it and place it on the record for all of us to see. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields. Mr. Gabarino is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you so much for being here today. I'm the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity Infrastructure Protection, so I work with CISA a lot. I have a few quick questions for you. Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015 provides the modern basis for information sharing between the private sector and the federal government. My subcommittee tomorrow will be having a hearing on CISA, the renewal of CISA 2015, since it expires in September. I'm just wondering, do you support the reauthorization of CISA 2015 ahead of its expiration?
Yes, I do, sir. It's an incredibly important piece of legislation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Another hearing that we had this year, we dealt with the proposed CERCIA rulemaking process, and it started under the Biden administration. We heard from industry; they were not happy the way it went. I'm not happy with the way. I'm sure a lot of people aren't happy the way it went, and I still remain concerned that the scope of the proposed rules has strayed from congressional's intent. One of the things that came up at our hearing was whether or not CISA would consider to provide an ex parte process so we could get more comments from industry and hopefully get this back on track instead of starting over from scratch because it has to be done. Is that something that the department would consider?
Yes, we would support that, sir. I think that more input from the private sector is important to make sure we're doing the appropriate actions.
I mean, information sharing and making sure that people are actually responding to incidents instead of talking to their attorneys, I think is very, very important. And we want to make sure that this is the response rule, not just one of many other rules that are out there. I sent a letter back on February 19th regarding workforce reductions. It was about CISA staff that was fired and their responsibilities and titles. I've not yet received a response. And given the growing number of the growing cybersecurity threat landscape and the administration's stated interest, which they have in addressing these threats, I'm concerned that reducing CISA's staff will not help CISA accomplish the mission of protecting cybersecurity, providing cybersecurity to the people that need it, or helping. The letter asks for the number of staff, the responsibilities of those staff, and the impacts on CISA's ability to fulfill its mission. I know you can't provide that answer now, but can I get a commitment to get that response to that letter sometime soon?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that as well. And I know we're here about the budget, so I do want to ask some questions. In the administration's skinny budget request, it's seeking a $491 million reduction for CISA. I'm all on board with getting rid of disinformation and misinformation, and I was supportive of that cut, but that was in fiscal year 2023, that was only $20 million. Only $20 million of its budget went, so getting rid of that still leaves about $471 million of cuts. Which is about a 17% cut to its total budget. Why such a large cut? And in addition to that, there was also, I believe, a program request moving $130 million around. What programs are going to be affected with that request?
Well, Congressman, the focus within CISA needs to be on ensuring that it's fulfilling why it was created. It was created to support critical infrastructure and to make sure that we're out there addressing the cybersecurity concerns that we have. The reductions that you see are in the areas where it got off mission, where it was involved in mis, dis, and malinformation, and also the censorship activities. That's where the reflection is, but the cybersecurity side of CISA is strengthened and emboldened under President Trump's leadership and will be into the future, and making sure that we're giving them the tools that they need to create new partnerships. Those plans to partner with private industries will make us much more efficient and accountable to taxpayers while making sure that we actually have answers to some of the threats that we have in front of us. That's the thing that has alarmed me the most about CISA is the lack of information that they have, the lack of solutions that they have, and how they protect our critical infrastructure. And when you look at Volt Typhoon, it wasn't just that we're vulnerable. It's that the Chinese have proven, PRC has proven with bad actors that they can shut down our water plants, our electrical grid, that they have the ability to do that. And if we think something in the past like a pandemic or a crisis like that was scary, wait until people's electricity is gone or their water system shuts down. And so that is one of the reasons why CISA needs to be laser focused on truly what its mission is.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm out of time, but I also just want to say I hope we can work together on this, and I'm very excited for Mr. Planke's nomination. I think he's going to do a great job, and hopefully they can confirm him sometime soon. But I'd like to talk to you more about the budget when we have a chance.
His time has expired. Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter for the record an article from the Oversight Project that quotes the Supreme Court case Gojek versus the United States that talks about Congress's power of oversight, stating that no committee of either the House or Senate and no senator and no representative is free on its or his or her own to conduct investigations unless authorized. And that was a Supreme Court case. I'd also ask you...
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I also ask unanimous consent to enter for the record that the ICE facility that Democrats and one of our own members here stormed according to the Secretary, Assistant Secretary of Homeland, categorize these detainees in ICE as murderers, terrorists, child rapists, and MS-13 gang members.
Without objection,
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have unanimous consent.
Mr. Goldman is recognized.
I would like to introduce an article just published by Bloomberg Government in which the acting director of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement acknowledges that any member of Congress has the right to show up at any detention facility with or without appointments, and that he will follow that law.
Without objection. So ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent also.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I just want to also enter for the record Section 527A of the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act of 2024, that it says explicitly that members of Congress have the right to access ICE detention facilities with no prior notice at any time. If I can-
Without objection.
Thank you.
So ordered. Ms. McIver is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. A lot has been said, and I expect a lot more will be said about the department's interaction with members of this body when it comes to oversight. But this is not about me. Madam Secretary, it's not every day we have a cabinet member before this committee. As you know, the members of this committee have constitutional oversight responsibility for your department, and there are many things regarding this administration's Homeland Security policies that require our immediate attention. That is the work I am here to do today and every day. Secretary, this committee and the American people deserve answers for the actions of the Department of Homeland Security under this administration and the policies that have been put into place. The department has overseen a regime of cruelty, chaos, and deep disregard for human dignity, all under the pretense of security. The department is being mismanaged, and its policies undermine our nation's values. This does not make us safer, the exact opposite, exactly. Secretary, we need answers about your department's union busting at TSA, deporting U.S. citizens, terminating the legal status of international students for no apparent reason, and disregarding the rule of law. None of these issues at your department exist in a vacuum. In fact, they are all fundamentally connected to the administration's overarching cruelty. We want to hear from you because we are hoping you can make it make sense for us. Because with all due respect, we are all trying to understand why in the world this is taking place. In my district and around this nation, countless international students had their visas revoked without due process, without warning, and without any regard for how this would devastate their lives. These are students who came here to learn, to build their futures, and join our workforce, only to have the rug pulled out from under them by this department's actions. How can we expect international students to trust our institutions and contribute to our economy when we treat them like they've done something wrong just because they are here? Are we no longer the home of the American dream? I also want you to understand DHS's impact on our entire workforce. I proudly represent over 1,000 dedicated TSA workers who had the right to unionize. But that right has been stripped away by your department. This is an attack on the people who safeguard our skies and whose dedication we rely on now more than ever. And the destruction doesn't stop there. I represent communities that live in constant fear each and every day. Families too terrified to step outside and send their kids to school, go grocery shopping, or take a trip to the doctor because of the harassment of ICE and Homeland Security. This isn't public safety, it's state-sponsored fear. I understand that this administration believes it is its business to scare people into submission and act alone with no regard for the law to decide who is worthy to live in this country or not. However, it is this committee's business to make sure your department is held accountable and to get the American people the answers they've been looking for. So, with that, Madam Secretary, I have a few yes or no questions. Do you agree that revoking student visas without notice can cause fear and confusion among international students? Yes or no?
Congressman, I do not.
Congresswoman, but yes or no?
Congresswoman, I do not decide legal status or visa programs for
I will
students.
take
The
that
Department of
as,
State
I'll take that
does.
as a yes. Do you support restoring full collective bargaining rights for TSA employees? Yes or no?
Ma'am, currently today, TSA does not have the
Yes or
ability
no?
to unionize.
Okay, take that as a no. Do you believe that TSA workers should make a livable wage? Yes or no?
Yes, TSA workers are critically important to
Thank
our
you for
security
that. Are you
systems, for our
aware,
airlines.
that recent student visa revocations occur without due process or proper notification?
Ma'am, I don't make a determination of status.
Yes or
The
no?
Department of State does
I'm guessing
that.
you don't know? Okay. Do you believe that TSA workers have the right to better workplace conditions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
TSA
great. Thank you for
workers
that.
are incredibly
Do you
important
believe
to
that
our-
students should have an opportunity to appeal before their visas are revoked? Yes or no?
All processes are followed and that are set out as tools.
I'm guessing
and
it's a no. Okay,
processes
one more
in
last
Congress.
question in 9 seconds. Do you believe that that revoking collective bargaining rights for TSA workers affects their morale and job performance? Yes or no?
I believe TSA is critically important.
Okay,
in the
I'll take
future
that
and
as
they have
maybe
been-
you don't know, maybe it's yes or no.
Gentlelady's time has
That
expired. I now
that
recognize
yield.
Mr. Gonzalez for 5 minutes of his questioning.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for doing a wonderful job. And it's been a breath of fresh air. A lot of people like to talk about the border. I represent a large part of the border. The places that are on TV are the places that you have visited, the places that I represent, like Del Rio, like Eagle Pass, like El Paso, other places, and y'all have done a fantastic job. I want to start with BORTAC. BORTAC has been, when we talk about how do we go out and apprehend these hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of convicted criminal illegal aliens that are a threat to all our communities, BORTAC is always the answer. I recently met with them. They're based out of Fort Bliss. They're in El Paso. They're always the ones that go out and are doing the heavy lifting. If I'd love to put this on your radar. I know you're making a lot of budgetary decisions, and the administration is. That facility is way, way outdated. For the work that they do, they need a new facility. And I know it's on Fort Bliss. If there's a way that we can work either through this committee or through the Appropriations Committee to find a way to give them the proper housing, just the proper headquarters that they need, I think this would be very critical in going out there. I'd love to hear your thoughts on BORTAC.
Yeah, I spent some time with them as well down at Fort Bliss, and they do incredible work, and they don't just operate within their own agency, but also partner with other law enforcement agencies and meet needs around the country at a moment's notice. So their skill set is unique. Their specialty training is needed, and in fact, it needs to be expanded. We could use more teams like they have and give them more opportunities to continue to serve, because the skill set they bring to the table keeps people safer and helps us meet the challenges with what we need to protect our officers out in the field and to make sure citizens are protected as well. So we'll certainly look at their facilities and see what we can do to strengthen the resources that they have.
Thank you for that. They're just doing incredible work. Once again, every time there's a problem solved, BORTAC has a role to play, whether it's, on the back, the intelligence piece to it, helping with some of these task forces, or actually going out and apprehending folks. On that note, Uvalde is in my district. We had, a couple of years ago, we had one of the worst school shootings in history, certainly in Texas's history. And, it was BORTAC that neutralized that shooter. And so I want to talk about school safety a little bit. You've got children, you've got grandchildren, I've got children. That's one thing that I think can bring us all together, is just the safety of our children. And one area that I think goes unlooked is the Secret Service's role. As I've dived into school safety, Secret Service is at the heart of a lot of these solutions. And nobody thinks it in that manner. I'd love to get your thoughts. When it comes to school safety, what role do you think the Secret Service is currently playing, or can it play in helping solve some of these problems?
Well, right now, Secret Service is underutilized, and they also are under-resourced. If you look through our reconciliation request and also fiscal year 26 budget request, there's additional dollars that are needed to really give Secret Service the tools, the training, and the resources that they need to meet every single situation that they're involved in right now. Obviously, they have the protectee units and agents that are out there on the ground protecting individuals, and the most powerful in the world, but also they have an investigative side that is a skill set that many other agencies like to tap into and ask them for insight into. So working to protect our kids are our future. They really are what America is going to be and is today for many, many years. So it's incredibly important that we use that skill set to give advice, wisdom, but also training to those individuals that secure our schools. You know, the Department of Education has a partnership with us in how we train school security officers, but also how we go out and support local law enforcement to respond to situations like you experienced in your home district. It's a tragedy that we can be better equipped for and prepared for in the future, and making sure that we're taking care of people ahead of time.
That's it.
And addressing the concerns and the flags that happen before we end up in a situation like you experienced.
Yeah, I appreciate that response. And I'm really trying to get ahead of a problem, not wait for the problem to occur and then blame somebody else for why the problem was there. Like, let's just make sure our kids are safe as we harden schools, as we look for ideas to strengthen family units and do those different things. Once again, the Secret Service constantly continues to come up. So I look forward to working with you on that and other.
One thing I would say is in the last several months, Secret Service recruitment has been up over 200%.
Amazing.
And under President Trump and the recruitment efforts that we've had for that agency, overwhelmingly people want to be a part of their mission in the future.
You know, part of my schools, and I don't have just a little time, so part of my district, you know, the Guardian program where teachers are armed is what works for that community. Other communities, they don't want to have their teachers armed. That, in my eyes, that's something for them to decide. But as far as a federal government response, I think the Secret Service can add to whatever local ideas they have. So I look forward to working with you on strengthening that and others. Thank you again, and I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Johnson for 5 minutes. Questions?
Thank you so much, Mr.
Texas
Chairman.
to Texas.
And thank you, Madam Secretary, for appearing before our committee today. I want to address several issues. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of issues that have been addressed, but I do have some substantial concerns over how ICE agents present themselves to the public. Oftentimes, we've seen many videos out there where they're masked and not properly identified. I have a lot of real personal concern about that. I just put myself in the situation of that woman from Tufts, for example. You're just walking down the street, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 3 masked men, not properly identified, attack you and try to take you away. I find that to be reprehensible and not the values of this country. What steps are you taking to make sure that your ICE agents are not masked and properly identified when they approach someone?
Well, ICE agents always identify themselves to individuals that they're encountering or that they're working with. What I would say as far as if they are wearing something over their faces, it's oftentimes because that agent has been involved in undercover operations or needs to be able to continue the investigative work that they do on a day-to-day basis.
But don't you think, Madam Secretary, that people have a right to see whoever's trying to apprehend them? I think it's creating this unrealistic vigilante system. And are you aware that your materials, ICE agents, jackets and the sorts, are available on Etsy for $20? Anybody can do that, throw a mask on, and run around and terrorizing people of color without any regard for the law, without any regard, because your agency does not have proper protocols to make sure their agents are clearly identified and marked when they're executing their jobs.
Our agents do identify themselves. They verbally do that, and then also by the clothing that they're wearing. And if they do have something that is covering some of their facial features, it's for their investigative work or their undercover work that they do as a part of their job duties as well. What I would say is that it is important that we follow the procedures and protocols for every encounter that we have, and they have done that in every situation to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I would suggest that your protocols need to be revised, because I don't think it's reasonable for masked men to be apprehending people on the streets. I think that instills a lot of fear. It doesn't instill security in the process. And in states like Texas, that is open carry, when any jackadoo can be walking around with a gun, I think some tragic circumstances are at bay. I'd like to switch gears to due process. I have a lot of concerns about the lack of due process that your agency has been affording people in this country. In Texas, for example, you had rounded up 171 individuals, were preparing to deport them, and it wasn't until the Supreme Court issued an opinion that that was unconstitutional and that their due process rights were being violated did your agency actually stop and adhere to the Supreme Court's opinion. My question to you is, Has those efforts ceased in your agency? Are you going to cease trying to deport people without access to due process in the courts of law in compliance with the United States Supreme Court?
Well, Congresswoman, we are following due process and using it as to how Congress has laid out to us in statute, and we are complying with all federal judges' orders as well.
You weren't complying at that time. It took the United States Supreme Court to order you to comply, so you hadn't proactively complied on your own. You were intending to wrongfully deport people without access to a court hearing, without access to the rule of law, and that is why it was necessary for the United States Supreme Court,
Due process does not guarantee a hearing.
who issued an opinion ordering you and your agency to comply with the due process rights of the people in this country. That's what makes our country great, is we do have access to due process. And so my comment to you is I'm hoping as you move forward, because initially as you were proceeding through these deportation processes, you were not affording people due process, and the Supreme Court has now ordered you to do so. So I am assuming by your testimony that you do intend to comply with the Supreme Court's order moving forward, and we're not going to have any more instances of wrongful deportation without proper access to due process. Is that correct?
We are following federal judges' orders, and we are complying with due process procedures as they are laid out, as Congress has given us those tools to do that.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I have one other question about FEMA. I'm very concerned about the destruction of FEMA. You know, Texas is a state that has a lot of hurricanes, tornadoes, and natural disasters. We rely upon FEMA extensively, and I'm very worried about that. And when you are governor, though, you actually utilized FEMA for your own state. So you did recognize at the time when you were serving as a governor that FEMA played an important role in natural disasters within South Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes, we had 12 FEMA-related disasters during the 6 years I served as governor of the state of South Dakota.
But I just find it, I'm running out of time, but I just find it ironic.
I now recognize Mr. Pfluger, the gentleman from Texas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. What a difference an election makes, what a difference a Congress makes, what a difference having you here instead of asking thousands of questions and getting no answers. And I'll start with the first question that I left off with and I know that may be funny to my colleagues, but it's not funny to me. Because of the known and suspected terrorists, the KSTs that came into this country. And I'll basically lead off with the last question that I asked your predecessor, which was the policy of the Department of Homeland Security and this administration when it comes to KSTs. And talk to us about the successes that we've had and kind of where we stand, because they left us with a real mess with 40 plus people that were in this country. And, you know, I'd like to hear what your department has done and tell us kind of the path forward.
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman. The previous administration let a lot of dangerous individuals into this country and get a foothold, and then not only just allowing them to perpetuate terrorist activities in our country, but also recruit new members and to build out their systems and to gain access to our infrastructure. So I'm very proud of the fact that President Trump has aggressively enforced the law. Let us use the tools that are afforded to us under the Department of Homeland Security to address these threats, bring them to justice and face consequences, and to get them out of our country. So he has removed over 250 known terrorists, suspected terrorists on the watch list, thousands and thousands of individuals that were affiliated with them, but also individuals that committed crimes that are members of MS-13, Tren de Aragua, but also cartels and their members and affiliates in this country. So overwhelmingly, the safety of our communities is in a much better spot than it was just 6 short months ago. And even the message that President Trump has been bold enough to send around the world. He specifically told me, Kristi, if you're given this job, I want you to tell the world that America has new leadership, that we are enforcing our laws now, and that Americans get to be prioritized and their safety comes first. And if you want to break our laws and come to this country, don't even try it. And that has sent an overwhelming message to the world that they're adhering to. That's one of the reasons you see less encounters at the border, is because people are staying home in their home countries because now they know we follow our laws. The Mexican president and her team told me that they believe they've stopped over 600,000 people in Mexico before they even reached our border because they got the message they could no longer cross into the United States. So we don't even know the hundreds of thousands of people that simply were in the process and turned around because President Trump has been very vocal at sending the message to the world, don't come here if you want to break our laws and victimize our people.
Well, the deterrent value of the policy, just enforcing the laws, has certainly been noticeable. I represent a district that includes part of your air and marine operations that flies drones out of San Angelo, Texas, and flies into the Gulf of Mexico, but also along the border. One of the issues that we faced in the previous administration was this huge number of known gotaways. Talk to us about the coordination with the state and local level. I also represent a piece of Fort Cavazos, and we have military personnel who have a designated area along the border. How is that process working for deterrence, but also to ensure there are no gotaways like we had?
Well, there are known gotaways, and then there's probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that we don't necessarily know how many of them are in this country. That because we had Border Patrol and assets and Coast Guard and ICE agents diverted into processing paperwork and facilitating illegal entry into our country, they weren't doing their security operations. They weren't allowed to do their jobs. People have talked about me being out on the front lines with all of our components and agencies. I'll tell you why I'm there. The reason I'm walking alongside them is because I want to understand their jobs, where they don't have the equipment that they need, what authorizations and authorities they need to do their jobs. And overwhelmingly, they appreciate the fact that they finally have a secretary that shows up to walk alongside them, one that rides with them and doesn't ride over them and doesn't listen to them and has never been out in the field. They want me to be with them, and they're proud of the fact that I don't mind representing them and their agency to the rest of the world, saying I'm proud of the work that they do. We have a lot of gotaways. We also have some we don't even know that are in this country yet, and that's probably what keeps me up at night the most, is the fact that we don't really know the dangerous individuals that may be in this country that we have to get out before something happens that jeopardizes our national security.
Secretary, thank you for being here and for your service. Our country is safer having you at the helm. And Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Hernandez for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, hi. I represent Puerto Rico in Congress, and although we may disagree as to how, I do agree that disaster response in this country needs to be reimagined and made more effective. And I sincerely look forward to and hope to be a constructive partner in that respect. You know, nearly 8 years after Hurricane Maria struck the island, we have around $27 billion that have been obligated for Puerto Rico, yet only $4.4 billion have been dispersed. In the interest of time, I appreciate brief answers because there's a lot of anxiety in the island as to the future of these funds. Can you assure the people of Puerto Rico that these obligated funds are safe, regardless of any FEMA restructuring?
That is the biggest concern that we have within FEMA right now, is outstanding claims. And the worst thing the federal government can do is to say that there is a claim here, it's valid, that we are committed to fulfilling that responsibility.
I'm sorry, in the interest of time, could you say yes or no?
So those claims are something my team is going through right now and evaluating, and President Trump is committed
I will
to
assume
following
that,
through
that the
and
answer is no, and I'll proceed to the next question, and I hope that we can work to make sure that those funds get to the people. Is it your department's view that the Puerto Rico government has done everything in its power to expedite the reconstruction process?
Oh, I believe that Puerto Rico has been working hard to reconstruct and to put itself back together, and partnering with the federal government as well.
So is the obstacle in the disbursements FEMA's fault?
The what?
Is the obstacle in these disbursements FEMA's responsibility?
I don't have the knowledge to know specifically where all the problems are with the response in Puerto Rico, although I do know that FEMA has not fulfilled the obligations it previously promised to the island.
I'm going to shift to immigration in the interest of time. So you served as governor of South Dakota. Would you advise governors to give public assurances that federal immigration enforcement will not take place in their state?
Would I advise to governors that they not?
That they give public assurances that immigration enforcement will not occur in their states?
No, I prefer that governors partner with us to make their states safer. I believe that the relationships that we have on the ground in many states is absolutely critical to making sure.
So the
that
answer is no.
communities
You
and
would not
families are
advise them to
protected.
tell their constituents, no, there will not be any enforcement in this state. Would you have publicly told immigrants, as governor in your state, not to worry about deportations because your state wasn't a border state like Texas or California?
I felt as though my state was a border state because we were every day impacted by the drug trafficking and the human trafficking that was coming over the border and had put a foothold in the state of South Dakota. Every state was dramatically impacted.
Okay, so
by the open
so
border
you
policies
you
of the
would
Biden
not have told immigrants in your state, don't worry about deportation. You would not have said that.
The laws need to apply equally to everybody. That's what is so discouraging about the previous administration is they picked winners and
Okay,
losers.
so
They
that's
decided
that
who
the
it
question
applied
has been
to
answered. That's
and
fine.
who it didn't.
You
That
would
doesn't
not
happen
you would
anymore.
not say that. You
Now
would
the
not
law-
you
now
would
the
tell your
laws-
constituents immigration laws will be enforced in this state whether or not we are a border state like California or Texas.
Laws will be enforced, absolutely.
In January, the governor of Puerto Rico made an opposite claim. She told immigrants not to worry about deportations because we're not Texas or California. Days later, ICE conducted enforcement operations in immigrant neighborhoods in San Juan. Was that a responsible thing to say?
I didn't hear her say that and haven't heard this before, but I believe that the partnerships we have with governors is extremely powerful in keeping their communities safe.
That's a no answer. Was she aware, was she briefed by DHS about the immigrant raids that would happen in the ensuing days?
I have no knowledge to that situation. What I will tell you is that every governor that I know of feels the responsibility of protecting their state, and they should be making the best decisions to secure their communities and their families that live there.
And that includes telling people in their states or jurisdictions, the administration's policy is that there will be raids to detain people who were undocumented in their jurisdictions, not to tell them, don't worry, this will not happen here.
I am not certain as to the situation you're speaking to. I'll get more information so that I can respond to you appropriately.
But hypothetically,
I'm not certain
as
what
governor, would you have told the people of your state, the laws will be enforced here as in any other state?
What I would tell my people of South Dakota is that my job is to work for them and to represent them and to be their leader and protect their best interests. That includes making sure that citizens of South Dakota are my number one priority every day.
I understand that, and I thank you for your time. And like I said at the beginning of my turn, I do look forward to working constructively on ways to reimagine FEMA and disaster response and to make sure that those funds, which today you have told us are not guaranteed for the people of Puerto Rico, are guaranteed and delivered on time. Thank you.
Gentleman's time is expired. I now recognize Mr. Luttrell for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, how are you today? I'd like to talk about the health and wellness of our operators, our DHS, and immigration, everyone that's underneath your portfolio. I think the one thing that's often lost is that, you have military veterans in the room with you, and our role and responsibility was to put on a uniform in our body armor, and we deployed globally to fight terrorism. And we had to leave the country to do that. And the men and women under DHS, they put on their uniforms every day and deploy right out their front door. And that's challenging. That is a unforgivable, kind of space. And my focus in the veteran community and active duty service, as well as your department, is the health and wellness of our operators currently and after they leave the career. Can you shed some light on it? And to make another point, my lovely colleague from Texas was concerned about they cover their faces up and the kits that they wear, and I can understand that's aggressive. That's a posturing, and it's not. We don't get in gunfights every day, but the day that happens, you will appreciate the fact that you're wearing that uniform. And I'll also add, it's just, if you're presented with somebody that's got their face covered, that can be scary. I got it. But when you're dealing with terrorist organizations that are internal and on our borders, it's not the operator that they're going to go after. They'll take a picture of that face and go after the families. So it's anonymity for the operators too, which needs to be said because it's important to protect the men and women that work under your department. So if you will, please, can you kind of shed some light on me where we currently are now that you're the secretary for our health and wellness, cognitively and physically, and where we're going, please?
Well, it is a concern for me, especially since we've seen an escalation in violence against our law enforcement officers, and specifically those even within the Department of Homeland Security. The aggression that they face every single day as a part of their job duties is something that we have to make sure that we recognize and that we have the tools to help them and their family be successful. So going forward and making sure that we're providing health care, but also mental health care is a priority of the department and this administration, recognizing that the previous administration let a lot of dangerous individuals, terrorists, and gang members and known cartel members into this country. And now, and they've recruited new members, and they've recruited homegrown terrorists that are citizens of the United States that are members of TDA now and MS-13 that present new and unique challenges. That is something that we have made a priority to make sure that we're equipping them, to prepare them for situations they're going to face with training and giving them the right equipment to protect themselves, but also when they step back from that line of duty, how we can help them be whole and go back and live a successful life with their family. What I would say is that it's difficult in areas of this country that were neglected for too long, especially in our Coast Guard. They're often very remote and isolated. They don't have access to specialty care, to mental health care, and it's my commitment to all of our departments and components in the Coast Guard that I get them that kind of care where they're located, because sometimes where they're stationed is not an area where that is available to them readily.
Yes, ma'am. And my office, and myself included, look forward to working with you and your team on this. I'd hate for that to be lost in translation as hard as Coast Guard, Coast Guard, Secret Service, our agents, as hard as they work, it's not, and I can't say I disagree, but it's just something that's happening. We don't do baseline assessments on these operators, which we should absolutely do. We should track the health and wellness from start to finish. And then when we hand them off back to their families, hey, we have the in comfort knowing that they're going to be fine once they move on to the next chapter of their life. So I look forward to further conversations with you and your team. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Kennedy from New York for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, thank you for your time before this committee. Today is a solemn day for my community in Buffalo, New York. 3 years ago, on May 14th, 2022, a gunman, motivated by racism and hatred, drove 2.5 hours from his home to the east side of Buffalo to carry out an act of domestic terrorism. Equipped with enhanced body armor, a tactical helmet, and a semi-automatic rifle, the gunman opened fire at a local grocery store in a predominantly black community. In just 123 seconds, he took 10 innocent souls that day, severely injured 3, and traumatized countless other individuals. Because of this act of domestic terrorism, radicalized and indoctrinated online, and carried out in the name of white supremacy, families in my community will never be whole again. Buffalo now joins a growing list of communities impacted by mass shootings carried out by lone wolf, homegrown, domestically radicalized, disturbed individuals. Secretary Noem, in your written testimony today, there's not one mention of this kind of threat to the homeland. You refer to foreign terrorist organizations. You refer to aliens who are affiliated with foreign terrorism. You refer to arrests of suspected gang members. Not once do you mention the term domestic terrorism, domestic terrorist, or lone wolf. There's a gaping hole in your testimony today. You fail to reassure this committee or the American people that you'll protect the homeland from bad actors, radicalized right here in the U.S., like the gunman who opened fire on my community 3 years ago today. There's been a systematic, intentional effort by your department and this administration since January 20th to ignore the very real threat posed by domestic terrorism. This is a blatant negligence made abundantly clear by the administration's budget and by President Trump's broader actions to defund the Department of Homeland Security initiatives that track and prevent domestic terrorism. The Trump administration's budget proposal for the Department of Homeland Security completely eliminates the Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grant Program, a critical DHS program dedicated to helping local communities, including law enforcement, to develop and strengthen efforts to counter attacks of targeted violence and terrorism, just like the racist Buffalo attack. This exact grant program awarded nearly $1 million in the aftermath of the 514 shooting in Western New York to help close research gaps about the radicalization of domestic terrorists, develop violence prevention modules, and improve bystander intervention. This program was also used to harden safety and prevention efforts in other communities that experienced targeted domestic terrorism, including a school shooting in Oakland County, Michigan, and a pattern of other domestic terrorist incidents. The budget proposal you're defending today justifies the elimination of this funding by arguing it was, quote, weaponized to target Americans exercising their First Amendment rights, end quote. If the suggestion that an act of domestic terrorism, which took the lives of 10 innocent people and forever changed my community, qualifies as protected First Amendment speech, then explain that to the families of the victims who were killed that day. Under this administration, we have a Department of Homeland Security that is making excuses for domestic terrorists under the guise of free speech and insulting communities like mine, especially on a day like today, as we mark the anniversary of unimaginable violence and loss. We can do better, and we must do better. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, thank you for aiding President Trump in securing our border after years of negligence and mismanagement. No new laws were needed. New leadership was the only piece of the puzzle missing. I'd also like to thank the hardworking men and women of DHS for their tireless dedication to safeguarding our nation. Last week, I spoke to the FBI Director Patel about a recent visit he had to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We discussed the cost-effective location, distinct partnership opportunities, high quality of life for personnel, the remarkable talent pool, and available room to grow. As you may know, I'm proud to host HSI XCOM South and the National Academy for Advanced Training and Leadership in my district, along with many companies and organizations that support DHS. I'd like to invite you to come see for yourself the phenomenal work occurring in North Alabama. Secretary Noem, I'm curious, are there plans to move DHS personnel and programs out of the Beltway and closer to the citizens they serve?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. Currently, there aren't plans to move agencies or components outside of their offices, although we do believe that we need to be accountable to taxpayers and are evaluating every single mission set that each agency is tasked with and the individuals, how they are fulfilling it. So that is areas where you'll see reflected in our reconciliation ask and in our fiscal year 26 budget request. That reflects where those needs are, but also our ability to reprogram dollars that where the department got off mission and was perpetuating activities that were not a part of Homeland Security's reason for why it was created.
Thank you. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention my role as chairman of the Emergency Management and Technology Subcommittee, and I want to thank you for meeting with us in New Orleans. You made your schedule available to meet that committee right after you were confirmed, and we really appreciate that. As you can imagine, I have an interest in the work of FEMA Review Council and was pleased to see the announcement of 13 new members. Secretary Noem, the President's executive order said the council would have up to 20 members. Will additional members be added, and how are you coordinating with the White House on the council?
Yes, absolutely. There is the potential for new members to be added, and that is a current evaluation that's ongoing with me and my team and the White House as well. So if you have recommendations, we certainly would continue to receive those.
Thank you. We're excited about those recommendations. What do you anticipate the priorities of the council will be, and how can we support that work?
Well, the priorities of the council is to evaluate FEMA as it stands today and how it can better be reformed and replaced to respond to people's needs in a time of crisis. What we can do to strengthen states, to give them more tools and resources to take care of their people and empower them to make decisions in in a critical response period. Many times you've seen over the years where the federal government has not shown up when they were expected to, and then even after a crisis was over, had committed to being there to help people restructure and to rebuild, and never followed through on it. We still have claims outstanding in FEMA from Hurricane Katrina, wildfire claims from out west that are 10 years old, where people said, we have this claim that's lost, FEMA committed to pay it and still has not followed through on that. We saw political targeting that happened in North Carolina, where individuals within FEMA decided who could get help and who didn't get help. So that needs to end, and this needs some integrity to it, and making sure the federal government's there for support, but the states are empowered to do the emergency response is very important to President Trump.
That support was determined based on the political sign they had in the front yards of their home.
That is correct.
And that's totally unacceptable. Switching gears, I'd also like to highlight the great work of CISA to protect our infrastructure and mass gathering events. Their training and exercises help states and localities respond quickly and effectively to evolving threats. In Huntsville, Alabama, collaboration among the FBI, ATF, CISA Office for Bombing Prevention represents a national hub of expertise focused on countering bomb threats and the use of explosives by adversaries. Secretary Noem, can you speak to how CISA is working with interagency partners to secure infrastructure, particularly ahead of the World Cup and Olympics?
Yeah, CISA is the federal cybersecurity agency. It is the priority point for all agencies to interact with and their connections to state and local governments. And many times CISA got siloed, and our CIA, FBI, intelligence agencies were siloed and not sharing information. So we're building out a cooperation that has never existed before, and where we're bringing them to the table, sharing information that we may have as far as vulnerabilities, but also in how we can partner with private industry. The fact of the matter is that's a resource that was neglected for much too long. And so bringing private industry to the table to tell us and help us go out there and find those bad actors. Oftentimes they know, but they don't have a protection of letting us know without some kind of liability that they expose themselves to. So we're committed to building those kinds of partnerships so that they can flag threats to us without worried about retribution from those bad actors into their own companies.
Secretary Noem, it's an honor to have you before us today. We'll see you in Alabama soon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good afternoon. I wish we could have heard from you before ramming through a $70 billion reconciliation bill. But nevertheless, I'm really happy that, and glad that we have a chance to speak with you today. Like many of my colleagues, I am deeply concerned that your department is blatantly ignoring our laws. The law is very, very clear. Members of Congress can show up unannounced to facilities, and ICE must accommodate a tour of their detention centers. The fact that your spokesperson suggested arresting members of Congress who were given a tour of the facility is disturbing and certainly dangerous. We will not accept threats or intimidation by anyone at your department or across the administration for exercising our constitutional oversight authority. Now, let me just refer now to my questions. The Trump administration's funding freeze has created chaos and unpredictability for state and local governments to respond to threats. Reportedly, $100 billion has been canceled or is being unlawfully withheld. You stated today that we are a nation of laws, yet you are actually violating the law. In our recent markup, I offered an amendment to prohibit DHS from delaying or withholding FEMA grant funding. Unfortunately, it was rejected by my GOP colleagues. As my district ramps up for the World Cup, our first responders and municipalities require resources today. By delaying and withholding grants like the Homeland Security Grant Program, you do not just create uncertainty, you undermine the ability of state and local governments to begin security planning for one of the world's largest sporting events. Right now, you are a month behind issuing guidance on this critical funding. Similarly, guidance has not been issued for the nonprofit grant security program, which protects synagogues, churches, and mosques from threats. These delays harm our national security. Madam Secretary, when does your department plan for the Homeland Security Grant Program and the nonprofit security grant program funding to be made available?
Congresswoman, every grant under the Department of Homeland Security is being evaluated to make sure that it's following statute as required by Congress as to how it should be allocated and obligated to local states and communities. So as many of those grants were paused and evaluated, you've seen that they've been continued and put out, but if they were misappropriated into things that were off of the guidance of how the grant should be utilized, then it was changed. But these grants that have been obligated and should go forward have been continued.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just real quickly, because I know our time is it's nearing to a close. As you know, New Jersey is one of 11 American citizens that will, cities, that will host the FIFA World Cup matches next year. The final match will be held in my district in New Jersey. There will be tens of thousands of spectators at the final match and hundreds of thousands more attending Fan Fest throughout the northern New Jersey area. The World Cup is a time of international competition and celebration, but I worry about the chilling effect of the Trump administration's anti-immigrant rhetoric and America's ability to serve as a welcoming host. To add, the Trump administration is looking to reinstate and expand a travel ban targeting 43 countries for restrictions on entering the United States. Can you please tell us how you will ensure that fans traveling legally to the United States are not targeted for immigration raids?
We are already working as an administration with the teams from all the countries that will come and be competing and their fans as well to process their paperwork and to help facilitate their travel to the United States. And as you've seen, the president has formulated a task force that will focus on holding this unprecedented event and doing it in the safest manner possible while adding hospitality to it and having people enjoy the matches and enjoy interacting with each other. And as you know, over 10 million people will attend the matches over that month-long period of time. Over 22 million people will interact through activities. You'd mentioned Fan Fest, and that is something that the Department of Homeland Security is tasked with. It's our responsibility to partner with local communities and cities that are the hosts, and we'll be working with your city as well to ensure that we're prepared for it, that we have the needs met, and that we are doing all that we can to secure each location.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you in that regard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Brukeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, it is so nice to see chaos and confusion and lawlessness being replaced by law and order. Thankful to you serving on this administration and implementing common sense. I don't know today that it was discussed, and if it has been, I missed it. The Colombian entity that was picked up in the last several days in Houston, convicted of murder that came across the border during the Biden administration, 21-year murder conviction sentence. And the very same ICE agents that were shoved and yelled and cursed at are the same ICE agents that are responsible for detaining and picking up this individual that was in the streets of Texas. You said earlier today in your testimony, discussing what happened in the last several days with colleagues even on this committee on the Democrat side, trying to go to a detention center. This is the same type of place, Delaney Hall, where you would find murderers and rapists, and like this Colombian entity, convicted of murder and is now in your custody. It's just madness that lawlessness is being perpetrated by even members of Congress. I want to switch gears. FEMA. There is great excitement, even as I'm talking to officials in Oklahoma who would love the opportunity to be able to make sure that the decisions for efficient use of taxpayer monies are implemented on the state level, knowing that the dollars will go farther, and knowing that you all, as you're discussing block granting, can you elaborate on current conditions, current status? There are people all over the country. Even, there's a Democrat member that is former emergency management. He talks about the efficiencies that can be picked up on the state level. Can you talk about where you all are at, where we're headed on FEMA reform that can make the taxpayer dollar go farther?
Yeah, we've got some incredible work ahead of us to do on FEMA and our response as a federal government and how we support states in this. And there's certainly a lot of people weighing in. We've got members of Congress on the House and the Senate side that have bills and legislation that they want to propose, but also I think it's important to have governors at the table because they're the ones who lead the response many times and know where the downfalls are. In many cases, there's hardworking FEMA employees that do their very best to deliver for those individuals in those communities. But what's happened in the past is that even under the previous administration, some of those FEMA employees were given the opportunity to not respond to a disaster if they didn't want to or if it wasn't convenient. And so recognizing the importance of this agency and prioritizing it and making sure it's there to support the local response is incredibly important to the success for those families that get impacted by unprecedented events. So we're taking input. This review council is going to be continuing to give insight to the White House as well, and then the president certainly has ideas. He's traveled and been there for people on their worst days, and he's heard their stories of how they thought FEMA would be there, FEMA promised they would be there, and then they never showed up. They had a claim that they couldn't do the paperwork themselves. They had to get people to help them fill out this complicated paperwork process, and then the claim was never paid, or there was some problem, and they had to appeal, and appealing was normal, and that just doesn't serve people. Yeah. We need to make sure that it's a predictable process that's timely, and the best way to do that is to empower the local supporters.
Well, I've told this story often. Given I've got a minute, I'll relay it to you. I'll never forget in 2012 in Oklahoma, a friend of mine were helping do some cleanup work on machinery. I was on a dozer. He was on a skid steer for people that didn't have insurance. Little rural area, required to push things into vegetative and non-vegetative brush piles. I'm on a dozer. And watched, I come from the dirt works world, and I watched us not be able to light on fire in a rural area that every rancher, from your background, does on an everyday basis when they're cleaning up their property. We had to, at state, local, and federal expense, reimbursed, bring in 18-wheelers with half rounds, take an excavator, track hoe to load that non-vegetative timber in the back of that, haul it off ground somewhere to bury it with another dozer or a track hoe. Between the trucking, the dozer, the excavator, 4 times the cost because, and I ran as a state senator, a new law trying to get state control of that, and we could not get agency heads in Oklahoma to agree because they were concerned we would lose FEMA reimbursement if we had state control over it. Loss of efficiency. Grateful to you all for your leadership, common sense, returning, not chaos, which was the former state before you got in this position. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
I want to thank you, Ms. Noem, for coming here today and giving us your testimony. I also want to thank you for the amazing work that yourself and everybody at Homeland Security have done to not only secure our border within just a couple weeks, but also to start deporting folks that aren't supposed to be here in the first place. Secretary Noem, I'm very concerned about the behavior of one of my colleagues on this very committee, who we saw assaulting both verbally and physically federal law enforcement officers just last week on national television. Ms. Noem, what kind of message do you think it sends to the country and radical political agitators that she sits here today, not being charged for a crime, to participate in today's hearing?
Well, Congressman, I believe that what you saw last Friday at Delaney Hall was not oversight. I believe that it was breaking into a federal facility and assaulting law enforcement officers. This Congresswoman was surrounded by people who were criminals that were taking criminal actions. And so we need to be honest about what happened there. And we also need to talk about the fact that we have always facilitated visits and tours of federal facilities. We would continue to do that as well. And we would encourage that they work with us to do that in the future rather than to do the unprecedented destructive actions that the Congresswoman and her colleagues engaged in last Friday.
Ms. Noem, do you think her presence here today emboldens others to behave in the very same way?
I think it would be sad if that's the testimony of what happened last Friday that gets perpetuated. I was shocked when I watched it and saw it, and was extremely discouraged to see that the colleagues that surround those three defend them. Because those actions, we wouldn't want our kids to act that way, our children, our grandchildren to act that way. That's not the America that we dreamed and envisioned for our country. America should be a land of opportunity and where laws are enforced, and there's consequences for breaking the law.
Thank you. Ms. Noem, are you familiar with Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2 of the Constitution that covers the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus?
Yes.
It says that the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it. Are you aware of which presidents have suspended the writ of habeas corpus?
I know that President Lincoln did.
Yeah, also Roosevelt and President Grant. You testified under oath, I believe, that the Biden administration allowed an invasion into our country. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So do you think it falls under the constitutional guidelines that I just read to you?
I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I believe it does.
You've also witnessed that the Democrats here today and also radical activist judges are trying to halt and deny the president's agenda to carry out his constitutional duties to keep Americans safe and carry out his promise to the American people to secure the border and carry out mass deportations of those who have entered the country illegally. Knowing this, are you open and supportive of this constitutional option to suspend the writ of habeas corpus to keep Americans safe and carry out the president's agenda?
Well, this is something that's not in my purview to weigh in on. This is the president's prerogative to pursue, and he has not indicated to me that he will or will not be taking that action.
I want to thank Rogan O'Hanley for his efforts to bring this constitutional solution into the national conversation. Now I want to shift gears real quick. Ms. Noem, on May 5th, 2025, I joined Congressman Zinke and 8 of my fellow Republican colleagues in asking why it was appropriate for DOD and DHS to require real IDs for entry into Arlington National Cemetery.
I did see that letter this week, sir.
My question, what information can you share on the security posture of Arlington Cemetery that require real ID?
Well, sir, I'm not certain as to the procedures and the requirements at Arlington Cemetery. I do know that real ID at our airports for travel was required by statute and law change over 20 years ago. So that has been implemented on May 7th, and we have over 90% compliance that has happened at our airports since then. And overwhelmingly, the vast majority of travelers have had a real ID and have utilized that or a federally recognized ID going forward. But as far as what is required at Arlington Cemetery, I have not been in the knowledge of what those requirements are.
In that case, would you consider taking a look at that and also consider recommending repealing that requirement?
I can certainly take a look at that and follow up with a conversation with you, absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Mr. Chairman, we've spent the last few hours with some of our colleagues defending rapists, murderers, individuals who committed a variety of crimes, and yet I don't believe a single one has asked about the 300,000 children that have been lost in our nation. I don't think a single one of them asked about Lake and Riley's family, or the young girls that recently have been reported between the ages of 12 and 14 that have been raped in Louisiana, Iowa, New York, and other states. And so as we sit here and have this conversation, let's level set about who we're really talking about. We're talking about criminals and thugs. And so let's get back to the reality of who these people are, and not to mention the fact that if they come here illegally, their first action when they come into this country is in fact a criminal act. Now, Madam Secretary, we've heard a lot of misinformation and rapid fire. Let's see if we can't set the record straight on a few things. When it comes to detention centers and oversight provided to Congress, does that oversight provision allow members of Congress to break into detention centers?
No, sir, I don't believe.
Does that oversight authority give members of Congress the right to assault members of law enforcement?
No, sir.
Madam Secretary, is assaulting a member of law enforcement a crime?
Yes.
I would urge, Mr. Chairman, that this committee look into anyone in Congress who has assaulted a member of law enforcement and the respective actions be taken as necessary, looking at the totality of the circumstances. In regards to FEMA, it is my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, upon taking the helm, you discovered that there were a variety of unpaid claims, some of those going back 10 to 20 years.
Absolutely.
It is also my understanding that under the vision of President Donald Trump and your leadership, you plan to change the response time from 10 to 20 years to 6 months.
That is true.
Madam Secretary, as someone who was formerly a county executive, whose one of my departments was in fact emergency management, I can tell you that it will be a necessary and very useful as states and communities look to be reimbursed. Let's turn to Nashville, which is part of my district. Under your leadership, Homeland Security and ICE has conducted a variety of raids. Recently, 95, I do believe, of which were arrested who had previous criminal charges. 31 of which were previously deported and snuck back into this country. One of those was a sexual predator. So again, let's level set as to who we are talking about. We're talking about criminals and thugs who have no business being in our country. That being said, instead of thanking you and your leadership and thanking the president, the mayor of Nashville criticized and attacked law enforcement verbally. He then instructed members of law enforcement to report any communication with federal authorities. He then directed the Police Community Oversight Board to direct citizens to file complaints against law enforcement if they cooperate with federal law enforcement. Considering we've seen a 400% increase against federal law enforcement, do these types of statements and actions by a municipal leader concern you?
Yes, absolutely. They perpetuate the violence against law enforcement officers. And what happens many times then is that our agents within the Department of Homeland Security go into situations with no backup, with no local response of people who know the communities, know the routes, the roads, or the needs to emergency services that may be there. So it absolutely makes them much more vulnerable to a situation to which their lives could be in jeopardy.
Yes, ma'am, and if a municipal leader is found to be aiding and abetting illegal immigrants to evade federal law enforcement, would that be a criminal act?
Yes, I believe it would, sir.
And if elected officials impede ICE or Homeland Security in doing their job and pursuing illegal immigrants, would that be a criminal act?
I believe so.
Madam Secretary and Mr. Chairman, I will be asking the Committee of Homeland Security and Judiciary to be looking into the mayor of Nashville and any collusion or impeding of federal authorities and conducting their work in the city of Nashville. I would also encourage this committee and judiciary to look at other leaders, municipal leaders across the country, as they obstruct this administration, this Madam Secretary and her employees in doing their constitutional job, which is uphold the rule of law. Madam Secretary, I thank you and I yield back.
Is the gentleman trying to offer a motion or what? I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Secretary Noem for being here. So I represent the 3rd District of South Carolina, and we're happy about the work that you and your team have done and continue to do to secure our border. It's very important. I mean, we could sit here all day and talk about the fentanyl crisis and the trafficking, and it does affect each and every one of us. So you've made it clear that securing the border is not just a national security issue, but it's a financial one. Can you speak to how these enforcement gains translate into tangible cost savings for American taxpayers and counties in Middle America where local law enforcement have had to bear the strain of dealing with these cartel-fueled crime, and just as the fentanyl and the trafficking that I mentioned as well?
Yes, the partnerships we've been able to build as a federal agency with local law enforcement and with state law enforcement has been key to helping make communities much safer in the last several months. Those state officials are so grateful to have someone come alongside them and help them address the public safety concerns and threats that they have and that they've been living with for the last several years. And so we have created through the 287G program, there's also other programs out there to where we operate in a task force model to go out and do enforcement operations, but also to bring consequences for those that are criminally breaking our laws. Many times you have in areas where these people have committed multiple crimes and been re-released. In fact, in some sanctuary cities, that's still happening, where people have committed acts of murder or rape that are still out on the loose, but because local law enforcement isn't addressing the issue, we haven't been able to capture those individuals yet. So we're always grateful for law enforcement that cares about their community and will step up and help protect them from these violent criminals.
Well, great, thank you. And I know you've worked hard with Governor McMaster, and he appreciates your efforts as well. My next question, as part of your broader effort to return DHS to its core mission, are there specific TSA programs or administrative functions under review for potential reforms or streamlining or maybe even consolidation? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, we're working to help TSA get the technology it needs to do better screening at airports and to make it much more streamlined for passengers. I think everybody that I meet has some story of frustration that they've had at an airport or while traveling or in security lines. I would say just a few. But I would say that the technology needs that TSA has have been neglected for far too long. So having exit lanes covered by gates instead of individuals would streamline it and help us secure the systems faster, making sure that we have the processes in place to streamline luggage and passengers without the need to take things out of bags and to take off shoes are things that are possible, but we need to invest in them. And that would not only help our transportation security officers be able to focus on their responsibilities, but it also would make it a much better experience for families that are trying to use our federal air system.
Well, thank you. I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and I look forward to hearing about what's around the corner as well with that committee.
Yes.
And thank you for being here. Thanks again today, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. McKenzie from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for joining us here today. I would first like to start by thanking you for the incredible job that you've done securing our southern border in just the first 100 days of the Trump administration. Seeing a 90% decrease in encounters and apprehensions is an incredible job and is a testimony to your leadership and the leadership that we're seeing in this administration. There are two things that I would like to talk about today. First, sanctuary cities, and second, protecting American workers. What we see and hear in this committee today is the defense of violent, illegal immigrant criminals in our local communities. They are more focused on defending these violent criminals from deportation than they are on protecting American citizens in our local communities. And this plays out all across the country. In my local community in Northampton County, they have signed an Executive Order 2028, which bans ICE from arresting illegal immigrants when they're going through processing for a separate crime. And what this means in practice is that when ICE wants to go arrest a violent member of Tren de Aragua or a domestic abuser who is going through the processing in our local community, they cannot go inside that courthouse and actually arrest that person. They have to stake out the courthouse outside, taking up hours of resources from law enforcement, potentially leaving our community more vulnerable. If that person were to go out a different exit of the courthouse and escape into our local community, they would be free to rain terror all across our beautiful Lehigh Valley. So when we see people talking about due process, and when we hear about upholding the rule of law, there are people all across this country who want to defend sanctuary city status in violation of federal law. In violation of federal law, yet they want to stand here as hypocrites and say that they are doing the defense of due process and upholding the rule of law. So my question to you, Madam Secretary, is what can we do to hold these people accountable, elected officials, which are placing Americans in jeopardy all across our country?
Yeah, in sanctuary cities and states across the country, they tie the hands of us to respond to the needs of the local community members. In many of them, even our law enforcement agents can't do their jobs because they're not allowing them into state-run facilities or to courthouses or to areas where they could interdict these criminals that at times are often violent criminals. We had an instance just recently where a murderer that committed a murder has been on the loose in a community, and that is a sanctuary city, and we're not able to find this individual yet because we have a lack of cooperation from local law enforcement. It not only endangers the public, but it endangers those officers. They go out there every day, and they live in those communities too. This is where their kids go to school, and they go to church, and where they live, and they're demonized because of the defense that these individuals and members of this committee on the Democrat side perpetuate by defending criminals over their constituents. And so it's disheartening, but the responsibility of immigration laws and enforcement lies with the federal government, and we will continue to pursue law and order as long as President Trump is in the White House.
Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you to figure out how we can hold these local elected officials accountable to their actions, which endanger the safety of people all across our communities. Because ultimately, when we see bad policy like this, somebody is going to get hurt on the other end, and there needs to be accountability at the end of the day. The second thing I would like to talk about is protecting American workers. There have been numerous reports about how visas are being abused by foreign workers who come into our country, and then through things like the H-1B visa, for instance, are here doing short-term work as non-legal citizens, taking away jobs from American workers in places like the trucking industry. We've also heard about the hundreds of thousands of children that the Biden administration lost track of during their administration. Many of them were placed into forced labor and child labor situations in dangerous situations like meatpacking. So I would like to hear what the department is doing to crack down on these terrible behaviors and practices that went unchecked for many years during the Biden administration.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're partnering with all of our other federal agencies in a way that's really unprecedented to go after individuals that trafficked our children, that were involved in those operations, and then also to gather up their affiliates as well. You know, the Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for our refugee program, so adding integrity to that is very important, and make sure that when children come into our system, they may come in illegally or were trafficked in the past, that we're caring for them and returning them back to their families and to safe situations is very important. When you look at our visa programs, it's the Department of State that decides if a visa should be allocated to someone. It's the Department of Homeland Security that enforces that, that takes action on that. And we will continue to make sure that these programs are on task to why they were created, that they're being utilized for individuals who truly do love our country and recognize the opportunities our country provides them.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Thanadar for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chair and Ranking Member. Secretary Noem, the Constitution of the United States establishes a federal government divided into 3 branches. It is Congress that makes the laws, the President who takes care that the laws are faithfully executed, and it is the Judicial Department that says what the law is. The constitutional separation of powers and system of checks and balances is necessary for the protection of liberty. and any violation undermines the rights and liberties of everyone in the United States. The Trump administration has repeatedly ignored the federal courts, including the Supreme Court. President Trump has even said that, and I quote, doesn't know, end quote, whether he has to uphold the Constitution. The President of the United States said, doesn't know. Secretary Noem, is it the policy of the Department of Homeland Security to follow orders issued by federal courts?
Yes, we are following all federal court orders.
So the answer is yes?
We are following all federal court orders, yes.
Well, as just one of the many examples, a federal judge required FEMA, and I quote, immediately cease, end the quote, efforts to withhold disbursement of federal grant funding appropriated by Congress. The court later found evidence that FEMA, an agency under your purview, was in direct violation of the court orders. So court orders were not followed, as you see. Yes or no?
We are following court orders. Grants are being reevaluated, but they are being obligated and appropriated according to how Congress has laid out.
Well, Secretary Noem, we all took an oath to uphold the laws and Constitution of the United States. It is a sad day that I have to sit here and issue a reminder. You and the Department of Homeland Security must respect the Constitution and the courts. Mr. Chairman, I want to yield my rest of my time to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Goldman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Tanadar. Secretary Noem, your opening statement includes a lot of data and numbers, but it doesn't mention asylum. How many people have claimed asylum since January 21st of this year?
I don't have that number readily available to me right now, but I can get that for you.
Do you have a sense? Is it
I don't.
dozens, hundreds, thousands?
I don't.
You are aware, are you not, that asylum is a lawful pathway into the country?
I am.
And are you aware of how and why the United States implemented our asylum laws?
We grant asylum to individuals who are feeling threatened specifically by their government through violent activities that are perpetuated in their own home countries.
Right, and it was originally implemented because Jews fleeing from the Holocaust were not allowed to seek refuge in this country, even though they clearly had no country to go to and had nowhere else to go. And those Jews in the Holocaust were rounded up frequently by the Gestapo in Nazi Germany, a secret undercover police unit that we know rounded up the Jews and sent them to the gas chambers. One of the things that I want to address with you briefly is, I think you said your testimony was that agents who are wearing masks do so as part of their undercover disguise. Is that right?
So if the need arises to where they have activities that require them to be undercover at times or to protect their identity to continue their work and their duties.
So if
that
an
may be
agent
utilized.
is conducting an arrest and approaches an individual without their mask on, and then when alerted to being videotaped, puts their mask on, that's not to protect their identity from the individual who's being arrested, right?
It could be, Congressman. I don't know the specifics of the situation.
Is it the
you're
policy of the
referencing, but
Department of Homeland Security now that undercover ICE agents are permitted to wear face masks when executing their official duties?
Sir, it is allowed that they can if protecting their
Is it in the
identity is an
policies?
imperative part
Do you
of
address
their-
face masks in the
I'll have
policies?
to look and see if it's in our written policies.
Because
I'm not
it's
certain, but it's
quite ironic, and
No.
I agree with the administration that is trying to ban face masks from anti-Semitic protests on campus, and yet our own law enforcement are wearing face masks to hide their identities.
We are implementing the exact
That
same
is-
policies
that
that
is
Joe Biden
not-
had in place for his.
That is not any policy that I was
did
aware
not
of when I
change any
worked
of
with
the
the Department of
policies.
Homeland Security.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Knott for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, thank you for your testimony today. And as someone who worked with law enforcement at every level, I know the dangers that they face and I know the reasons why they wear those masks, and equating ICE agents to anti-Semitic mobs is a disgusting analogy, and I'm sorry this committee just asked you those questions. But in regards to the threat that our country faces relating to the open border and the ill effects from it, I can't help but hear the silence when we hear the other side of the aisle. There is no protest to the open border. There's no protest to, at minimum, 10 million, up to maybe 15 or 20 million people who came to the country. I worry in some ways that we are becoming desensitized to all of the problems because there are so many. You know, surges in overdose deaths from fentanyl, surges in violence. We see compounding numbers of people who are terrorists coming into the country. I've heard testimony from this very committee that there were dozens, if not hundreds of miles of border that were ordered to not be enforced over the last administration. So we don't know who's here. And whether it's hostile actors from China, Cuba, Venezuela, other hostile countries, whether in the Middle East or all over the world, we know that they sent people to exploit the open border policies of the last administration. Yes, drug trafficking, yes, human trafficking, yes, violence is all part of that, but so are threats that go well beyond that, you know, terrorist, national security threats, et cetera. And if we made perfect border policy from this point forward, we would still have a huge problem because of what the Biden administration did in your position. How can we as a committee help you get ahead of this problem and to make sure that the solutions continue to unfold years into the future, which is what will be required?
Well, a couple of things. One of the things that I think was most tragic of the last administration is they even prevented us from having data to start with.
Yep.
For instance, President Trump in his first administration opened the Voices office at ICE, which gave victims of illegal immigrant crime an opportunity to get information, to have support systems, to get case information, to know when that individual was in court, when they were going to be released. When President Biden became president, he shut that office down, which means that because it didn't exist, we don't truly know how many victims of illegal immigrant crime there are out there. We don't have the data. So continuing to have systems in place where you're bringing light to the fact that there are victims still out there and that people are still enduring criminal activity by illegal immigrants and that they shouldn't be prioritized over American citizens is very important. I would also say that making sure we have an opportunity to have the resources we need in order to do due diligence on enforcement operations and secure our border into the future is important, and then continue to highlight sanctuary cities and the danger that they are to our country, what they do to their families that live in them, that we aren't able to take enforcement actions that are efficient to really bring them justice.
In terms of the task force officers, ma'am, that is obviously a program that I, as a federal prosecutor, used. It's a force multiplier in a very profound way. In terms of the numbers that are allocated to the department that you lead, do we need more task force officers? Is it fine where it is? Is there room to grow? What would you say?
No, we're always looking for more partnerships. We have over 600 agreements in place now with state and local law enforcement agencies, which goes into over 6,000 officers out there that have been added to our ranks to help us out there with enforcement operations in states across the country. So now there is 6 states that this kind of partnership is not allowed. It's banned by the state government. So it would be helpful to have those addressed in those states so that we could form a partnership like this to compound our resources to really make sure we're bringing safety.
It might be worth reaching out to individual counties at some point, because
Yes,
I know within those states, there are numerous counties who are furious about those prohibitions from the governor's mansions.
Yes.
So that would be something that we would love to talk to you about. Okay. And I'll close with this, ma'am. Thank you for the work you're doing. I worked under the Biden administration. It was overwhelming. And again, we have a serious problem for years to come just because of that 1 4-year term. And if we can be of service to this committee, please reach out to us. And again, thank you for the work that you and President Trump are doing.
Appreciate
I yield
that.
back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now, I think, recognize our last member making comments today. Mr. Garcia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. And you said that you're committed to complying with the Constitution, which we, of course, all appreciate and think is important. Now, we all know that the Fifth Amendment states, and I just want to be very clear, that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The Fifth Amendment. Just to be clear, in a simple yes or no, this actually says person. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Correct.
Thank you. And you are aware that person has been defined by the Supreme Court repeatedly multiple times means citizens and non-citizens. Simple yes or no, is that correct?
Correct, I believe.
Thank you. In an April 7th ruling just recently, the Supreme Court has reaffirmed, and I'll quote, "It is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process under the law in the context of removal proceedings." But of course, the Department reported 230 people to be imprisoned indefinitely in brutal prison. We've deported U.S. citizens, as noted today, children without proper protections. We've illegally arrested students. And we know that just one of these students was released just last week, and you were mandated to do so. Now, the Fifth Amendment is clear. Madam Secretary, you committed to uphold the Constitution, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And you now, of course, commit to following the Fifth Amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Madam Secretary, you are violating that amendment as we speak, and you are breaking your oath. You are deporting people, and the department is deporting people without due process. We cannot deport U.S. citizens. Without due process, there is nothing that Donald Trump could essentially be stopped in grabbing people off the street. That's happening today. Now, maybe someone in government might not like your tattoos. Maybe they don't like how somebody votes. Maybe they don't want to see how someone represents your constituents in Congress. But if you can't see a judge, no one can protect you. And I hope that you and I and everyone here can agree with that. And apparently, not even the Supreme Court actually matters when it comes to the case, of course, of Kilmar Garcia. But let's remember that we're not just deporting people, we're sending some of them to be locked up in one of the most dangerous prisons in the world. Now, Madam Secretary, you've heard this case today, but I have to speak about it one more time. I think it's really important. This is Andrew Romero. He had an appointment to come to this country to claim asylum. We gave him that appointment. The United States government gave him his asylum appointment. He comes for his appointment, he passes a credible fear interview. He's a gentle person as described by his family. He's openly gay. He was leaving his country for persecution of being gay. He did everything right, claimed asylum, that was legal. And then we sent him to a dangerous prison at the border with no due process. There are claims about his tattoos. He has his parents' names on his tattoos and 2 crowns that relate to a festival back in his hometown. We are paying to lock this young gentleman up forever. What I would ask is the ambassador in El Salvador, we have asked for proof of life of Andrew. He has had no access to lawyers or family since he has been taken over a month now. No one knows if he's even alive. His mother just wants to know if he is alive. So my ask to you, Madam Secretary, is the same that I asked the ambassador. Can we do a proof of life check on Andrew just to see if he is alive?
Congressman, we are utilizing the tools that Congress has given us to apply due process to individuals. We are doing that for every person, and we are making sure that we're following what you have given us as far as guidance and how things should be implemented.
Would you commit to just letting his mother know, as a mother to mother, if Andrew is alive? He was given an asylum appointment by the United States government. We gave him an appointment. We said, Andrew, come to the border at this time to claim asylum. He was taken to a foreign prison in El Salvador. His mother just wants to know if he is alive. Can we check and do a wellness check on him?
Our asylum applications are different than the granting of asylum, and I don't know the specifics of this individual case. This individual is in El Salvador, and the appeal would be best made to the president and to the government of El Salvador on this.
We've
This
made
is
that.
not under my jurisdiction, and I
Madam
don't
Secretary,
have.
you have said that CCOT in El Salvador is one of the tools in the toolbox that you have. You have said that and has been quoted as saying that. You and the president have the ability to check if Andrew is alive and if he's not being harmed. Would you commit at least into looking and asking El Salvador if he is alive?
This is a question that's best asked to the president and the government of El Salvador.
And I think you know very well that you could ask that question. What you are choosing to do, Madam Secretary, is disregard this young man's life, this young man's family, who was given an appointment by the United States. I think it is shameful that you won't even request to see if this young man is alive. His family has no idea, has no access to lawyers. I would hope that we would have the humanity to just check if this young man is okay. With that, I yield back. It's shameful.
Gentleman yields. I think we've covered everyone. Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to associate myself with Mr. Garcia's statement. I can't believe that we would send somebody or anyone from our country somewhere else and say, well, we cut off all communication. We're a better country than that. And I just thank Mr. Garcia for raising that question. Secretary Noem, at the start of this hearing, you stood here and took an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Then you sat down and dodged the truth over and over and over for a little more than 3 hours, so help you God. You repeatedly testified that you and the Department of Homeland Security will follow the Constitution, the laws, and the order of the Supreme Court. Well, the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution says that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And yet, a federal court found that the Department of Homeland Security, under your watch, believes that it has a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process. So you did not tell the truth to this committee today when you said you would follow the Constitution and comply with due process. You also testified that you follow orders of the Supreme Court of the United States and all courts. But the Supreme Court unanimously directed the government to facilitate the return of Kilmar Garcia to the United States. But you just testified before this committee that Kilmar Garcia will never return to the United States. So you didn't tell the truth to this committee again when you said that you comply with court orders and decisions. You've overseen the deportation of U.S. citizen children and have claimed that their parents chose to take their children with them. But you produced no evidence that the mother, let alone both parents, of those children freely gave consent to have their children deported from the United States. In fact, everyone involved in those cases say that the mothers, in fact, did not want their children, especially their sick American children, deported. In fact, your agency lured families to ICE appointments under false pretenses, lied to them, refused to let them speak with an attorney or children's father, and deported them before a court had time to even hear the case. You've given yourself the unilateral right to deport anyone you deem a threat. You refuse to comply with court orders that try to stop you. That puts all of us at risk. Beyond your false testimony about the administration's deportation policies, you falsely stated that the administration is focused on a full range of DSH's missions. Instead, your budget request appears to reflect a view that DHS's sole purpose is to be a border wall construction agency that deports U.S. citizen children with cancer. Your budget proposed cuts to cybersecurity, emergency preparedness, and aviation security. Even before asking Congress for these budget cuts, you've overseen mass reductions in the workforce at CISA and FEMA. Despite repeated requests from this committee on how many people have been fired or have been bullied into quitting before their tenure, DHS has refused to share that information. So it should worry every American that we do not know how many people are left at FEMA to respond to disasters and how many cyber defenders still work at CISA as China and other adversaries attack our systems every day. And you made clear in response to my questioning, you have no written plans for FEMA. It is very apparent that also is no plan for CISA, where you are trying to gut the agency's funding and falsely claiming that CISA is a censorship agency. Since CISA never censored anyone, but now we are all paying the price for you buying into a baseless conspiracy theory. Secretary Noem, I'm glad that you finally came to testify before this committee, but I'm disappointed, along with a lot of my Democratic colleagues, that you stood here and took an oath to tell the truth, then repeatedly failed to do so to this committee. Let me just say, if you dance with the devil long enough, he's liable to follow you home. I hope that you will stop dancing around the truth and start telling the truth so this committee can do its work, helping to defend DHS from the attacks you've launched against it. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I want to make a clarification here because there's been so many incredibly false and misleading things said today. Once a deportation order has been issued, the due process is over. The due process occurs prior to that, where the judge makes a decision with the information, oftentimes the help of NGOs, sometimes in the past funded by the federal government. But the judge issues an order, and there's well over 1 million people in this situation that are being deported appropriately. No lawyer is offered at that point. The judge has made a decision. The due process has already occurred. It's really important to make that point. People are not inhuman or violating the law. They're following the law. They're executing an order that's been presented by a judge. I saw a meme somewhere this week that said a society that makes war on its law enforcement better learn how to make friends with its criminals. You know, I've said this before, the left has this incredible heart for the criminal. They defend the criminal, a full-throated defense of criminals over the safety of Americans and the following of the rule of law. We've even seen the defense of a congresswoman who threw a punch at a police officer. I mean, that's unconscionable. You know, if I was a 100% politician, and I'm not, but if I was a 100% politician, I'd be happy with that. Why? Because that's exactly the reason they lost every single swing state in the recent election, the border. This full-throated defense of criminals and the punching of law enforcement in the face. It's why they lost every single swing state, and Republicans gained in almost every state more votes than we'd ever gotten before. Because the American people recognize who the good guy really is. And it ain't Tren de Agua, or a guy who was driving 8 women, young women, through my state, and the Biden administration said, do not detain him. As I've said before, the left doesn't know a good guy from a bad guy. They street violent criminals and they want to defund ICE. That's been their mantra since I've been in this position. It's ridiculous. It's heinous. And yes, if I were a pure politician, I'd say, keep going, guys. But what it does is it breaks my heart. I am a combat veteran, and I have a kindred connection to those law enforcement agencies and agents who put their ass on the line, their lives on the line for our safety. And we're fussing about whether or not the guy has a mask on to protect his identity when he's an undercover agent. I don't know how many people made an issue out of that. Give me a break. Want to cut a deal with Iran, destabilize the Middle East, punch Saudi Arabia in the face, we get an imbalance in what happens, an invasion of Israel. They don't know a good person from a bad person. That's why the American people said, we don't want them in charge. Again, if I were a pure politician, I'd say, keep going, guys. But it's a spit in the face to the men who wear that uniform. It's a charade. That's what it is. It's a charade to say something about law enforcement and turn around and be okay with a U.S. Congresswoman punching a police officer in the back. It's infuriating. Madam Secretary, you have done a remarkable job. And what's happening now is the criminals and the cartels have stopped making billions of dollars trafficking human beings into our country. Thank you for that. And the texts and tweets that I've gotten from Border Patrol and the texts and tweets I've gotten from law enforcement all across this country during this hearing support everything I'm saying. Thank you. And I charge you to keep going, keep doing it. That judge executes that removal order, get them out of here. They've had their due process. And you will have our full-throated support as you continue to do so. And we will work very hard to get reconciliation passed so you have the resources and we can codify the common sense policies that this president has enacted with your leadership. Thank you for being here. Thank the staff for all the work they do to put these on. We stand adjourned.
Let me know if there's
I was waiting for the cameras to leave, and they weren't, so decided to rein them in. The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for coming before the committee. President Trump has taken on the mission to reform the federal government, making health care more affordable and making America healthy again. It's clear the status quo does not work. Bureaucratic bloat, regulatory hurdles at the Department of Health and Human Services have made it harder to deliver critical services. HHS needs to work better for the American people. This means finding ways to speed up approvals for life-saving drugs, improving delivery of healthcare services so Americans who need these benefits can receive them, addressing the high levels of chronic disease, and holding bad actors accountable to lower healthcare costs for the American people. I'm encouraged that HHS is already working to address these issues. I want to note that this is the first time in at least 2 decades the HHS Secretary is testifying on the department's budget before the Help Committee. And I appreciate Secretary Kennedy for coming to answer our questions on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Now, people fear change even when it's from worse to better. But without a clearly defined plan or objective, people assume the worst. Much of the conversation about HHS's agenda has been set by anonymous sources in the media and individuals with a bias against the president. Americans need direct reassurance from the administration and from you, Mr. Secretary, that these reforms will make their lives easier, not harder, and that's why I've invited you. No one can make that case better than you. These are the questions about how HHS will be able to preserve its primary functions and duties under this proposed budget. Many offices and programs potentially seeing changes are essential for implementing bipartisan laws, including laws championed and signed into law by President Trump. Example, in 2018, Congress worked with President Trump to pass the Support for Patients and Communities Act, protecting communities, saving lives through increased access to naloxone and prevention and treatment for fentanyl addiction. The Help Committee and President Trump also worked together to pass laws to improve research into health disparities, address the needs of Americans with traumatic brain injuries, Alzheimer's, Lyme disease, support family caregivers, and help moms and babies live healthier lives. Programs essential to achieving President Trump's goal of making America healthy again. In this proposed budget, offices that are responsible for overseeing many of these initiatives, which were initiated by President Trump, will be consolidated or repurposed. Now, I agree with Secretary Kennedy that HHS needs reform. Over the past several years, I've engaged stakeholders and worked with colleagues to identify opportunities to modernize a wide array of HHS agencies and programs. The department needs to have an effective plan to fulfill statutory duties in tandem with efforts to increase transparency, accountability, to streamline programs, and to root out wasteful spending. Congress and the administration should work together to ensure reforms strike the right balance and deliver for all Americans. Mr. Secretary, once more, no one can set the record straight better than you to explain how the department will maintain its critical duties and implement change important to Americans' health. By providing this clarity, we in Congress will be able to advocate for shared priorities in future legislation, and you will gain the trust of the American people, putting their minds at ease. I appreciate you being here. I look forward to hearing how the proposed HHS budget will advance President Trump's mission. And with that, I recognize Senator Sanders for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us. Let me begin by quoting a sentence that came from your prepared remarks. You state, and I quote, "The United States remains the sickest developed nation, and we spend $4.5 trillion annually on health care, 2 to 3 times more per capita than comparable nations. Clearly, something is structurally wrong with our approach," end of quote. You're right. The current healthcare system is broken. It is wildly expensive. It is dysfunctional. So what do we do, Mr. Secretary, to address it? Maybe for a start, we do what every other major country on earth does and recognize that healthcare is a human right, guaranteed to every man, woman, and child. Maybe we understand that the function of a rational healthcare system is not to make hundreds of billions of dollars in profit for insurance companies and drug companies who often engage in stock buybacks, pay their CEOs outrageous compensation packages. There was a guy from one of the major drug companies sitting exactly where you are sitting last year. A guy makes $50 million a year. Meanwhile, we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough pharmacists, we don't have enough healthcare workers in general. You are right. The system is structurally broken. We spend far more, we have a shorter life expectancy than other countries. So this is an issue that I want to address with you. How, in fact, do we guarantee health care to all people and do it in an effective way? Let me say a word about prescription drugs. You and President Trump had a press conference earlier this week discussing an executive order that both of you claimed would make sure that the American people pay the lowest prices in the world for prescription drugs, not the highest. As you mentioned at your press conference, this is a concept that I personally strongly support. And I think you are aware of that. But as President Trump and you should know, this executive order, like Trump's previous executive orders on the subject, will likely be thrown out by the courts, and we will be back to exactly where we are today, paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. In my view, the way forward is through legislative action. So, if you and President Trump are serious about significantly lowering the outrageous price of prescription drugs in this country, as I hope you are, I would very much appreciate both of you working with me and other people on this committee and in the Senate on legislation that I will soon be introducing, which accomplishes exactly the same goal as you and the President talked about, making sure that we pay no more for prescription drugs than people in other major countries. So if we are serious about that, let's work together and let's make that happen. And in fact, if Republicans and Democrats come together on this, if we prioritize it, we can pass that legislation in a couple of weeks. Thirdly, Secretary Kennedy, all of us want to make the government more efficient and cost-effective, and few would deny that there is too much bureaucracy. But let me tell you also what we want and what the American people want. And that is, we want the federal government to play a major role in continuing its efforts to combat such terrible diseases as cancer, Alzheimer's, diabetes, heart disease, and other terrible illnesses that claim the lives of millions of Americans. In that regard, I must tell you that I have heard from citizens, patients, and doctors in Vermont and all over this country who are deeply concerned that under the leadership of you and Mr. Musk, the Trump administration has terminated at least $13.5 billion in health care funding, including more than 1,600 grants to conduct vital research into cancer prevention, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease, among many other medical research investments. In the first 3 months of this year, the National Institute of Health has been effectively cut by $2.7 billion, a 35% cut, reversing over a decade of investment in medical research. Under your leadership, cancer research has been slashed by 31%. Further, Secretary Kennedy, under your leadership, you have undermined the vital role vaccines play in preventing disease during the single largest measles outbreak in 25 years, which has led to over 1,000 cases of measles, over 125 hospitalizations, and 3 deaths. And let me say a word about USAID. Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, who has led the effort to cut health and nutrition programs for the poorest people on earth, has absurdly suggested that no one, quote unquote, no one, has died from the massive cuts to USAID, Mr. Musk is 100% wrong. According to independent researchers, nearly 200,000 people have already died throughout the world as a result of the massive cuts in funding to prevent malaria, tuberculosis, HIV, malnutrition, and other serious diseases. Further, as a result of the elimination of U.S. funding for a global vaccine program, it has been estimated that over 1 million children will die because of the cuts that will save taxpayers very, very little money. So let me just conclude by saying this. The United States of America is the wealthiest country on earth. We should have the best healthcare system in the world, not one of the worst. Given our purchasing power, we should be paying the lowest prices on earth for prescription drugs, not the highest. Instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the richest people in this country, we should be proudly investing in coming up with cures for cancer, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, and other terrible illnesses. That is what we should be doing. But I am afraid that in too many ways, we are doing exactly the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. I'll now introduce the witness. We're joined today by the Honorable Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., the 26th Secretary of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. In his role as Secretary, Mr. Kennedy is responsible for overseeing the nation's civilian federal health agencies, which serve over 150 million Americans. We look forward to hearing from you today. Secretary Kennedy, again, thank you for joining us.
And thank you, Senator Sanders. I just want to begin by saying I know how determined President Trump is for us to have the lowest drug prices in the world, as between Europe and the United States. And I also know that he doesn't care how we get there. That's where he wants Americans to be. And he said, I don't know how many times since I've been involved with him, but that we shouldn't be be able to go to London and buy GLP for $88 that in this country cost us $1,300. And I know it's something that you've been talking about for many years. I look forward to working with you on legislation or any way that we can to get there. Thank you, Chairman Cassidy and Senator Sanders. I'm honored to be before you today to present the Department of Health and Human Services fiscal year 2026 budget. Debilitating disease, contaminated food, toxic environments, addiction, and mental illness affect Americans across every race, class, and political belief. When my team and I took the helm at HHS, we set out with clear goals. First, we aim to make America healthy again with a special focus on the chronic disease epidemic. Second, we committed to delivering more efficient, responsive, and effective service to over 100 million Americans who rely on Medicare, Medicaid, and other programs. Third, we focus on achieving these goals while cutting costs for taxpayers. We intend to do more, a lot more, with less. The budget I'm presenting today supports these goals and reflects.
The witness will suspend. The committee will come to order. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be tolerated. Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room. That was a made for C-SPAN moment. The Secretary will resume.
The budget.
Just a second, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, let's get the doors closed and the ruckus just totally cleared. Got it. Okay, and we thank the Capitol Police for working with due diligence. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, please resume.
The budget I'm
Excuse me, Mr.
presenting.
Secretary, will you reset
Sorry.
the clock? The clock's been running. Whatever it would be. Okay, please.
All right. The budget I'm presenting today supports those goals and reflects two enduring American values: compassion and responsibility. I invite the committee to unite around these ideals with me. The United States remains the sickest developed nation in the world, and we spend $4.5 trillion annually on health care, 2 to 3 times more per capita than comparable nations. Clearly, something is structurally and systemically wrong with this system. Furthermore, healthcare costs are steadily increasing at a rate of 2% greater than the economy. If we don't staunch this unsustainable hemorrhage, we will ransom our children to bankruptcy, servitude, and disastrous health consequences. Yes, an exploding debt is a social determinant of health. We won't solve this problem by throwing more money at it. We must spend smarter. We will shift funding away from bureaucracy and toward direct impact. Some things at HHS will not change. We will preserve legacy programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Head Start as the foundation of the MAHA agenda. Vulnerable populations, seniors, and veterans deserve consistent access to care, and I will ensure that they receive it. Today, 83 million Americans, urban and rural, lack adequate access to primary care physicians. We will prioritize these families, especially Native American and Alaskan communities. We will protect IHS funding, streamline its operations, and give the tribes more autonomy in managing their resources. Let me be clear, we intend to make the Trump HHS not just the most effective, but also the most compassionate in U.S. history. Our official budget statement outlines many priorities, but I want to highlight a few. First, we will consolidate programs to better tackle mental health and addiction. These issues now rival chronic disease in their impact. HHS will aggressively combat the opioid crisis, especially the spread of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. We will empower state, local, and tribal leaders to create effective solutions. Second, we will address nutrition, physical activity, and healthy lifestyles. The president's budget requests $94 billion in discretionary funds to support these priorities, including the Administration for a Healthy America. We will emphasize healthy eating and Head Start and ensure the program continues to serve its 750,000 children and parents effectively. Third, we will equip FDA to expand its food safety efforts through research, regulation, inspection, and education to remove harmful chemicals from food and packaging. Fourth, we will fund cutting-edge research at NIH while cutting risky or non-essential studies. That includes ending gain-of-function experiments and research based upon radical gender ideologies. At the CDC, we will return to core missions, tracking disease, investigating outbreaks, and sustaining public health infrastructure while cutting waste. Fifth, we will eliminate DEI funding and redirect resources toward real poverty reduction. We will move beyond lip service to communities of color and take meaningful action to meet their needs. Six, we will strengthen cybersecurity and health IT. The AI revolution has arrived, and we are already using new technology to manage health data more efficiently and securely. Finally, we will rebuild public trust, a trust that eroded through years of industry capture, corruption, waste, and misplaced priorities. We will launch a new era of transparency in public service, creating an honest, science-driven HHS that answers to the President, to Congress, and to the American people. I look forward to working with Congress to pursue this mission together as a bipartisan cause. Let's work side by side to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll start with questions. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that NIH wants to recalibrate its research portfolio to address conditions not previously attended to sufficiently. Nutrition, conditions such as arise after viral infection like myalgic encephalomyelitis or chronic fatigue syndrome. But this is happening in tandem with reports that HHS is closing the Office for Long COVID Research and Practice. And I talk to people for whom long COVID is seriously impacting their life. So to what extent will HHS continue to support research, data collection, and other programs focused on understanding ongoing health impacts of long COVID?
Senator, I am 100% committed to finding treatments for long COVID. I'm deeply involved in that personally. I have a son who is really dramatically affected by long COVID. I have many, many friends who are affected by that and by Lyme disease, incidentally, which we also is also a priority. The COVID office was cut by an executive order from the White House, but where everybody at NIH and at CDC is committed to these kind of studies, and I can tell you personally, I will make sure that they happen.
Thank you. The NIH is the largest public funder of biomedical research in the world, giving us an edge over countries like China, with whom we are obviously a geopolitical rival. But it takes a long time to develop this. And the rising prevalence of neurodegenerative disease is one area in which we have an impending crisis if we don't support the research and advanced cures. And my concern, and now I'll speak as a guy from Louisiana, if NIH funding is substantially reduced, they have folks at my universities, at Tulane and LSU, who are doing work on these sorts of things. So knowing that the NIH budget is getting squeezed and the indirect costs likewise, how will the NIH successfully do more with less? How will we build those new scientists to find these cures and to compete with geopolitical rivals?
Well, for one thing, Senator Cassie, you're talking about neurodegenerative disease now.
For example, ALS or Alzheimer's.
ALS, right. The Chinese are not spending a lot of money on DEI, and we are cutting those studies. We're cutting studies on gain of function studies, and we're cutting grants to foreign scientists from adversarial countries, and particularly the Chinese, which have the 1,000 Talents program, which is openly trying to exploit U.S. research and take our IP. We spend more than any country in the world on biomedical research. NIH controls about 70% of the global funding for biomedical research. The cuts we have made to date are administrative cuts. As far as I know, we have not fired any working scientists. Of the working scientists, the people who are actually doing scientists, there are some people who are scientists that were doing IT or administration, but in terms of who did lose their jobs. But in terms of working scientists, our policy was to make sure none of them were lost and that research continues.
Thank you. Let me ask you, the budget proposes to eliminate several large block grants for hospital and health department emergency preparedness and other core public health capabilities, explaining that states are better equipped to fund these activities. Now, I agree that frontline public health happens at the local level, but what works well in, say, Louisiana may not work well in a state like New York. But rural, under-resourced states especially rely upon federal funding to support public health. How do you propose we balance competing interests, returning power to states, because there is a difference in how different states do it, but replace the funding necessary to combat these public health problems?
Well, I think it's a balance, Mr. Chairman. And we have a legal obligation, CDC has a legal obligation to do national pandemic response, and we will meet that obligation. And in fact, we are going to improve it, and particularly if we can get support from this body to refund, reappropriate the PAPA, which is critical for our pandemic response. But there are some functions that are local in nature, and in those cases, we will be supporting local infrastructure to respond. They know better than we know, and we saw this during some of the hurricane response with, Governor DeSantis' response, which was really Florida localized. There was no deaths and very little destruction to a hurricane that was as bad as the one that followed that relied on federal response and was really a catastrophe for the state. So I think experience shows that the localities can often do better with some functions, particularly with the hospitals and infrastructure. But we are not relinquishing our responsibility at CDC to manage national emergencies.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me stop going back to prescription drugs. Mr. Secretary, did I hear you correctly to state that your goal is to have Americans pay the lowest prices in the world or equivalent to what is paid in other major countries? That is my goal, that you are prepared to work with us on legislation to achieve that goal?
Absolutely.
All right, and I believe there's bipartisan support for it. I believe that if the leadership here prioritizes that, we can do that in a very short period of time. Look forward to that. Let me ask you this, as Secretary of HHS. We have in America today some 85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured. We spend more per capita, as you've indicated, than any other country. Is healthcare a human right? Are we making America healthy when so many people cannot afford to go to a doctor, when 68,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor when they should? Is healthcare a human right? Will you work with us to guarantee healthcare to every man, woman, and child in America?
Well, I think you're asking two different questions. You're asking a philosophical question about whether it is a human right, like a constitutional right. As an attorney, I would say that it's not a right of a kind that we otherwise enshrine in the Constitution, because healthcare costs your neighbor money. If I smoke cigarettes for 20 years, I make that choice, which is my choice.
I don't mean to, I don't have a lot of time, so I am here.
If you're asking me a philosophical question, I gotta, give you a thoughtful answer.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
So, it's not like freedom of speech, which costs, everybody.
But every other country, Mr. Secretary, every other country guarantees health care to all people as a right. Should we, as Americans?
The objective is to get Americans the level of health care that they want, the choice, which Americans want. Americans
they don't want the choice to be uninsured.
Well, but
they don't want the choice to die because they don't get to a doctor on time.
Americans prefer private insurance to other insurance sources.
Do you believe? Okay.
And what I would say is, I want to find a solution to this. I want every American to have insurance. President Trump wants every American to be insured and have access to health care. The question is, how do we get there? Obamacare is not working. It is not working. And this is the...
Sorry to interrupt you. All right. The reconciliation...
My job is to try to make it work.
All right. I have limited time. The reconciliation bill that is now being worked on in the House will come to the Senate. As it stands right now, cuts Medicaid in the Affordable Care Act by more than $715 billion, which the CBO has estimated would eliminate health insurance for 13.7 million Americans, and also raise co-payments for millions of others, is throwing 13 million Americans off of the health care they have, poor and working class people, keeping America healthy.
Well, I haven't seen that number. I've seen the number 8 million. And here are the people, the cuts are not true cuts. The cuts are eliminations of waste, abuse, and fraud. And I can go through. I can go through the people who will lose it. There are a million people,
I really don't mean to be rude, but as you know, I have a very limited amount of time.
You asked the question, I'm going to answer it.
Well, Yeah, I've got a bunch of questions that I would like you to answer as well. All right, we talk about austerity, doing more with less, but in that very same bill that is being worked on in the House right now, there are $235 billion in tax breaks for the top 0.2%. Do you think that makes sense when that same bill would throw 13 million people off of Medicaid? Should we give tax breaks to billionaires and throw kids and others off of Medicaid?
You're conflating the congressional bills with proposals from the president. The president
No, I'm talking
is
about
not
the
making
congressional bill. I'm talking about the bill, the reconciliation bill.
I mean, the president is not trying to do tax cuts for billionaires. He's trying to have no tax on tips and no tax for
$235 billion by
how
through the
many
estate
people,
tax.
how many billionaires do you know that are making overtime or making any part of the
$235 billion. Look, it's a big bill. There are a lot of provisions in it, but you cannot deny the top 0.2% will get $235 billion in tax breaks while we cut Medicaid.
Senator Paul.
Thank you. I want to commend Secretary Kennedy and the administration for putting forward less spending. And one of the reasons I think we need to look at NIH and other grant-making organizations is if you keep giving them the same amount, you'll keep getting the same frivolous grants. And I'll recite a couple of them so people can remember. $660,000 was given to study the impact of microaggressions on obesity-related eating in Latinx Americans. You know, really, maybe heart disease, diabetes, obesity, but eating disorders in Latinx Americans. Here's another one, $419,000 to study if lonely rats seek cocaine more than happy rats. Maybe we could eliminate that, and that could go to a real disease. Most recently, NIH recorded a $620,000 grant for LGBTQ plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. And what they discovered was that girls who think they are boys are at least as likely to get pregnant as girls who think they are girls. Amazing, the science. But we should all agree that that's just left-wing ideology. That's not science. We should study obesity and cancer and diabetes. I commend you for shifting the balance. I have a specific question about closing down Fort Detrick recently. My understanding is that a contractor intentionally slashed the hazmat suit or the biosafety suit of someone who's handling Ebola. You were immediately attacked in the press by saying, oh, he's just anti-science, once and then shutting down science. Was this a serious breach, and is it being investigated?
We brought in the FBI to investigate it. As you say, it appears like it was a deliberate criminal act to try to, that was a kind that is equivalent to attempted murder because the kind of microbe, the pathogens that they were handling have a very, very high case fatality rate, up to 50%. The disturbing thing about it is that there are 3 leaks a week globally from BSL-4 labs. And any of those could be cataclysmic for humanity. And as a result, we not only closed Fort Detrick, and we brought the FBI in to investigate that, we also declared the end of gain-of-function studies that will allow those kind of leaks to continue.
I commend you for that. I think ultimately legislation will be needed because the next administration could reverse it. I think there is bipartisan support for some controls on gain of function. As you shut down gain of function, though, you have to decide what it is, and then you have to look for it. So I would suggest that at both Fort Detrick and at the NBAC lab that's nearby, run by the DHS, that we look at experiments involving Ebola, avian flu, Marburg virus, to determine, one, whether they gain of function, but also just determine whether the experiments are wise. I am told in public records that they are doing experiments or have done experiments to aerosolize Ebola at the NBAC lab. That's the DHS lab nearby to Fort Detrick. My hope is that when you investigate whether to do gain of function or what is gain of function, what is being done, that you'll compile that and at least give us a report in Congress, and we're going to ask for it, but so there can be public scrutiny of these things. You will help to scrutinize it, but the whole public needs to know how dangerous some of these things are and whether we should be doing them. The idea of aerosolizing Ebola, I think, is or training Ebola to be aerosolized is incredibly dangerous. Probably goes against the Biological Weapons Convention, and I'd like to hear a little bit about whether or not, as you investigate this, you plan on bringing information back to Congress or to the public.
Yeah, we're going to be absolutely transparent. I have a trip planned to Fort Detrick with Kristi Noem, who's the director of DHS, and with Jay Bhattacharya and other people in my agency who are experts on bioweapons, who are experts on gain-of-function research, and we are going to be absolutely transparent. We've also proposed a methodology for regulating and for determining what is dangerous gain-of-function and what is legitimate scientific investigation, and how to bring the public into that debate, which I think, as you point out, is absolutely critical. That is where we messed up last time. And as you know, we have some of the Democrats here who are, talking about the great science from NIH, but now we have a major agency, intelligence agency, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, and the State Department have all agreed that NIH research almost certainly led to the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. So that's not the kind of the result that we should be allowing or enabling, and we're going to end that now.
If possible, the trip to Fort Detrick and to NBAC, we'd like to be included or invited on that trip if possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, one of my constituents, her name's Natalie Phelps. She's a mom of 2 from Bainbridge Island in Washington State. She has been fighting aggressive stage 4 colorectal cancer for nearly 5 years now. Her best hope now is a clinical trial she's participating in at the NIH Clinical Center. She flew out to NIH a few weeks ago for her first appointment, and her care team there wanted her to come back in 4 weeks to start treatment. But because of the thoughtless mass firing of thousands of critical employees across NIH and HHS that you carried out, Natalie's doctors at that clinical center have told her they have no choice but to delay her treatment by an additional 4 weeks. Now, an extra 4 weeks may not sound like a long time, but I will tell you, for stage 4 cancer patients like Natalie, this could mean the difference between life and death. Secretary Kennedy, how many staff have been cut from the NIH's clinical center? I want a specific number.
I can't tell you that now, Senator Murray. What I can tell you is that if you contact my office tomorrow, I'll look specifically into that.
Well, that is not acceptable. I want an answer back by that. She deserves it. I do it. She doesn't have much time. She deserves an answer back.
Wouldn't you rather get her into that clinical trial as fast as you can?
Absolutely.
All right, so if you contact my office tomorrow, this is if that happened.
You are here to defend your budget. I'm here to ask you questions about the impact of that.
Well, you asked me about a specific case that I want to help with. I don't think anybody,
but there are.
I don't think that should happen to anybody.
Okay, well, what have you, and I mean you personally, done to assess how those staff cuts are impacting patient care? She is one of many. What have you done to assess that?
I provided the guidelines that said we shouldn't, that no clinical trials should be affected by the cuts. I have, Matt Mamoli.
Mr. Secretary, I just have a short amount of time. They are impacting clinical trials.
You asked me a question. Do you want me to answer it?
I want to tell you, you need to know this. You're here to defend the NIH budget, which
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Well, I want
to. You want me to answer your question, Senator?
Tell you that Natalie is sitting there waiting for treatment.
I'm offering to help her, but you don't care.
Mr.
You don't care about Natalie.
I reclaim my time.
I've offered to help Natalie.
I am asking you a question, and it is critical. You are here to defend cutting NIH by half. Do you genuinely believe that that won't result in more stories like Natalie's?
I think the cuts that are now proposed by NIH are going to hurt. I think that President Trump, listen, there's no agency head in the government like myself that wants to see their budget cut. And
Well,
for me,
and I asked you, have you personally assessed what this is doing to patients? And I am telling you one story of one person. It is impacting life or death situation. I think it's.
you want me to answer your question, Senator?
Well, you did.
Oh,
And you pretty much
I
said
have
you
not.
didn't know.
You have not allowed me to answer it.
Well, I will just say that it is my job to be a voice for people like Natalie and countless other patients who are like her. So you've got to fix this. I want to know, and I want a personal update on Natalie's case, and you offered that. Please give that to me in the next 24 hours. And I expect details and transparency about the state of NIH clinical care.
You contact my office, Senator, and
I think
will
you could
do
contact
everything
my
in my
office as well.
power to try to get Natalie into
Let me,
that.
I got 1 minute left, and I want to ask you about the NIOSH cuts. I am really alarmed by your decision to essentially eliminate the National Institutes for Occupational Safety and Health. You've already fired nearly 90% of the staff. That includes the staff in my state at the Spokane Research Lab. Those are experts. They do essential work to protect miners and firefighters and farm workers, people who work in dangerous conditions. I am told that after a backlash, you are reinstating some of those, mainly in the West Virginia office. But nobody in the Western United States, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to how you've made these decisions, and how do you explain this to my constituents in Spokane who are out of a job and the workers that are being impacted by that?
The work in NIOSH will not be interrupted. I've brought back 328 workers, mainly in the Cleveland office and the Morgantown office and for the World Trade Center site. And that work will continue. The work on mine safety will continue. The epicenter of that work has been Cleveland, and it's been Morgantown. We understand it's a critically important function, and I did not want to see it end.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say you can't fire 90% of the people and assume the work gets done.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, nearly 7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease, and caring for people with this devastating chronic disease costs us some $360 billion a year. I am the author of a law that's known as the BOLD Act. It takes a public health approach to Alzheimer's. It educates providers, promotes earlier diagnosis, it helps caregivers, and it also promotes lifestyle changes. I have worked very hard to make sure that HHS has the resources to carry out this law, which was just recently extended. I'm concerned that the reductions in force of approximately 10,000 staff across HHS will completely undermine this act. And this act, in many ways, is very consistent with your approach of looking at public health issues for chronic diseases. For example, the Healthy Aging Branch administers the BOLD Act for Alzheimer's. It has lost all of its staff. So how can you ensure that the CDC continues to implement the BOLD Act and the Alzheimer's programs under it when all of the staff responsible for that administration have either been placed on administrative leave or let go?
I don't know enough about that program, but I know that under that division has been folded into the Agency for Healthy America. And a lot of the reports that whole divisions have been liquidated were just wrong. They were divisions that were being reassigned under the reorg. Now, I'm under a constraint here because at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we were told that a federal judge granted a TRO in our case on the reorg. And my attorneys have asked me not to talk about any details of the reorg today. But on that budget line, I will work with you. I'm committed. Alzheimer's is run in my family. As you know my cousin Maria Shriver, who's deeply involved in it. The NIH had a very, very checkered history on studying Alzheimer's because of the amyloid plaque scandal. And we have an opportunity now to do really good science and find a cure very quickly, and also find out, equally importantly, why so many people are getting Alzheimer's in this generation. I want to make that happen. I want to work with you, Senator, to make sure that that happens and that those programs continue.
Thank you. I chaired recently the first Appropriations Committee hearing of the year, and we focused on biomedical research and how important it is that America not lose its global edge in innovation that's producing life-saving and life-enhancing discoveries. As among the many issues that we covered, as you might expect, the hearing explored the 15% arbitrary one-size-fits-all percent cap that NIH has imposed on indirect but still research-related costs for its grants. What we heard is that this cap will mean less basic research, fewer clinical trials, and that it will also cause our scientists and researchers to leave the United States and go to other countries. I believe strongly that this proposed cap is poorly thought out, that it's harmful, and I know that it violates current law because since 2018, we've included in the appropriations bill specific language that prevents NIH from imposing such a cap. So I know the system needs to be looked at, but are you reviewing how NIH's approach of this one-size-fits-all 15% cap on indirect costs would affect laboratories, whether they're private nonprofit labs or whether they're in universities, as far as doing crucial biomedical research?
Yeah, Senator, we are, and you and I have talked about this issue. And I think the impetus for the cap was that there were a lot of private universities with giant endowments like Stanford and Harvard that were getting indirect payments of 78%. What that means, if you get $1 million grant, NIH then has to pay you an extra $780,000 for administrative costs, and a lot of those costs weren't even going to anything to do with science. They were going to, the university budget. And in order to curb that abuse, we adopted a 15%, which is the industry standard. That's what the Gates Foundation or any other foundation would pay. But I understand the University of Maine, University of Alabama, many other universities, state universities, were not abusing it. We lost about $9 billion a year in those kind of costs. And so we have a plan for how to address issues like what's happening at the University of Maine. I'm being gavelled out, so I will talk to you privately about that.
Thank you.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, you run a department that touches the lives of almost every American. Yet for this budget hearing, these are the 6 pages that we have gotten in terms of your budget request. We are also 7.5 months into this fiscal year, and yet you are not telling the American public anything about how you are spending the billions in taxpayer dollars right now. You had to submit an operating plan to the Congress, and this is just a sample page, but 530 programs simply have asterisks. Secretary Kennedy, this isn't about your hiding information from me. This is about your hiding information from the American public. And if you're going to cut cancer research or gut mental health support, at least stand by your work and explain it to the American people. Now, Secretary Kennedy, I want to start with what I hope is an easy question for you. Do you think lead poisoning in children is a significant concern?
Is lead poisoning?
In children, a significant concern?
It's a extremely significant concern.
Thank you. Then I would like to know why your department has effectively shut down the very program to address lead poisoning in children. The city of Milwaukee requested assistance from the CDC to help the city respond to lead poisoning cases tied to public schools. 6 schools have been closed, displacing more than 1,800 school children. The request for federal assistance was denied because of lack of staff. The entire childhood lead poisoning branch has been fired. In the words of a Milwaukee mom, it really sends a message of, you don't matter. I don't know what you would say to parents who must now test their children for lead and deal with school closures. But do you intend to eliminate this branch at CDC, yes or no?
No, we do not.
Okay. Because you cannot tell us that you want to make America healthy again when you are willfully destroying programs that keep children safe and healthy from lead poisoning. Congress dedicated $51 million in funding for this particular program. But when a community asks for help to prevent lifelong complications for children, and there is no one there to pick up the phone, and it's not because this program is ineffective, it's because you fired the entire team whose job it is to support communities like Milwaukee.
If that money has been appropriated, we will spend that money. If it's been appropriated to Milwaukee, we will spend it in Milwaukee. I've spent a lot of time in Milwaukee
It's to
working on
provide
that issue.
expert, and the entire staff has been fired. Secretary Kennedy, I did note in your opening testimony, although we wouldn't know it from the skinny budget that we have, that you plan on funding the Head Start program. But I want to tell you about the ramifications of what has happened to date with regard to Head Start. I've heard from families across the state, people who are terrified about the uncertainty and instability surrounding Head Start. Just 1 week into President Trump's administration, Head Start programs in Wisconsin suddenly couldn't access their grant funding. It forced one Head Start in Waukesha, Wisconsin to temporarily close, leaving 250 families without care. Over the last 4 months, HHS has provided roughly $1 billion less to Head Start programs across the country than during the same period last year. The delays in funding have exacerbated uncertainty for programs needing to make payroll. And in some instances, like the one I cited in Waukesha, programs have had to shut their doors until the payments came through. Now, I don't know what you would say to a parent who is unable to drop their child off at preschool because you failed to get already appropriated money out the door. Or maybe I should ask you, what would you say to a parent who shows up for child care or for Head Start and the doors are closed?
I would be very sad if somebody shut up. I fought very, very hard to make sure that there would be
What
no
is
cuts.
causing the delays in Head Start funding?
I fought I fought very hard to make sure that Head Start gets all of its funding next year.
Well, we need it this year, and why are there delays now?
I don't know that there are, Senator, and I will look into it, but I don't know. There should not be any delays. The funding is there. We are spending it. It's allocated. I don't know why there would be those kind of problems. I can tell you that within the agency, there were there were people who wanted to make the Trump administration look bad and that there were checks held up that shouldn't have been. I will have to look into that, Senator.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Good to see you. I want to talk a little bit about the HHS reorganization on some of the programs that impact Alaska's most vulnerable populations. I sent you a note letting you know that just after this hearing, I'm going to be chairing a Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, specifically examining HHS tribal programs that are outside of IHS. I really thank you for your early efforts to exempt IHS healthcare providers from the RIFs. That was very important. But I've also heard concerns from tribal leaders on the impacts of RIFs to key HHS programs serving their communities. So I know you're going to have some of your folks tuning in on that, and I really appreciate that. But some of the other reductions that we're looking at within your budget do have significant consequences to a state like mine. One is the LIHEAP program, the Low Income Energy Assistance. For us, it's not a budget line item. You've been to Alaska, you know that the temperatures there can get really, really tough. Keeps people from freezing to death in their homes. Another program is NIOSH, and I know that HHS had rescinded a number of those employees. That was great news. But the employees that received RIF notices for the program were not rescinded in the NIOSH Center for Marine Safety and Health Studies. So this is a big deal for our commercial fishing safety. It could effectively leave our fishing fleet out of compliance with Coast Guard safety regs. So we're watching that very, very carefully. And then again, shared focus here on making sure that our children are as healthy as they possibly can be. So I want to look to ways that we can strengthen and not eliminate the Head Start program. But I wanted to ask you.
You're talking about the NIOSH program.
NIOSH, yeah.
You should talk to me about that.
Okay.
And, as you know, that's something that I'm deeply concerned with the commercial fishery. So we should talk about it. And let's, and let's work for a solution.
Got it. I am with you right there. Let me ask about domestic violence and sexual assault funding. Right now, I'm receiving a lot of incoming from our community-based domestic and sexual violence program operators. They're really concerned about the delayed release of FY25 funding, the absence of notices of funding opportunities, as well as proposed cuts or consolidations that might threaten the Office of Family Violence Prevention and CDC's Division of Violence Prevention. So you've got some programs there that are really foundational to domestic and sexual violence. They've been reauthorized with bipartisan support. So I'm going to enter into the record a letter from the National Task Force, and it basically was sent to you, I guess, yesterday, just urging the communication of concrete plans for releasing some of these funds. So I want to raise that to your level, but I want to make sure that we're sending the right signal to so many who are just really on the edge with, again, these community-based services that are helping the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable. So we've got the funding that's out there. It's just delayed. We need help releasing that.
Yeah, my understanding is that the domestic violence funding was not cut. So I don't know. I mean, I have to go back and check, but I specifically asked about that program last night. Was told that there was no cuts, that President Trump is committed to it, and so I don't know why people would be experiencing even delays.
And it may be that it is with the RIFs, you don't have people that are processing these things. So again, I want to get this to the top of your screen. Last question for you. I mentioned LIHEAP. The budget proposal, the skinny budget proposes to eliminate LIHEAP, and the proposal says that it's unnecessary because states have policies preventing utility disconnection for low-income households, effectively making LIHEAP a pass-through benefiting utilities in the Northeast. Further, LIHEAP rewards states like New York and California, two of the top recipients for LIHEAP funding, which have implemented anti-consumer policies. I'm just telling you, We're not in the Northeast. We're not in that bucket. We're cold. There are other places that are hot. LIHEAP is a lifesaver. I did see your statement from yesterday saying that OMB was thinking that President Trump's energy policy is going to reduce costs dramatically. It may be a while. Right now, folks in Alaska still need those ugly diesel generators to keep warm. So I
know. I was on Navajo. First of all, I've heard that my whole life because my family was involved in providing low-cost energy to poor New England, and there are people in New England who suffer from if energy prices are high and you have a cold winter. I was on the Navajo reservation a couple of weeks ago, and Navajo President Boone Nygren said to me, if we cut light heat, people will die on this reservation. I know the same is true in Alaska. The presumption behind the budget cuts were that the energy prices were going to drop dramatically, in which case these payments would just become a subsidy to the oil industry. If that doesn't happen, I would expect Congress would then still appropriate the money, and I will spend it. I've already spent $400 million between January and now on this program, and we've made made sure to get it out to all the families that needed it. So
think you're going to find a lot of support on this committee for that. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Secretary Kennedy, I want to talk to you about your relationship with this committee and this Congress. I want to talk to you about the statements that you made to the chairman of this committee and to members of this committee during your confirmation hearing about vaccines. You didn't tell the truth. I find that to be really dangerous for our relationship. If I were the chairman who believes in vaccines and voted for you because he believed what you said about supporting vaccines, my head would be exploding. In the hearing, you told us, quote, "I will not work to impound, divert, or otherwise reduce any funding appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs." That's not the truth. You've done exactly. Let me finish my question.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. I'm just asking you to repeat it so I can understand your question.
During the hearing, I'll repeat it. During the hearing, you said to this committee and to the Finance Committee, "I will not work to impound, divert, or otherwise reduce funding appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs." That is not what happened. You've done the opposite. You canceled $12 billion in grants to the states, including my state, that are used to administer and track vaccines. You promised Chairman Cassidy.
When did I do that?
Madam Chair, would you allow me to finish my question?
Keep going with your question.
When did I do that?
Let me finish my question.
Accusation. Just tell me when I did it so I can understand what the question is.
You have canceled $12 billion in public health grants to states, whether you know this or not. That funding is used by the states in part to be able to administer and dispense information about vaccines. Mr. Secretary, let me give you the full panoply of
accusations,
the things you said before this committee that didn't turn out to be true. You also promised Chairman Cassidy that the FDA would not change vaccine standards from, quote, historical norms. But what happened as soon as you were sworn in? You announced new standards for vaccine approvals that you proudly referred to in your own press release as a radical departure from current practice. And experts say that that departure will delay approvals. You also said, specific to the measles vaccine, that you support the measles vaccine. But you have consistently been undermining the measles vaccine. You told the public that the vaccine wanes very quickly. You went on the Dr. Phil show and said that the measles vaccine was never fully tested for safety. You said there's fetal debris in the measles vaccine. And this morning—
All true.
This morning in
Do
front of—
you want me to lie to the public?
That's not— none of that is—
Of course it's true. Of course it's true, Senator. You're Senator begging your progress. You do not know what you're talking about.
For the record—
Let's have a little bit of order so that you can get
Madam
your
Chair,
question and we can get
I didn't ask for a response yet.
I understand
I'd like to
that.
lay out the predicate of my question before I'm interrupted by the witness. He should
Go
have some
ahead.
respect for this committee.
Go ahead.
Just this morning in front of the House of Representatives, you also said that you, in fact, would not recommend that kids get vaccinated for measles. You said you would just lay out the pros and cons. Okay, so this is the summation of everything that you have said to compromise people's faith in the measles vaccine in particular is contrary to what you said before this committee. You said you support the measles vaccine, but then you have laid out a set of facts that are contested, and I will submit information for the record from experts who contest what you've said about the vaccine, and the result is to undermine faith in the vaccine. It's kind of like saying, listen, I think you should swim in that lake, but the lake is probably toxic, and there's probably a ton of snakes and alligators in that lake, but I think you should swim in it. Nobody's gonna swim in that lake if that's what you say. And so I want you to acknowledge that when you say you support the measles vaccine and then go out and repeatedly undermine the vaccine with information that is contested by public health experts, that is not supporting the vaccine. And so I guess I have two simple questions for you. One is, can you clarify what you said in the House this morning? Are you or are you not recommending that families get their children vaccinated, or are you just giving people the pros and cons? And do you understand that when you say these things about the measles vaccine, what ends up happening is less people get the vaccine? That may be what you want, but do you understand that the result of constantly questioning the efficacy or safety of the vaccine results in less people getting the vaccine? So I don't necessarily want to spend the remaining 20 seconds in an argument over the science, but do you at least understand that that's the consequence of what you're saying? And are you actually still recommending people get the vaccine, or are you not?
Senator, if I advised you to swim in a lake that I knew there to be alligators in, wouldn't you want me to tell you there were alligators in it?
So are you recommending the measles vaccine or not?
What I've said and what I said in...
It doesn't sound like you are, if that's...
Are you going to let me answer? Or are you going to keep interrupting?
Are you or are you not?
Are you going to let me answer? What I pledged before this committee during my confirmation is that I would tell the truth, that I would have radical transparency. I'm going to tell the truth about everything we know and we don't know about vaccines.
Are you recommending the measles vaccine or not?
I am not going to just tell people everything is safe and effective if I know that there's issues. I need to respect people's intelligence.
I think you're answering the question. I think you're
And the
answering the question.
reason
That's
that
really
people-
dangerous for the American public and for families.
The reason people have lost faith in this program is because they've been lied to by public officials for
Secretary of
year
Health and
after
Human
year
Services
after
no
year.
longer recommending the measles vaccine.
Senator Marshall.
All right.
By the way, I said at the hearing this morning that I was recommending the measles vaccine. Go look at the transcript.
Senator Marshall.
Madam Chairman, thank you so much for being here, Mr. Secretary. We're glad you're here. Let's stay on the measles vaccine just for a second. Let me catch my breath after that, all that. I'm an obstetrician. If a 25-year-old pregnant woman asked me if she should take the measles vaccine, the MMR, I would give her the answer, no, you shouldn't. But if she was 25 and trying to get pregnant, I would give her different advice. I've always valued the sanctity of the physician-patient relationship. I went to medical school for 4 years. I did 4 years of residency. I delivered thousands of babies. It's my job to give that recommendation. What's the role of the Secretary of HHS as far as recommendations of vaccine, and just discuss it a little bit further?
Well, the vaccine recommendations, Senator, are normally made through ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, which is an outside consulting committee at the CDC. There's another committee called VRBPAC, which is within FDA, that actually recommends whether the vaccines get licensed or not. And so that's where the recommendations come from. And you know what? Traditionally, they have not done evidence-based medicine. They only adopted evidence-based medicine about 12 years ago. And what we've said during our administration is we want to have safety studies prior to the licensure and recommendation of vaccines. Vaccines are the only medical product that is exempt from pre-licensing safety testing. So the only vaccine that has been tested in a full-blown placebo trial against an inert placebo was the COVID vaccine. The other 76 shots that children in this country receive between birth and 18 years old, none of them have been safety tested in pre-licensing studies against a placebo, which means we don't understand the risk profile for those products, and that's something that I intend to remedy.
Okay. You said earlier you couldn't talk about the reorganization, and maybe you cannot answer this question, but maybe you can at least confirm these facts for me or not. Isn't it true that under Joe Biden's White House, they added 20,000 employees to HHS? When you were nominated, there was 28 divisions with HHS, 100 communication offices, 40 IT departments, 9 HR units as well. Can you answer that question?
Yes, that's right. There are dozens of IT departments. There's 8 senior finance officials. There are 9 separate offices on women's health, 8 separate offices for minority health, 27 separate offices for HIV, 59 behavioral health programs, 40 opioid programs. What we're trying to do is consolidate, streamline, eliminate the redundancies, eliminate all those administrative costs for each one of those little departments, consolidate them, and make them make sense and make them accountable to the American people.
And I suppose all those IT systems communicate with each other. You all are on one IT
There's
system.
40, as you pointed out, there's 40 procurement departments with 4 separate computer systems that don't talk to each other. So, and as you pointed out, my department grew by 38% over the last 4 years. I would say that's great if Americans got healthier, but they didn't. They got worse. So what we're trying to do is go back to the pre-COVID levels and to start making the department function as it would if in a rational universe. And to bring in, modern AI and telemedicine and all the opportunities we have now, these new efficiencies and for medical delivery to the American people and for patient care. And we're not able to take advantage of any of them because there's so much chaos and disorganization in this department, and everybody who's gone up against it in the past has thrown their hands up and given up. Yeah. What we're saying is let's organize it in a way that I can quickly adopt and deploy all these opportunities we have to really deliver high-quality health care to the American people.
If I could, this was going to be a question, I'm just going to make a statement. All the research that we do on MAHA, on soil health, on nutrition, in my heart, that's research on cancer. It's research on Alzheimer's. At the end of the day as well, and we should be spending as much money at the front side of this as we are trying to cure the end of it. We're seeing epidemics of colorectal cancer, young age Alzheimer's, all these things, and I think the research at the front end is every bit as important at the hind end.
Senator Murphy made a good point. The NIH has made all these extraordinary breakthroughs, and particularly in treating cancer and, reducing mortalities for colorectal cancer. But my question is, isn't it as important to find out why kids are getting colorectal cancer? When you and I were kids, there were 0 kids with colorectal cancer. It's epidemic now. So it's not really a badge for us when we say, oh, we can make it less lethal. Why don't we go figure out what's causing it and eliminate that exposure? With all of these, with Alzheimer's, with heart disease, there's something is making Americans very, very sick. And our response should not be just, okay, we'll develop a pharmaceutical fix for it or a medical fix. Let's figure out what it is and get rid of it so we can have healthy kids again.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I want to ask you some questions about staff reduction and kind of the timing of it. You were confirmed by the Senate on February 13th, so I'm sort of assuming that things happened before you were confirmed were other people's work. On January 28th, the Fork in the Road letter came out to people across the federal employment space, widely attributed to OPM and Elon Musk and Doge. But that was before you were confirmed, so you had nothing to do with the Fork in the Road letter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were confirmed on February 13. On February 14, one day later, HHS announced that 3,500 probationary employees were going to be laid off. I know you're a hard worker, but am I right to assume that in the one day between your confirmation and the next day, you weren't the primary decision maker about laying off probationary employees at HHS?
I was aware of it, and I could have blocked it.
Yeah, you were aware of it, so you weren't the primary decision maker. Was that a decision that was made like OPM or DOJ? And because it wasn't just HHS, it was all federal agencies who would lay off probationers. Do you know where that decision was
I had
made?
my full upper staff in place before I got there.
Right, but did they make the decision, or was it White House and DOJ to lay off probationary
They
employees?
made the decision. My staff made the decision,
Okay.
although DOJ came in and DOJ gave us information that we wouldn't otherwise have had access to.
Okay, next we go to April 1st.
I can also say this.
No, all I asked was if you made it, and you answered the question, and I appreciate it. April 1, HHS RIFs 10,000 employees effective June 2. Now, by this point, you had been secretary for about 6 weeks. A few days after that announcement, HHS staff briefed our staff, the Senate help staff, and basically, just here's some highlights. In that 10,000 RIFs, 467 staff at the Administration for Children and Families, 2,473 at the Centers for Disease Control, 322 at CMS, 400 at HRSA, 1,312 at National Institutes of Health, 197 at SAMHSA, 2,519 at the Food and Drug Administration. By now, you've been secretary for 6 weeks, so this was RIFs, not the forks, but you were involved in the decision about these 10,000 RIFs, correct?
Yes.
And in tandem with your leadership team, correct?
Yes. And as I said before, I pushed back on certain ones and canceled certain ones.
Yeah. I think yesterday, it may have been earlier today, you confirmed that 20,000 employees have been let go, 10,000 at HHS, 10,000 RIFed and 10,000 forked. Do you know how many of the 20,000 were veterans?
No, I do not.
That is a fact that's very easy to determine from someone's personnel file. So I'm going to ask that question for the record. We are finding across the government that veterans are disproportionately being let go, A, because they're a higher percentage of the federal workforce, and B, they're a dramatically higher percentage of probationary employees because they leave military service after 10 or 25 years, and then they're probationary new employees when they join the civilian service. So I want to find the answer to that question. Where does the rubber meet the road on 20,000 RIFs and layoffs and forks? In people not getting cancer trials, and I appreciate your willingness to help Senator Murray's constituent, in state grants being canceled, in Virginia losing $425 million in funding to the Virginia Department of Health. But here's a small example. All of our offices do casework. All of them do casework. And we get requests from constituents all the time. CMS is the largest agency in the federal government. Its budget is nearly twice the size of the Pentagon. And people who depend on Medicaid, Medicare, and the SCHIP program really depend on it. And it's the most consistent in the top 3 or 4 in terms of constituent requests to my office. Answer this question about Medicare or Medicaid or the SCHIP program. In every administration I've served with, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, I get answers to questions on behalf of constituents. I may not get them as fast as I like, and sometimes I like the answer and sometimes I don't. But let me show you what CMS is now doing to answer constituent questions. I've omitted the name of the constituent, and I've omitted the name of my staffer. This was very recent. A hardworking retiree, patriotic tax-paying American who's on Medicare wrote to ask CMS a very simple question about Medicare. Couldn't get an answer. Asked us to reach out. We reached out to the Medicare Part C and D Congressional Liaison Office. And here was their answer to our basic question. Unfortunately, there is not an update to provide. With the recent change of administration, we are unable to provide any information related on matters related to Mr. X's request. Congressional Casework Team. I mean, if you're just an everyday, hardworking American retiree on Medicare, and you have a basic question about it, you ought to be able to get an answer. And I'm just going to say, I've shared this with my colleagues, and many of us are having the same experience where our constituents can't get a basic question answered. I wonder if 20,000 fewer employees is connected to this. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Senator Husted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate the work that you have done in trying to raise awareness about making America healthy again, particularly as it relates to our dietary consumption, how food can be medicine, food can make us sick. You have raised a great deal of awareness, and when we talk about public education campaigns, I think you've done more to shine the light on things that average Americans can do to make themselves healthier than almost any secretary I can recall. So thank you for that service. I also have listened to a lot of the conversation today where somehow we think that spending more is somehow compassionate on every single thing. Like you have to spend more to do it, even though every single person in this Congress knows that they are spending borrowed money that our children will have to repay. $106,000, their share of the national debt when you're a child born into this nation right now. And everything that you can do to create savings and improve the quality of services that American taxpayers get from your agency, I commend you on it. I encourage you to do so. I want to give you the opportunity to share a couple points that you might want to share about how some of the work that you're doing in this budget is going to help people become healthier, generate some better outcomes for them, and savings that you think can be created that would not harm somebody's health, but actually preserve the fiscal future of this nation so that those children can grow up and have access to the American dream that we all had access to when we were born in this nation. So just share your thoughts.
And I appreciate you raising that about the debt issue, because the point I was making earlier was that there's no agency head that wants to reduce the size of their agency. I'd rather have as much money and power as I can possibly have. I recognize that President Trump and the OMB director have a larger duty and a larger vision, which is we're spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have, and we're billing our children. And that is a moral deficiency. Senator Sanders asked me about the morality of universal health. And there's a good moral argument for that, but there's also a moral argument. And when, we're spending $1 trillion a year just to service that debt, within 5 years, half of every dollar collected in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. And within 10 years, it could be 100%. And then our kids are doomed. And that is the debt is a social determinant of health. We are trying to reverse that, and we're doing it in a way that's not just throwing more money at the problem. We're revising the GRAS standards. 20 years the Democrats have said, we need to revise the GRAS standards. I've done it in 100 days. We're getting rid of 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes in our food. 20 years the Democrats have been saying, we want to do this, and I've done that in 100 days. We're rewriting the dietary guidelines that President Biden gave us, 453 pages long, and it's just an industry-generated document, the same industry impulse that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. We are creating a 4-page document that can be locally sourced so that will drive the school lunch program. We've called on and inspired governors and legislatures across the country to ask for exemptions to the SNAP program to get soda and candy off of SNAP. Is that a time?
No, you're good. Thank you for the work on SNAP, by the way, because getting unhealthy foods out of that program, if you're at the bottom quartile of income, you're almost twice as likely to obese as you're at the top quartile.
And diabetic.
And it's costing people their productivity, their quality of life. It's costing the American taxpayer more money through Medicare, Medicaid, and other health services that we provide. And I just would say, we talked about kids. I want to give you a moment to just share a thought. In 2022, we had a shortage of infant formula. There's a look at children now about what they should have in that infant formula. You're doing that with the
Operation Store.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us a little bit about that, and just if you have a moment. Well, I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for doing that. How about that? There we go.
But the Secretary made the statement that no vaccines except for COVID have been evaluated against placebo. For the record, that's not true. Rotavirus, measles, and HPV vaccines have been, and some vaccines are tested against previous versions. So just for the record, to set that straight. Next, Senator Hessen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. I'd like to start by talking about the current measles outbreak, which I know is a concern for all of us here today. 2 children in Texas have tragically died from measles this year, the first children to die from measles in our country in more than 20 years. Measles is almost completely preventable with the measles vaccine. As you know, it's critical that families hear directly and clearly from healthcare leaders about how they can best protect their children. So, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to give you an opportunity to say clearly here today to any parents who are watching that the best way to protect their children from measles is to vaccinate them.
Yeah, I've said that the best way to stop the spread of measles is through vaccination. But I would say this. We have handled this measles outbreak. We get a measles outbreak every year. We've handled this measles outbreak better than any other nation.
What I was interested in, I'm just, you can say, what I asked you to do was to say straight to the camera, as you did on social media, that it is your position that the best way for parents to prevent their kids from getting measles is to vaccinate them. And that is your statement today.
I said that too.
Right? All right. Well, that is great. Thank you. Now, you lead the nation's health department, so let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you think HHS should employ anyone who has endangered the health of children?
No.
You hired David Geyer to lead autism research at HHS, an individual who fraudulently posed as a doctor and gave dangerous medications and medical tests to children with autism. According to the state of Maryland's investigation, David Geyer, who has no medical license or training, gave hormone blocker injections to children with autism who were as young as 8 years old, which the Maryland Board of Medicine said poses a substantial risk of harm. Secretary Kennedy, yes or no, will you fire David Geyer?
First of all, what you're saying is not true. And we did not hire David Geyer to manage autism research at HHS.
So what is his job? What is his job then?
You just said some very defamatory
things
about a person who, by the way.
So let me just be clear for the record.
Those charges, Senator, I am going to correct the record on this.
Let me tell you what the record says, and then I will hear from you. Last week, when Mr. O'Neill was here in his confirmation hearing, I submitted for the record the charge that the state of Maryland laid out. Now, if you'd like also for me to submit to the record with unanimous consent today the findings of the state of Maryland, which fined him $10,000 for practicing medicine without a license. He does not have a medical license, and for providing and instructing and giving children hormone blockers. That is what the finding of the Maryland Department, the state of Maryland, its medical licensing board was. And I'll submit that for the record, I hope with unanimous consent.
I'm assuming that you don't know what I'm about to tell you, or you wouldn't say something that was so dishonest. You may or may not know that David Geyer sued the American.
I do know that. I do know that. That doesn't change the findings, nor does it change the experience of the parents who testified.
That finding was reversed by court, and he was awarded $5 million.
That is not true. Now let me ask. So I just want confirmation. David Geyer is still at HHS. I wrote you a letter about this a month ago, and you have not responded.
Well, I apologize for that. That's our bad, and I will respond. But David Geyer is not managing autism research.
So what is his job? What is his job at HHS? This is somebody who gave parents the impression that he was a doctor and gave hormone blockers to children as young as 8, telling them that hormone blockers would somehow magically help their kids with autism.
His father
His father is a doctor, but he is not. And his father was not in the room and did not, and he faked his father's signature according to the State Board of Medicine.
And that ruling was overturned by a court. So what you're saying is just wrong. It's just a lie. And they were actually, the court said that the Maryland Board of Physicians was guilty of actual malice in fabricating those charges against David Geyer.
Well, we will pursue this.
Yeah,
And I will submit for the record.
So do you want to know why we brought David Geyer in?
Sure.
Because it wasn't to run autism research. In 2002, the CDC runs a vaccine safety data link, which is supposed to be the vaccine information for the biggest HMOs that are supposed to allow CDC to have a surveillance system for vaccine injury. It's a backstop system. The CDC will not let any physicians in there to look at it or any scientists, independent scientists.
He's neither a scientist nor a physician.
Right. Congress ordered CDC to open it to the Geyers. So they are the only scientists who have ever been in there.
But again, Mr. Geyer is not a scientist. Thank you.
Independent scientists.
Okay, Senator Hessen's time's expired, but before we move on, did you have a unanimous consent request that I heard in there, Senator?
You, Senator Hawley, I did. A unanimous consent request for the printout of the website that shows Dr. Geyer is in, not Dr. Geyer, that's his father, Mr. Geyer, is employed, and also a unanimous consent request for the finding from the Board of Licensing in Maryland.
Without objection to both of those. And now, Mr. Kennedy, before we get to my time, do you want, if you'd like to finish your response, go ahead, and then I'll recognize myself.
David Geyer is the only living independent scientist who's seen the VSD inside. There's been a lot of monkey business with the VSD, including allegations of fraud. And he was hired by an independent contractor that not as an HHS employee, but by an independent contractor to look at the documents that we were getting to the VSD to see if they conformed with what he saw between 2002 and 2016. And that's the only reason that he was brought in, to see if there was, there's so much information that has disappeared from that database. The only way we could find out what information disappeared was because he was the one guy who saw it.
And just let the record show he's not a scientist. Thank you very much.
All right. Secretary Kennedy, different subject, on a different subject. You and I have talked before, when you've been before this committee, and you and I have talked in person a number of times about mifepristone. I just want to follow up with you because since the last time you were before the committee and the last time you and I spoke, there's been a major study by the Ethics and Public Policy Center of 865,727 prescribed cases of mifepristone abortions, chemical abortions, between 2017 and 2023. Have you seen this study? Are you familiar with this? Do you know?
Yes, I am.
You will remember then that this data shows the biggest study on mifepristone done, I think, ever, and it showed that nearly 11% of women experience very serious adverse health effects, to include sepsis, hemorrhaging, infection, of course, emergency room visits. Now, by the way, that's 22 times higher. That rate is 22 times higher than the FDA's current label, which says it's just 0.5, the incidence of serious adverse health events. So my question to you is this. You previously testified to the committee that you would do a top-to-bottom review of mifepristone. Mifepristone is subject to a REMS currently. You have said you'll do a top-to-bottom review. Do you continue to stand by that, and don't you think that this new data shows that the need to do a review is in fact very pressing?
I think the new data, first of all, it validates the CAS study, which is previously probably the most comprehensive data that we've seen on it, and it is, and it's alarming, and clearly it indicates that at very least the label should be changed. I've asked Marty McCary, who's the director of FDA, to do a complete review and to report back.
Good. Do you have any sense of timeline, Mr.
I
Secretary?
do not.
It will be a top priority, though, for you. Is that safe to say? You say that it probably indicates the label needs to be changed. Do you think it's also important as part of your review to consider whether it's necessary now to put back in place the long-standing safety protocols that always accompanied mifepristone until the last administration? In-person dispensing, doctor visits, screening for ectopic pregnancies?
I know that Marty McCary will make a recommendation. I feel that the policy changes will ultimately go through the White House, through President Trump.
But you'll make a recommendation based on the data?
Yes.
Good. On a different subject, talking about the advertising that is routinely done by pharmaceutical companies. You have been a longtime critic of direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising. You wrote, I think, in the Wall Street Journal a little over a year ago about the need to revisit guidelines around pharmaceutical advertising. Is that still your view? I mean, has your view changed?
Pharmaceutical advertising is particularly insidious because, commercial advertising has some level of First Amendment protection, not as great as political speech. It doesn't have the kind of strict scrutiny applied to political speech. It still has a level of protection. But pharmaceutical advertising is unique because if a company is advertising, for example, Coca-Cola, the consumer has a choice to whether to buy it, and then he's spending his own money on it, so he's got skin in the game. With pharmaceutical advertising, the consumer's purchasing the product, and it's usually the most expensive form of the product, so that they're usually advertising because they want to bury the existence and the availability of generic drugs that are much cheaper and equally effective. And the consumer is spending not his own money, and most often our money, taxpayer money. Furthermore, the pharmaceutical ad is getting tax deductions, so we are funding it.
I want to ask you just about that. Under current law, pharma companies can deduct their advertising costs as a business expense. Do you think it's time to change that?
Yeah, and I've actually have a call into Scott Besant about that, but I'm working very hard on this issue, and we expect to come out with a policy within the next few weeks.
Well, let me propose that we work together. Today, I'm introducing legislation to repeal the tax deductibility of these advertisements. It is a bipartisan bill with Senator Shaheen on the other side of the aisle here. It is a bicameral bill with both the Democrat and Republican sponsors in the House of Representatives. And my view is it's time to get rid of these tax breaks for these companies and to end this practice. Can you support that?
100% support it.
Fantastic. I look forward to working with you on that. All right, let the record reflect I'm giving up Senator Hickenlooper 15 seconds.
I assume Senator Sanders will also support that.
Absolutely, and I'll go further. The idea you
This is coming out of your time now, John. No,
the answer is yes.
All right, Senator Hickenlooper.
Senator Sanders can finish your thought, please.
We are I think, along with New Zealand, the only countries on earth that allow for pharmaceutical advertising. I think it's time we ended that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking the time and for your willingness to come into the public sector. I'm not going to try and play gotcha. But it is an opportunity to spend a little bit of philosophical time. And I guess one question is, do you think our country spends too much on scientific research?
No.
Okay. And so, obviously, the NIH is the largest, in terms of biomedical research, there's the Howard Hughes Institute, but the
70% of the world.
Exactly, 70% of the world. And I guess when you look at the level of cuts that we're facing over there, and I recognize that a lot of these cuts are imposed upon you. So, but there's a gap in basic fundamental research that's going to have to be filled somehow. And have you got any ideas of how we can do that, given the scale, the dimension of the loss that we're facing?
Well, first of all, my job is to support the president on this and to support OMB. But, the reality is that, as I've said, no agency head wants to see cuts to his agency. And I love scientific research, so I want to do as much as possible. But I think because of we are very, very aggressively implementing AI, and I think we're going to do it faster and better than anybody else in government, any other agency. We brought very, very high quality caliber people from Silicon Valley.
And I get that, and that will accelerate and help us do more.
That's probably it. We can shorten clinical trials. We can get rid of animal trials, which we're already doing.
I'm in support of all that. We talked about that for years.
And we can do, and we can now digitalize.
Research I'm talking about is not that so much as the fundamental scientific, basic science research.
Like bench science or epidemiological studies or whatever. And I think we can do a lot of that stuff quicker. I'll take as much money as you give me, and I'll spend it well.
Well, I just want to make sure to urge you to be a fighter for more of that research, because there's a questioning of science right now within many in the White House, not everyone, but many in the White House. It really needs to be pushed back. And Senator Hawley, I'll sign on to that bill as well. Second question I've got, we have a lot of issues around wildfires in Colorado right now, and this is back to the NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Safety Health. That you mentioned that they kept them in Cleveland and I think somewhere in Pennsylvania. Pretty much everyone's laid off in Colorado.
In Morgantown, yeah.
Yeah, everyone's laid off in Colorado, and that the question really, and I think a couple have been ordered to be reinstated, but all the West is dealing with these, I mean, thousands, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people out fighting fires. These are people risking their lives, walking away from their families every day. And the basic research that needs to be done, I don't think the replacements are going to be, in many cases, they're new onto the job. They're not going to be sufficient to address and really make sure the specific health needs of these workers, these outdoor workers, are addressed. So the question is, how can you make sure that folks in Colorado, like firefighters, are able to do their jobs safely?
I think a lot of the cuts that we're implementing now are painful cuts, and that they're cuts that are going to be difficult. But I think the president's position is that we're spending $2 trillion that we don't have, that we are taking from our children. And we've got to protect their rights to prosperity, to enrichment, to dignity, to choice. And, so.
I've heard that argument, and I appreciate it, and I'm a voice of frugality, at least in my office, and try to push it around the Senate where it's allowed. But we're looking at budgets that's going to increase the deficit by who knows how much, $4 to $5 trillion, to take things like this that we know are successful, and not just for Colorado, but for almost every Western state, essential. And you're saving such a small amount of money for something that's so important. I just hope that you can push back on that a little bit, and someone's got to take a stand for these things that are minor financial benefits, but significant losses to how we provide safety for workers and our citizens.
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator.
Okay, great. I yield back to the chair.
The committee will adjourn for 5 minutes, subject to the call of the chair. Senator Banks, you are next.
Senator, can I just say one word?
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify an issue that we talked about before. Senator Murray had raised the issue of a constituent of hers who she said had been denied a place in a clinical trial in Washington due to the RIF. We've been able to run down that case. The patient was medically ineligible for that trial.
Medically ineligible?
Medically ineligible. It had nothing to do with the RIF. And NIH had been trying to get her into another clinical trial, but none of our clinical trials were shut down because of the RIF. That was a canard.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator Banks.
Compassion for Americans with autism and their families. There's still so much that we don't know about the conditions, and there are many questions to be answered. And that's why I was glad that you recently announced an autism research database similar to a registry that you created. The NIH has more than 80 registries for different diseases, and they're a critical tool to understand disease progression. But even in spite of all of that, you were immediately attacked for privacy violations and accused of ulterior motives. Can you tell us today, how will this database handle protected health information? And is it an opt-in or an opt-out database?
This is like, thank you, Senator, for asking that. This is a database, as you say, there's actually 190 disease databases at my agency. Almost every important disease has a registry. And the red arthritis has a registry, for example, heart disease, cancer, various kinds of cancers. And the registry is intended to help scientists research what causes the etiology of diseases and also what the cures are. It's entirely voluntary. Patient privacy is protected. The data is digitalized and depersonalized so that people cannot find out who the patient is. And patients have an absolute right to opt out of it. So it's entirely voluntary. But it's a very important tool for scientists to use who want to understand how to treat diseases. If there's a number of people who've used, for example, chelation therapies on autism, and you can look at that, you can see what the outcomes were, or other kinds of therapies, microbiome treatments, all these various treatments that physicians and frontline treatment nurses and doctors are using across the country to address disease and find out which ones work and which ones don't.
You've also been accused of assuming an environmental cause of autism and rejecting a genetic cause. Can we say that your critics are misrepresenting what you really believe?
Well, I don't think, I think if my critics are saying that I reject a genetic cause, I think they're correct in the sense that the autism is an epidemic and the genes do not cause epidemics. They can contribute a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. It's like cigarettes and smoking. Smoking cigarettes was killing 1 out of every 5 of its customers, the tobacco industry. That meant 4 out of 5 were survived. So there's a genetic component to the ones who got lung cancer and died. And that is a genetic vulnerability, but you also need an environmental toxin. You cannot have a sudden epidemic without an environmental exposure.
Have you halted or redirected funding away from any pre-existing autism research?
I am told, and I haven't done this calculation myself, but I'm told that there was a 20-to-1 research ratio for genetic cause of autism over the past 20 years at NIH. And if you ask me, I believe that was because they did not want to look at the environmental exposures because they were scared of what they'd found. So I don't think we should be funding that genetic work anymore. I think we know a lot about the genes that provide vulnerabilities, high testosterone, low glutathione, the MTHFR gene, the genes that control methylation. All of these are involved, and we know that. And what we really need to do now is to identify the environmental toxins.
I appreciate greatly your attention and effort on that. Secretary Kennedy, we're importing a third of our medicines from China. It's a public health risk as well as a national security risk, and you and I discussed this in your confirmation hearing. I asked you at that point about reshoring medicine production from China during that hearing. I wonder if you could give us any updates on how that's happening.
Yeah, I think there are very exciting things happening, and some of them is a direct result of President Trump's tariffs. And I've been working very closely with David Ricks of Eli Lilly. I think they've been the most aggressive of any of the pharmaceutical companies about answering President Trump's summons to onshore production. They have 9 facilities now that are breaking ground. And one of them, the API facility that they're breaking ground on, will be, I believe, the biggest API facility in the world. These are ingredients, active pharmaceutical ingredients. China controls that market right now, and this single facility could give us back dominance of that market. So I'm very, very optimistic about what's happening, and I'm very grateful to Eli Lilly, which has not always been a big ally of mine. And I'm grateful, and we've been working very closely with the leadership of Eli Lilly to make sure they get what they need to onshore production, because we saw during COVID that for essential medicines, we cannot afford to have the ingredients offshored.
Thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
Senator Markey.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, all I've been hearing from you today is your defense of and advocacy for brutal cuts to Medicaid, brutal cuts to NIH research to find the cure for Alzheimer's and cancer and other diseases, brutal cuts to community health centers, brutal cuts to the CDC, the early warning system for diseases, and all to find the funding for tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires. That's all I've been hearing. And it is absolutely unbelievable that the Secretary of Health and Human Services can sit before the Health Committee and make such an argument. So, Secretary Kennedy, for months I've been hearing from people about the impact that you and Donald Trump have had on them, and for months I've been sharing their stories, and I've compiled them here. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to include my Make America Sick agenda.
Without objection.
Included in the record. Thank you. This is a set of stories that are being told to me that I would like to relate to you. Jennifer, who's from Massachusetts, is a stage 4 cancer patient. There is no cure for her diagnosis. Her life depends on federal investment in research and for clinical trials to continue uninterrupted to find a cure for Jennifer with NIH funding. She's right to be worried. I heard from Henry in Rhode Island, who wants a continued funding for cancer research where he works. He's worried about getting fired because the lab's NIH grants under new leadership were cut. He wants to work on cancer research to find the cure for Jennifer. You've already terminated $1.8 billion in NIH funding, which for Jennifer should really stand for National Institutes of Hope. She's losing hope. You're defending a 40% cut, Mr. Secretary, in research for Alzheimer's, for cancer, for stroke, for diabetes, for mental health. They're being slowed, they're being slashed. And I understand streamlining, but this is not streamlining. It is a bludgeoning of our health future and a giveaway of our global scientific leadership, and it will be people like Jennifer who will pay the price. Lou from Massachusetts, he wrote to me about his son who died of an overdose. He said his son Zach was, quote, a loving and loved family member who had the illness of addiction. He wants research to cure this disease, funding for treatment without stigma, support for health workers serving people with addiction to prevent any other family member from suffering from the same fate. Can you honestly tell us that, or tell him, actually, that you can cut $1 billion from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, including funding for programs to teach first responders how to use naloxone, to help to guarantee that other parents not lose their children? Can you honestly tell me that the cuts you have already made to addiction treatment across the country will make anyone healthier? How can you justify a $1 billion cut to substance abuse and mental health, Mr. Secretary?
Senator Markey, you weren't here when I was talking earlier, but one of the things that I've talked about is that the budget for my agency increased by 38% over the Biden administration, and Americans got sicker, and more Americans overdosed, and more Americans died from cancer, and we have now an epidemic of colorectal cancers in our children, and the chronic disease rate has now gone up to 60%. The autism rate has dropped to 1 in 31 children, and all that money that was supposed to cure those diseases or avert them, none of it worked. What we need is leadership and a new vision, and I'm bringing that to my agency.
Look at,
and I'm realigning my agency.
President Trump is negotiating with the Chinese about keeping fentanyl out of our country.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, in the meantime, we can't be cutting the programs for the people who are already suffering from opioid-related diseases. We can't cut the programs. Yes, it would be great if we could cut it. Be great if we could reduce it. While we're waiting for that to happen, why would we cut $1 billion from the programs that go to the families that have the substance abuse issues right now? Why would we cut it now before we get a solution to the problem? They need
First of all,
right now.
Most of the programs that support addiction, including naltrexone, Narcan, Suboxone, methadone, housing. We operate under SAMHSA of 500 rehabs that give people access under Medicaid. We are keeping those intact. We have President Trump, because of his leadership, has dropped the fentanyl imports from this country because of his leadership at the border by 40%. So we're actually doing more with less, and we are going to continue to do that. And what I'm doing at my agency is I'm realigning all these perverse incentives that have driven up costs and driven down health. I'm realigning so that people can make money in this country and markets can make money.
Look at 80,000 people died last year. This is not about efficiency. This is about cruelty. Cutting these programs. These people are already addicted. These people already need help. You're slashing
Senator Markey.
programs that families need right now.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here. I think it is wonderful that we are doing this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe this is the HELP Committee's first HHS budget hearing in more than 2 decades. And certainly, I don't think this afternoon has been easy on you. And we are grateful that you're willing to answer the hard questions.
Thank you, Senator Moody.
And have the difficult discussions, because if I heard you correctly, you know, the 60%, 50%, whatever increase in the last 5 years in your agency, you said reflected or resulted in people getting sicker and more people dying. And we have to do more than just think throwing money at something is going to solve a problem. And I am grateful for everyone that's stepping up on the cabinet and saying, I want to do this job in a deliberate way that's going to deliver for the people, that means more than just coming here to Washington and throwing money at problems and spending taxpayer monies without giving a lot of deliberate forethought to results. And I think that's what you've been trying to say here today, and I appreciate you tackling this, because not many people would want to brave this job, certainly at this moment in time. And as our nation is spiraling out of control and more debt, and more spending, we have got to be responsible for the future stability and success of this country. So thank you. I start there. I also note that in some of the numbers that we saw in this proposal, there wasn't much information in terms of asking for more money. I'm assuming that you're not asking for more money specifically related to the FDA, and I wanted to focus on a few things. And I believe your approach is probably going to be, how can we be better? How can we use the resources we have to do more for the American people, deliver on their health without spending more money? And one of those ways, I believe, in the FDA would be to tackle Chinese illicit vapes. I think 60% of their vape market that are in no way regulated. We have no idea what are in these things, chemical-ridden vapes all over the United States, being bought by all of our kids. I would ask that you dig into that and look at that. I know the FDA has been backlogged, and the excuses kept coming out on why they weren't following through and enforcing this thing. Meanwhile, we have more and more kids that are vaping these chemicals, and we have no idea what's in them. So would you look at that with your department using the resources that you're asking for today?
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking at it right now. And during the Biden administration, the FDA slow-walked the approvals for U.S. vaping companies. And the U.S. vaping companies, in my view, were acting very responsibly. They were putting chips in their vapes that would make sure that young people could not use them. They were giving good information about addiction. And they had very extensive labels. They really went out of their way not to make it attractive to children. They were slow walked, so they're off the market. And in order to fill the vacuum, hundreds of Chinese companies came in with these colored, beautifully, attractively
Sour grape,
comic books, watermelons, all these flavors are targeted to kids. They had video games on the vapes that lure kids into addiction.
So you're in tune with that.
We are going to wipe them out.
Thank you.
We're going to get rid of all of them.
Thank you for that commitment. As a mother of a teenager, and on behalf of all moms of teenagers, I know that vaping was going on in some of even our elementary and middle schools. We thank you. Using the resources that are given to you, if we are just more deliberate and aggressive in what we're doing within the agency, I think we can make a huge difference. And I want to direct your attention to one more important issue. One of the things that drives me crazy is when nonsense regulations are on the books and they have no benefit whatsoever, but yet they're on the books and businesses are trying to comply with them. In our citrus industry, our orange juice producers, there is a regulation that requires a certain sugar content. It's called a BRIC standard. It doesn't affect quality or nutrition at all. In fact, our oranges now that are being produced in Florida produce slightly less sugar. But because of this arbitrary standard, producers of orange juice in Florida have now had to start importing from foreign companies and foreign nations oranges into our country to mix with our products to deliver orange juice. The standard, it doesn't affect quality or
raise the sugar content in the orange juice.
We want to lower the sugar content that's required by this regulation. I'm sure you would not disagree with that. No. But would you look into an interim final rule that would lower that slightly to save the orange juice industry domestically?
Yeah, why don't you call Heather Flick, who's or Hannah Anderson, this week, and we will act on that as quickly as we can.
Again, using the resources we have, just being smarter in our approach, we can do a lot to save a once thriving industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary. I wanted to just relay, I had a town hall. I had a fire captain show up to this town hall. Somebody who worked at Ground Zero, and he is somebody who said he was diagnosed with cancer. He said he's on borrowed time, and he was livid, absolutely livid about what he said, the administration gutting the World Trade Center health program. And we've talked through some of these cuts that have happened before, some staff cuts, some maybe brought back on, the administrator cut. I just need to hear from you. I promised as fire captain I'd ask you about this. What in the world happened? Why was the staff cut for this program? What are we to expect going forward?
I restored the staff to that program.
But why was it cut to start with?
It was, it was part of the overall budget cuts. Our agency was asked to make very, very serious budget cuts that were going to be painful, and some of them should not have been made, and that was one that should not have, and I reversed it.
Were you unaware, or were you aware that the decision to cut NIOSH staff would cut that World Trade Center health program?
Well, you know, my agency is the biggest agency in government. It's twice the size of the Pentagon. It represents about 20% of the U.S. economy. We have hundreds of institutes and sub-agencies. We try to be as careful as we can about what we cut and what we didn't. We made a couple of mistakes.
No, I don't
That
think
was
you
one.
were trying to be as careful as you can. I mean, that's the problem that we've seen by rushing these decisions. You know, this was, I know, early in your time there.
Senator, I understand. I understand that if you look at this from a distance, you'd say, why don't you just do this surgically and cut one person at a time? This agency has grown so big, so fast, and everybody who comes in says, I'm going to cut it down, and nobody's been able to do it. And there was an understanding that the longer that you wait, the more the inertia kicks in. And we had to act quickly so that we can do something for the American people that is lasting. And we understood that there would be some mistakes made and that we would go back and reverse them when they were made. But it was more important to do decisive action quickly that could eliminate the metastasizing of this agency to, you know, which was growing and growing as our health declined.
So where is this going to land now? Can you tell us right now that the staffing of the World Trade Center Health Program will go back to where it was before you became secretary?
That program will continue. There will be continuity in that program. That's
Continue, yes, but at full strength of where it was before you were secretary?
The program itself will continue.
Well, look, the fire captain also raised this issue about the National Firefighter Cancer Registry. Also something I promised him I'd ask you about. Why was that shut down?
Cancer, I don't know about that.
You don't know about this?
No.
Okay, well, look, what I'll just tell you is...
I'm happy to work with you on it, though.
There's a National Firefighter Cancer Registry, and this is something that's part of NIOSH. And because of the cuts, when I go to the website, as I am right now, it says the information on this page is not currently being updated and access to tool is limited. Firefighters can no longer enroll in the National Firefighter Registry for Cancer. So I just raise this because this is incredibly important, not just for those that were at ground zero, but just writ large across our nation to try to help our firefighters. So can you promise me that we will work together and try to get this back up and running as soon as possible?
I will work with you on this issue, Senator.
Yeah, look, I understand what you were saying when it comes to your prioritization, but I will tell you, it is sending an absolutely disastrous message, especially to our firefighters. I mean, I hope that on the list of things in this Congress that we think are bipartisan, are unanimous, it should be about supporting our heroes at the World Trade Center, especially when we have more firefighters who have died since 9/11 because of medical issues that they had working there at Ground Zero than those number of firefighters that died on September 11th. And so if we can't even agree on that, if that is not seen as a high enough priority to try to protect, then I am worried about everything else that is more controversial, has less unanimity. So, Secretary, I will follow up with you on the National Registry, and I do want a firm answer on you on what is the final staffing at the World Trade Center Health Program. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Murray has returned. She's asked a request for 30 seconds to respond to what the Secretary had responded to her.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, 30 seconds. Take me down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'll give you 5:30 if you want.
Even better. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for accommodating and letting me speak here because Secretary Kennedy came back and said that my constituent that I spoke about earlier was not delayed by staffing cuts. First off, she is already enrolled in that clinical trial. It's not a question of eligibility. The issue, as I stated clearly, was the delay in care that she got, and what you stated, Secretary Kennedy, is not true. I spoke with Natalie actually last night. She asked her NIH doctor directly why, and when she was informed of the delay, and her doctor at NIH said very plainly twice her care was delayed because of staffing cuts. And I would just, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important for the record to show my staff has put in inquiries with HHS leadership, and they've been unresponsive so far. And just to make it clear, this is just one case of many, but those are the facts.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here with us today. I oftentimes hear you say the quote, happy to work with you. And I will say that you said it to Senator Kennedy, and as a person who's asked you to work on a number of topics, when you say happy to work with you, you've actually been a man of your word. And I truly appreciate that. We talked about the importance of sickle cell anemia and the research being done, and I invited you down to South Carolina, and you took me up on my offer. You came last month, and I really appreciate you taking the time and investing the energy to talk about an issue that's critical to so many folks, specifically African Americans. And as a guy that is thankful that we are working to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion in the federal government, I do not want some folks to think that all things racial are somehow DEI. And frankly, sickle cell anemia is a classic example of something that has a racial nexus, but it's not diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just a basic fact that African Americans, 99.9% of the time, are the folks that are suffering through sickle cell anemia. And frankly, if you go beyond sickle cell anemia, you find other diseases that have a consistent presence in minority communities. And to that end, I think it's really important that we continue to work together on building on issues impacting minority and other communities. And I would love, Secretary Kennedy, as you move through this reorganization that you are currently going through, I would like for you to answer the question, will you commit that programs involving minority health will continue and not get tied unnecessarily and inappropriately to DEI?
Yeah, absolutely. We will continue. I think that one of the minority health programs has been terminated, and it was one that was deeply embedded with the DEI ideology, but there are 7 others that are going to continue. I want to thank you for inviting me down to South Carolina. That was a wonderful trip. It was really, I got to witness a microcosm, a template for how medicine ought to be working.
Yes.
You had brought together under your leadership hospital systems, pharmaceutical companies and the biotech companies that developed this new technology for treating sickle cell. And and patients. And they had all worked together to make it affordable so that South Carolina now has this extraordinary program where if you have sickle cell in South Carolina, you can get 100% funding with, I think it's 100% cure or close to it.
Very close to it. Thank you. I'll just ask the 2 questions as opposed to asking the preliminary to the questions. For all the parents of children with sickle cell, can you please just reassure them that the Administration of Health for America will work on sickle cell and addressing minority health issues? It's a simple yes or no. And will the full budget, and when it's released, reflect funding at AHA for both the Office of Minority Health and Sickle Cell Activities that used to be housed in CDC?
Yeah, well, absolutely. My commitment. In fact, I had a company in this morning meeting with FDA that has a new technology that it seems as effective and may be even more economical. And I'm very, very excited, and I'm excited to show it to you if it proceeds, if it makes it through the traps at FDA.
Excellent.
But yeah, absolutely. I'm going to continue to make that a priority of this agency.
Great. Let me change topics quickly with my minute and 45 seconds left since I was extended extra 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the work that you're doing, frankly, as it relates to addressing how our food supply contributes to chronic diseases, including the phasing out of petroleum-based as part of your Make America Healthy movement. I'm really encouraged by the FDA's announcement last week approving 3 new natural color additive petitions. During your confirmation hearing process, I shared your passion for shaking up the food industry, and you are truly doing just what you said you were going to do as it relates to food additives. Because of your bold actions at HHS regarding petroleum-based food additives, the food industry responded by getting rid of these dyes in favor of natural alternatives. Thank you for your work in bringing healthier food options for our kids. Can you talk about how you will use your position to continue to build on your work eliminating artificial food dyes to further improve the quality of food sold to Americans in our quest to make Americans healthier?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big areas of neglect has been linking specific food additives and food processes to the chronic disease epidemic. The NIH has neglected that area of study. It is now the central focus of NIH. It's going to be looking at, and FDA, looking at ultra-processed foods, at sugars, and the 10,000 additives that are in our food that are in nobody else's food in the world, and looking at the impact so that we can put accurate labeling on, and when they're really dangerous, we can revoke their authorizations under GRAS.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. I have nothing personal against you. I don't even know you. But what I do know, as the former Deputy Secretary of Health and Social Services in Delaware, is how important your agency is to the lives of so many people in our country. During the confirmation, your confusion of Medicaid versus Medicare did not instill a lot of confidence. But today, as you talk about these budget cuts being painful, I am reminded of Delawareans who have come up to me and cried and said, please don't let folks take away my Medicaid, individuals with disabilities. While you talk about cutting this large department, there are talks about including more things in the department from the Department of Education. And so I'm concerned about that. And when we met in January, you committed to radical transparency and responding to all congressional inquiries within 30 days. Since then, we've sent dozens of letters. And to my knowledge, like Senator Hassan, I haven't received any responses. And given your stated commitment to transparency and your focus on efficiency and responsiveness in your opening comments, I think this is a great opportunity to get your commitment that you will respond to the letters from this committee, and also an opportunity to maybe talk about a few of the things that I wrote to you about. So let's begin with this letter. In March, I wrote to you expressing my concern about the delayed meeting of the federal vaccine experts, otherwise known as ACIP. The meeting of this committee is a key step in getting vaccines to millions of people, from babies to seniors, and delays can have negative impacts on vaccine accessibility and affordability. And while I'm glad that the meeting finally happened, we're quickly approaching flu season, and the CDC still hasn't adopted the April recommendations. And I can understand the delay given that there seems to be no current CDC director. So in the spirit of radical transparency, my question is, who is the acting CDC director?
The acting director was Susan Menares, but she is now up for permanent director. And so she's been replaced by Matt Bozzoli.
Does this person have a medical background?
I believe.
Or public health expertise?
He's a public health expert.
Public health expert. So the fact that the recommendations are kind of stuck is, and the fact that you kind of had a...
Well, can I clarify something? The ACIP does not do the flu shot.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the specifics of that.
And those, the flu shot was, and
my question was more about, do we have a CDC director? And then I want to enter into the record information about what harms could be caused until we get one.
Is that a request?
We want the director.
I'd love to shift
We're
gears.
relying on this committee to.
But this was my question. This is my
I'm the
time.
director.
We are senators, and so I don't want to have the same exchange that happened before with other people. I just want to ask my questions. I want to just shift gears. Your proposed compassionate budget would cut funding for multiple maternal and child health programs. And I know as a new parent, I remember learning that my baby should sleep on their back. The NIH Safe to Sleep campaign, you've shuttered. After launching this campaign in 1994, the rate of sudden infant deaths dropped by 50%. Many parents in this room maybe remember getting their children screened for hearing loss or rare diseases. That program has also been shuttered. You've cut programs that collect data on IVF, maternal health, infant mortality, all while President Trump is calling himself the fertilization president. None of these policies are based in compassion. And my only concern, even following up on Senator Kim's question, is understanding what goes into gutting a program that has increased, the efficacy of parents and being able to take care of their children. My time is expired, but I will just say, again, a budget is a reflection of priorities, and to me, this budget, the cuts to Medicaid that are talked about right now across in the House of Representatives are gonna have real, like you said, painful impacts on people's lives. And I hope there's some real compassion in the end, and I hope that you hear from our constituents as we are hearing from them as well, and we will continue to try to fight for them. So I yield back.
You've left me no time to respond, but I can assure you that I will act with compassion.
Senator Also Brooks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm over here. I've been sitting through this hearing all day today and have noted that you've been unable, in most instances, to answer any specific questions relating to your agency.
Because I haven't been given time.
Well, no, you have been given time, but the point of the matter is you've been unable to answer specific questions. Sir, you are the wrong person for this job, and you had in this hearing today the unmitigated gall to say at the beginning of your testimony that China is ahead of the United States in healthcare because China does not have DEI.
I didn't say that.
Well, we can roll back the tape. You absolutely did
And you will
say
find
that.
I didn't say that.
That is absolutely what you said.
I was talking about science, and I didn't say they're ahead of us. They're ahead of us in some forms of science, certainly not in healthcare.
Well, we can roll back the tape, but nonetheless, let me go on with my questions and ask you this. You just heard about the Safe to Sleep campaign, and you have made cuts. You made it very clear here today. You have no knowledge whatsoever of the absolutely amazing scientists and researchers who you have callously fired. You know nothing about the cuts.
You didn't fire any working scientists, Senator.
That, sir, is not true either. But nonetheless,
It is true.
It is not true. Let me ask you another specific question. The Safe to Sleep campaign, well, then can you name, sir, which office the Safe to Sleep campaign operates out of?
Which campaign?
Well, that's the one that the senator just asked you about 2 minutes ago that prevents babies from dying in their sleep. A 30-year program inside your agency. You would agree that it's important.
I think it's part of HRSA or ACF. It's ACF.
No, actually, it's in Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
And I think, and again,
Now, they're all within Health and Human Services, but the subdivision is ACF.
No, actually, the name of the
Administration
office
of Children and Families.
No, let me tell you what it is. The National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. This is actually the one that your aunt, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, is the person who it's named after. And you noted just a moment ago, the senator reminded you that although this is a very important agency, prevents babies from dying, this is the same one you fired every single person in this office as of April the 1st. It is also—
As I said, there were no working scientists fired during the RIF.
We can bring you that information later, but because what you just said is not true. Well, then the question also is, in addition to firing the individuals who make sure babies don't die in their sleep, why did you cut funding and staff from the CDC's National Center on Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities, which supports the Special Olympics? Was that a mistake? I've heard you say you've made some mistakes today. Was that also a mistake?
We switched those programs to the Administration for Healthy America. They have not been cut.
Well, the funding has been cut, and this is one that oversaw the Special Olympics. Are you aware of that?
We have not cut the Special Olympics.
You've cut the funding, and you also dismantled the Division of Reproductive Health and Women's Health and Fertility. You're aware of that, right?
We have, right now, we have 42 divisions that do maternal health, and we're consolidating them. And the mainstream media has portrayed those as cuts, but they're not cuts, they're consolidations. It's ridiculous to have 42 divisions that are all supposed to be doing the same thing with their own administrators.
Well, let me ask you a question. So it doesn't exist right now, it's been dismantled. That is a fact, that particular division, what you plan to do in the future.
There's 42 divisions on maternal health we consolidated.
Sir, let me finish what I'm saying here. The fact of the matter is you have dismantled it as we speak. And are you aware, what does the assisted reproductive technology mean to you? Are you familiar with that?
Are you talking about IVF?
Well, it's assisted reproductive technology. It's a division. Do you know what it does?
Is it part of NIH?
No, it's actually a part of your agency. It's a part.
NIH is part of my agency, Senator. You should know that.
I do know that, but it's actually a part of, it's the CDC is where it is.
Okay, then it's CDC.
Right, okay. Let me just ask you, and again, these are all of the things you seem unfamiliar with, the ones, the programs that you've cut.
You're unfamiliar with my agency, that NIH and CDC are part of HHS.
Oh, I absolutely know. NIH is in my county. I was there this past weekend with the researchers that you have fired. So I absolutely know where NIH is, sir, and don't need any help from you in knowing that. I see the time. Thank you.
Senator Blunt Rochester, did you have something you wanted in the record? You mentioned something but didn't formally ask, and I want to make sure.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce this into the record. It is, the CDC has no acting director, sources confirmed. It is.
Without objection, it's entered into the record.
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Sanders.
Ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 21 letters from groups raising concerns about the HHS reorganization budget and RIFs. Also ask unanimous consent on behalf of Senator Murphy to enter 2 articles into the record.
Without objection. For any senator wishing to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due in 10 business days on May 28th at 5 p.m. Thank you again, Secretary Kennedy, for being here. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be.
who are pro-life. I'm encouraged by President Trump's tremendous success in getting our nation's border under control so quickly and so effectively. The President's success in securing our border directly benefits public health by reducing the incoming flow of illicit drugs like fentanyl, which has fallen by 54% since this time last year. And that's no small thing. Similarly, the President's border actions have significantly reduced the number of unaccompanied minors being trafficked into our country. I look forward to hearing from the Secretary about these efforts as well. I also look forward to learning more about the Secretary's plans to reform and reorganize the Department of Health and Human Services. Over the past 2 years, Secretary Kennedy has spoken eloquently to the American people about the urgent need for health care reform. He continued to make the case for reform as he partnered with President Trump to Make America Healthy Again movement. Last month, the Secretary announced a number of structural reform proposals within the Department of Health and Human Services and its numerous sub-agencies, including the establishment of a new administration for Healthy America. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate the preliminary details of this plan that you have shared with us, and I look forward to hearing more this morning. Congress has also been engaged on the urgent need to reform our health care agencies. Last year, I was pleased to work with our colleagues on the Energy and the Commerce Committee to initiate reform proposals for NIH, or the National Institute of Health. I'm encouraged to see that the administration is building off of this process by making additional reform proposals at the National Institute of Health. I look forward to hearing more details about that, your proposal, and to continue in a dialogue between the department and the Appropriations Committee as we begin the budget process in earnest. Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you know all too well that implementing reforms in Washington is no easy task. However, the President has asked you to take on this weighty challenge, and you have accepted that challenge. We here in Congress want to partner with you, bringing our own experience to the table as elected representatives of our communities. We share your goal to make America healthy again, and we look forward this morning to your testimony here today. And with that, I'd like to turn to our ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro, for any opening remarks that she may have. Ms. DeLauro, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding what is a very critically important hearing on President Trump's disastrous budget request for the Department of Health and Human Services. Secretary Kennedy, good morning to you. We welcome you to the House Appropriations Committee for your first budget hearing. However, I cannot thank you for the Trump administration's budget request to cut funding for important health programs by $33 billion. Quite frankly, I view it as a disgrace. Under your budget proposal, Americans would die of needless and preventable deaths. But before we talk about the request to cut tens of billions of dollars next year, I would like to talk about what is happening right now. The American people are demanding health with a cost of living, but President Trump is not laser focused on the cost of living crisis. He is actually making it worse. He promised to fight for the working class, but instead put Elon Musk and billionaires in charge of the government, and you to destroy everything we know about good public health. Mr. Secretary, this administration is recklessly and unlawfully freezing and stealing congressionally appropriated funds from a wide swath of agencies, programs, and services across the government that serve the American people. And recall that this is a violation of the Constitution. The power of the purse resides with the Congress. It's Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. Yourself and President Trump and Elon Musk are attacking health programs to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And by promoting quackery, we are endangering the health of the American people with pseudoscience, fear-mongering, and misinformation. Government should fight for the middle class, the working class, and the vulnerable, not the interests of billionaires like Elon Musk. Instead, with you at the helm, the Trump administration and Republicans in the Congress are destroying the crown jewels of our health system: the National Institutes of Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Food and Drug Administration. At the NIH, the world's largest funder of life-saving biomedical research, you and Elon Musk have fired or driven out nearly 5,000 personnel, including some of the world's most preeminent scientists, frozen billions of dollars in research to develop cures for cancer, Alzheimer's disease, women's health, and the list goes on. China and Europe are taking advantage of this disaster by recruiting American scientists away from the United States. China wants to overtake us as a global leader in health research and innovation. You and President Trump are aiding and abetting them. 2 weeks ago, I called a hearing on the cuts to CDC because the Republican majority is refusing to hold this administration accountable for its wanton destruction. As part of your drastic and haphazard purge of CDC, you and Elon Musk eliminated entire divisions without consideration of what is being lost. More than 70% of CDC's funding is provided to state and local jurisdictions. These cuts affect families and communities in every one of our districts. These cuts are dangerous. Dr. Peter Marks, the country's top vaccine regulator at the Food and Drug Administration, helped to develop the COVID vaccines at record speed under the first Trump administration. Dr. Marks was told to resign or be fired. In his resignation letter, Dr. Marks wrote that, and I quote, "It has become clear that truth and transparency are not desired by the Secretary, but rather he wishes subservient confirmation of his misinformation and lies," end quote. Mr. Secretary, Dr. Marks was talking about your misinformation. He was talking about your lies about vaccines. Mr. Secretary, you are gutting the life-saving work of the Department of Health and Human Services and its key agencies, while the Republicans in this Congress say and do nothing. But the destruction of HHS is not limited to NIH, CDC, and the FDA. Mr. Secretary, you are eliminating entire agencies that have saved the lives of someone near and dear to each and every one of us. Because of these cuts, people will die. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, eliminated. Health Resources and Services Administration, HRSA, which, as you know, is responsible for ensuring access to health care for the uninsured, isolated, and vulnerable people, eliminated. The Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, ASPR, which was created to prepare for and respond to public health emergencies, eliminated. The Administration for Community Living, ACL, eliminated, hurting seniors and people with disabilities. You can make the baseless claim that you are simply reorganizing these functions of HHS all you want. It is simply a matter of fact that you cannot cut the department's budget and maintain all of its life-saving programs and services. HHS has closed half of its regional offices, which serve 22 states and 5 territories. 20,000 HHS employees are gone. And Republicans have set the stage to cut Medicaid benefits from people who rely on that program to see a doctor, including roughly half of our nation's children. HHS has terminated more than $12 billion in funding for state and local health departments, including funding for mental health, substance use programs, treatment, sabotaging our progress in addressing the opioid crisis. Mr. Secretary, you are eliminating scores of CDC prevention programs, including HIV, tobacco, drowning, asthma, lead poisoning, and gun violence. Why on earth are these the places you are terminating for so-called waste? The life of a teenager that does not become addicted to cigarettes or injured by a firearm is not waste. Last month, you wrote in the New York Post, and I quote, "America has the highest rates of chronic disease in the world. We rank last in terms of health among developed nations, and life expectancy is declining for many groups of Americans." Mr. Secretary, much of what you wrote is true, but it is confounding and incomprehensible to then turn around and eliminate the CDC Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion. And with respect to views on vaccine, quite frankly, I believe you are promoting quackery. Under your watch, our country is now failing to contain vaccine-preventable diseases. Measles, a disease eliminated in the United States just decades ago, has now claimed the lives of 3 Americans, including 2 children who died needlessly. and over 1,000 are confirmed to have contracted the disease. All while you peddle unfounded and dangerous vaccine skepticism, spread lies and misinformation about people living with autism. Vaccine programs for millions of Americans, including children. We do that so that they do not get these diseases, like measles. This is not a waste. The thousands of experts and experienced staff who help keep Americans safe from global infectious diseases like measles, polio, HIV, tuberculosis, and Ebola are not waste. These programs help to save the lives of men, women, and children from all walks of life in this country. And you have decimated the Food and Drug Administration by firing 3,500 employees, taking a wrecking ball to FDA's food safety mandate. You talk about making our food supply healthier while gutting the support staff for critical inspections of things like baby formula. You talk about closing the generally recognized as safe or GRAS loophole, which allows food companies to determine the safety of their own ingredients, something that I have advocated for years, but while firing staff in charge of food and chemical reassessment. The former deputy commissioner of the Human Foods Program resigned in February, writing, and I quote, "I was looking forward to working to pursue the department's agenda of improving the health of Americans by reducing diet-related chronic disease and risks from chemicals in food. It has been increasingly clear that with the Trump administration's disdain for the very people necessary to implement your agenda, however, it would have been fruitless for me to continue in this role." End quote. That's a damning indictment of your work on food safety. I'm worried about a future public health crisis that emerges once the Trump administration has fully dismantled the nation's public health system. We are currently in the midst of an outbreak of avian influenza, and this administration is woefully unprepared to protect Americans and mitigate its impacts if it transforms to be transmittable from person to person. This is all happening today, right now. We are not talking about hypotheticals or what-ifs or worst-case scenarios. This destruction has happened and is happening today, right now. Even though we received President Trump's concept of a budget plan on Friday, we are now into May without a real budget from the White House. Mr. Secretary, in the budget outline, you are asking Congress to cut funding for health programs by $33 billion, a cut of more than 25%. You are asking Congress to cut CDC by nearly $4 billion, NIH research by $18 billion, and you claim to be reorganizing the NIH. Any reorganizing of NIH must go through the Congress. We need to hold public hearings, engage in a thoughtful process to incorporate the best ideas to advance NIH as a crown jewel of biomedical research. Mr. Secretary, you have no lawful authority to undertake this by yourself. These are vital institutions built up over decades that protect Americans' health and the health of people around the world. I do not believe the American people want less cancer research, fewer people tracking infectious diseases, but that is exactly what this budget will deliver. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, driven in part by skyrocketing healthcare costs, and you and Elon Musk and President Trump are making it worse. You are wreaking havoc at every level of our most critical health institutions. You are jeopardizing our families' health for the sake of billionaire tax cuts, but we are seeing pushback at every level. The public is outraged at the enormous harms you have wrought. Dozens of courts have put restraining orders on the administration's actions, but the courts can only play defense. Republicans in this Congress could stop the mayhem, the chaos, and the destruction today if they had the courage. But they remain silent, petrified of the president's scorn, revenge, and retaliation. Those of us who serve in elected office, we are blessed, and we have the power to do something. We know what's right and we know what's wrong, and we understand the harm being wrought on the American people. We need to stand up, not be afraid. This is the time to meet the moment. As a top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, I will never stop fighting against this dangerous dismantling of Health and Human Services and its agencies, which is jeopardizing the health, the safety, and the well-being of millions of America's families. Thank you. I look forward to your testimony and to the important conversations we will have in this hearing this morning. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Secretary, we look forward to your opening remarks. You're now recognized. Of course, your written statement will be included for the record, but you have the floor, and we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro and members of the committee. I'm honored to appear before you today to present the Department of Health and Human Services fiscal year 2026 budget. Debilitating disease, contaminated food, toxic environments, addiction, mental health illness affect families across every race, class, and political belief. When my team and I took the helm at HHS, we set out with clear goals. First, we aimed to make America healthy again, with a special focus on the chronic disease epidemic. Second, we committed to delivering more efficient, responsive, and effective services to the over 100 million Americans who rely on Medicare, Medicaid, and other programs. Third, we focused on achieving these goals while cutting costs to taxpayers. We intend to do more, a lot more, with less. The budget I'm presenting today supports these goals and reflects two enduring American values: compassion and responsibility. I invite the committee to unite around these ideals with me. The United States remains the sickest developed nation, and we spend $4.5 trillion annually on health care, 2 to 3 times more per capita than comparable nations. Clearly, something is structurally and systemically wrong with our approach. Furthermore, healthcare costs are steadily increasing at a rate 2% greater than the economy. If we don't staunch this unsustainable hemorrhage, we will ransom our children to bankruptcy, servitude, and disastrous health consequences. Yes, an exploding debt is a social determinant of health. We won't solve this problem by throwing more money at it. We must spend smarter. We will shift funding away from bureaucracy toward direct impact. Some things at HHS will not change. We will preserve legacy programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Head Start as the foundation of the MAHA agenda. Vulnerable populations, seniors, and veterans deserve consistent access to care, and I will ensure that they receive it. Today, 83 million Americans, urban and rural, lack adequate access to primary care physicians. We will prioritize these families, especially Native Americans and Alaskan communities. We will protect IHS funding, streamline its operations, and give the tribes more autonomy for managing their resources. Let me be clear, we intend to make the Trump HHS not just the most effective, but also the most compassionate in U.S. history. Our official budget statement outlines many priorities, but I will highlight a few. First, we will consolidate programs to better tackle mental health and addiction. These issues now rival chronic disease in their impact. HHS will aggressively combat the opioid crisis, especially the spread of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. We will empower state, local, and tribal leaders to create effective solutions. Second, we will address nutrition, physical activity, and healthy lifestyles. The President's budget requests $94 billion in discretionary funds to support these priorities, including the Administration for a Healthy America. We will emphasize healthy eating and Head Start and ensure the program continues to serve its 750,000 children and parents effectively. Third, we will equip the FDA to expand its food safety efforts through research, regulations, independence, and education to remove harmful chemicals from food and packaging. And we're already doing this more aggressively than any other administration in history. We will fund cutting-edge research at the NIH while cutting risky or non-essential services. That includes ending of gain-of-function experiments and research based upon radical gender ideology. At the CDC, we'll return to its core missions, tracking disease, investigating outbreaks, and sustaining public health infrastructure while cutting waste. And I'll add, in response to your critique about the measles, We are doing a better job at CDC today than any nation in the world at controlling this measles outbreak. I'm happy to elaborate on that afterward. Fifth, we will eliminate DEI funding and redirect resources toward real poverty reduction. We will move beyond lip service to communities of color and take meaningful action to meet their needs. Six, we will strengthen cybersecurity and health IT. The AI revolution has arrived, and we are already using these new technologies to manage healthcare data more efficiently and securely. Finally, we will rebuild public trust that eroded through years of industry capture, corruption, waste, and misplaced priorities, including by some of the gentlemen that you just mentioned, Ranking Member. We will launch a new era of transparency in public service, creating an honest, science-driven HHS that answers to the President, to Congress, and to the American people. I look forward to working with Congress to pursue this mission together as a bipartisan cause. Let's work side by side to make America healthy again.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
We have another committee meeting of which I'm the ranking member. I will be back, but I didn't want Mr. Kennedy to think Secretary Kennedy walking out.
Duly noted.
I welcome your absence, Congressman Hoyer.
I'll be back.
All right, thank you, Ms. Secretary. I will begin. I mentioned in my open remarks that I appreciate your commitment to upholding the sanctity of human life in your capacity as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. The pro-life community was deeply concerned by numerous actions that was taken during the Biden administration that undermined the right to life and the conscience of rights of pro-life Americans. For example, the Center for Disease Control revealed at the end of the Biden administration that the CDC funded nurses in Mozambique were performing abortions that violated the Helms Act, which prohibits U.S. foreign aid from funding abortions. In addition to that, the Biden administration punished states by denying them Title X funding for refusing to provide abortion counseling in violation of state law. Can you talk to us for a couple of minutes or whatever about steps that you see the department are now taking to protect the right to life and the conscience rights of pro-life medical providers and also medical students?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, every abortion is a tragedy. I don't believe that our nation can live up to its role as a moral authority around the globe when we have hundreds of thousands, if not a million, abortions per year in our country. And under President Trump's leadership, I have ended federal funding to the kind of the programs that, overseas programs that fund abortions or counsel abortions. And we have withheld the Title X funding from NGOs that refuse to differentiate the funding streams so that the federal government and my agency can't tell whether money that is being sent to that agency is being used for legitimate family planning issues, or it's being used to counsel or fund abortion. And we have said that as soon as they differentiate that, we would begin refunding them. I think at this point, the administration is now fed up with that. And the budget that is proposed by OMB is a budget that cuts out Title X funding because they don't believe that these NGOs can actually, in good faith, comply with the law and with the EOs.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that, and like I said, I appreciate your commitment to that for the president's vision. One of the most significant challenges facing rural hospitals is the area wage index, which is used, of course, by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And as you know, under the reimbursement formula used by CMS, mandates that the area wage index remain budget neutral and high high-wage hospitals receive a higher reimbursement rates, whereas low-wage hospitals receive a lower reimbursement rate. This system has the perverse result of preventing low-wage hospitals, many of which are in rural areas and underserved communities, from paying higher wages. By keeping these hospitals at the lower end of the wage spectrum, they cannot compete against higher-paying hospitals, increasing their risk of closure, which I referred to earlier, and locking them into a downward spiral. During the first Trump administration, CMS attempted to address this disparity. However, the Biden administration did not successfully defend the policy when it came to the courts. Therefore, rural hospitals again confront this downward spiral of the CMS Area Wage Index. Can you tell us if CMS has taken any steps under your leadership to review the impact of the Area Wage Index on rural hospitals? And can I get your commitment to work with me and, of course, with Administrator Oz on a solution to this very critical problem that's affecting so many rural hospitals?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As you point out, the Trump administration initially tried to address this disparity, which is destroying rural health care. And as you know, many of these rural hospitals not only provide critical access to care, without them, patients would have to drive sometimes hours to get to an emergency room. They're absolutely critical in those regions, but they're also important economic drivers for many of those regions. And they're institutions that provide cohesion to those communities. Oh, if we want to preserve rural America as a livable space with dignity, enrichment, prosperity, and good health that they deserve, we need to keep those hospitals in and those treatment institutions in good shape. We need to keep them financially viable. The Trump administration, the initial Trump administration, 2016 to 2020, tried to do that, unfortunately, to redress those disparities. Unfortunately, as you know, as you pointed out, the Biden administration did not robustly respond to a court challenge, and we got a very bad decision from that. That said that my agency has no power to redress this disparity, but I pledge to work with you and with Congress. The change has to be statutory, and we will do our job at providing technical support, including the kind of studies that you just mentioned that show how badly this disparity is wounding rural America.
Yeah, well, thank you. And like I said, someone who represents a rural state, it is certainly, I hear about it almost every day or very frequently, so I appreciate your commitment to that. With that, let me recognize the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just one area of correction, which has to do with the measles issue, Mr. Secretary. You keep comparing the U.S. to other countries. You compare us to Europe, but the Europe you are referring to is the WHO European region. That's 53 countries in Europe and in Asia, including those with low vaccination rates like Romania that has never eliminated measles. If you compare us to Western Europe countries that we often compare ourselves to, like Great Britain, they have seen no measles death this year. Let me move to the NIH. In your testimony, you say you want to quote, and I quote, rescale our biomedical research budget, unquote. Excuse me, but that's BS. You are not rescaling NIH research. You are proposing to cut it by $20 billion. And according to our colleagues in the Senate, NIH has effectively cut research funding by $2.7 billion this year in comparison to the same period last year. That's a cut of 35% during that period. That includes cutting cancer research by 31%. This is the report put out by the Senate, Trump's War on Science, which goes into detail about how we are, in fact, dealing with cutting scientific research. Mr. Secretary, are you freezing or withholding funding that Congress appropriated in 2025 for life-saving NIH research?
Let me address your first issue first, because I want to correct you. We have about 1,100 measles cases in this country. The growth rate last year was 15 additional, so we have plateaued. Mexico has roughly the same number with a third of our population, and they got 300 extra cases last week. Canada has more measles, 1,500. They have 1/8 of our population. Western Europe has about 6,000, which is 10 times the number that we have.
Well,
you are wrong about what you said earlier.
We can discuss that, but I think one has to consider whether or not we're dealing with decades of data proving how effective and safe the measles vaccine is. I want to move to that. I want my questions answered on, are you freezing and withholding funding that Congress appropriated in 2025 for life-saving NIH research?
We are not withholding any funding for life-saving research.
Okay. Do you commit to following the law?
Of course.
Fully obligating funding that Congress appropriated. We appropriated, it is the law of the land for NIH research, and to obligate those funds by September 30th of this year? Or are you planning to break the law by impounding congressionally appropriated funds?
If you appropriate me the funds, I'm going to spend them.
We have. In the bill, you are cutting the NIH by $18 billion. Or you're proposing to cut it by $20 billion. The Congress appropriated those funds. It passed into law. It's part of the 2024 budget, and we are under a continuing resolution that has adopted the 2024 numbers. How then can you justify cutting $20 billion from the biomedical research budget?
If you appropriate the money to me, I'm going to spend that money.
We have appropriated, Mr. Secretary.
Then I'm going to spend it.
Then you're going to spend it. You're not going to cut $20 billion from the NIH.
The White House proposal is to do very, very large cuts at NIH.
Well, that is contrary to the money appropriated.
Ranking member.
Yes.
If Congress appropriates me the money, I'm going to spend the money. You have the power of the purse here.
Thank you.
You know that.
Thank you for reiterating that, but I think that I'm not sure the administration really has internalized that, particularly Mr. Vogt hasn't internalized that when he says that we can in fact, impound money. The money is there. The 2024 budget includes the funding for the NIH. Will you commit to spending the money that is in 2024 in that budget?
As I said, Ranking Member, if you appropriate the money, I'm going to spend that money.
The money has been appropriated. So the answer to that is if you're not willing to accept the funds that have been lawfully voted by members of the House and Senate on the money for the National Institutes of Health. We're going to hold you to your word that that funding is there. It should be transferred from 24 to 25, and you've cut already $20 billion. Let's get that money back. Let's get that money back. You have an obligation to carry out the law and to implement what the Congress has done. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Chronic disease and tobacco. Tobacco use is a major contributor to chronic disease and is a leading preventable cause of death in our nation. Each year, killing nearly 500,000 Americans, costing the nation nearly $250 billion in healthcare costs. CDC's tips from former smokers' media campaign alone is estimated to have saved more than $7 billion in healthcare costs by helping more than 1 million smokers quit. Why did you eliminate CDC's Office of Smoking and Health, an office that reduces the number of kids using tobacco products, helps audit tobacco users to quit, and saves taxpayers dollars?
We have, under the reorganization, and I'm going to talk very, very broadly, because as of 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we are under a court order not to do any further planning on the reorganization. And I've been advised by my attorneys and not to talk about it. But I will just say broadly, many of the programs that the Democrats are now saying were cut at CDC were not cut at all. Those programs were transferred to the Administration for Healthy America. But I'm not permitted to talk in any more detail because
Fine.
of a court order?
I know we're just dealing with words. You transfer it here, there's less money overall for the agency, therefore there's less money for the programs. In both 2024, 2025, Congress, again, power of the purse resides here, appropriated $246 million for CDC's tobacco prevention programs. Do you commit to following the law again, fully obligating those funds so that we can help adults who want to quit using tobacco and prevent teens from becoming addicted?
Allow me to answer that by pointing out the absolute cataclysmic disorganization of this agency under your oversight for 40 years. We had 9 separate offices of women's health. When we consolidate them, the Democrats say we're eliminating them. We're not. We're still appropriating the $3.7 billion, but we're not keeping all 9. We had 8 separate offices for minority health. We eliminated 1. We had 27 HIV offices.
Okay, let me just, I'm going to interrupt.
We had 59 behavioral health
right.
programs.
I'm well over time. If you could just get us what has been eliminated, why you're doing it, and the criteria by which the elimination has occurred. That is information that this committee needs in order to be able to do our job in terms of appropriating funds. Thank you.
And we will gladly provide that to you, but right now we're under a court order that prohibits us from doing so.
Okay, before we go on, I just want to say, we also need to make sure that we bear in mind that the Secretary is here talking about FY '26 funding. So he is committed to that. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. We're talking about FY '26 on this. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here, and thanks for taking on what is a huge task. You've done that before in your history, and I look forward to, most of the people I talk to are in favor of MAHA and making America healthy again. I agree with a lot of the things you said. Some of the things I question, want to see more studies on. And there's probably a couple in there that I might disagree with, but that's okay. Opening this debate of how we can make America healthy again is very important. Let me ask a couple questions. I chair the Interior Committee that funds Indian Health Services, which is in your department. I noticed in your opening statement you want to maintain the level of funding for Indian Health Services to keep the promises that we've made to our Native American, Alaska Natives. That's not just a promise, that's a legal obligation we have with those. Those are treaty rights. So we've been doing a great deal in my bill, increasing funding for Indian Health Services. We also did something that we call forward appropriations so that they have appropriated a year in advance, because we found that during shutdowns and those kind of things, they weren't protected like other health organizations were and stuff. Your skinny budget, and I haven't seen your full budget yet. Do you maintain that forward appropriation for Indian Health Services?
Yeah, yes, Congressman. I want to point out, I spent 20% of my career working on tribal issues, representing the tribes in treaty negotiations and litigation against big polluters in the extractive industry and others. I was one of the founding editors of Indian Country Today, which is the largest Indian newspaper in Indian Country. And it's been an issue that I've been committed to my whole life. I fought successfully to exempt the Indian Health Service from the probationary freezes, from the fork in the road, the early retirement, from the RIFs, and from all of the downsizing. And I also made an opportunity that people who at my agency who lost their jobs in other parts of the agency from the RIFs, et cetera, could transfer to Indian Health Service, because Indian Health Service is chronically understaffed. It's very, very difficult to find competent personnel who will move to Indian country or to distant locations. Right. I'm committed to protecting it. I'm committed to working with you to make sure that that we can finally make this work for a population that is not only probably among the most aggrieved in our history, but also a population that suffers more from chronic disease, that has the shortest lifespan, the highest rates of diabetes, the highest rates of alcoholism of any other population. And one of my big priorities will be getting good food, high-quality food and traditional foods onto the reservation, because processed food for American Indians is poison.
Yep, they're finding that the way to attack diabetes on reservations was have the highest rate is by going back to their traditional foods.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. The Pima Indians were blue zone in Arizona, the longest lived people on the continent. Today, they're among the shortest lived. I think the lifespan is around 47 years old. The highest rate of diabetes, second in the world. Yep. About 80% of adults are diabetic, have chronic obesity. Right across the border in Mexico, there are Pima Indians who are still long-lived, have no diabetes, no heart disease, no obesity, because they're not being fed ultra-processed food. Ultra-processed food is a genocide on the American Indian, and we have to end it.
Yeah, I agree. One other subject that I want to talk about is the reorganization of NIH into fewer institutes. There are some institutes that are concerned that they're going to be left out of this reorganization. The Division of Oral Health at the CDC is concerned about the lack of focus on oral health. Will you commit that preserving the congressionally appropriated funding and upholding the autonomy of the National Institutes of Dental Craniofacial Research and other institutes until Congress completes a thorough review of the NIH restructuring?
I don't know what the OMB budget says about dental health, but I can tell you that I am deeply committed to dental health. There are so much new science out there that shows how dental health is intricately related to health in the rest of the body, to the microbiome, to the brain health. So, we want to do those kind of studies to make sure that we understand that, and we need to make a big commitment to dental health.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you on that and making sure that, most diseases can actually express themselves in the oral cavity first.
Yes.
It can be detected there. I am concerned about the fluoride issue. I've seen the benefits, having been a practicing dentist for 22 years. I just noticed this morning that the FDA brings action to remove ingestible fluoride prescription drug products for children from the market. And as I'm reading through this, I want to see some of these studies, but it says the best way to prevent cavities in children is by avoiding excessive sugar intake and good dental hygiene, obvious. Then it says, for the same reason that fluoride may kill bacteria on teeth, it may also kill intestinal bacteria important to children's health. I would tell you, you don't prevent cavities by fluoride killing the bacteria in the mouth. What it does is make the enamel more resistant to decay. So I want to see the studies on this and where we're headed with this. And I will tell you that if you are successful in banning fluoride, I noticed you congratulated Utah and Florida, I think, for banning it. That's up to them. They can do what they want. But we better put a lot more money into dental education because we're going to need a whole lot more dentists.
I think that, Marty McCary's concern with ingestible fluoride is that the emerging science shows the benefits to fluoride to caries and to cavity prevention comes from topical exposures rather than it was once thought that it was systemic, that if you ingested it, that the benefit came from that. We now know that virtually all the benefit is from topical, and we can get that through mouthwashes, we can get through fluoridated toothpastes. The National Toxicity Program issued a report in August, a meta-review of all the science that now exists on fluoride, and showed a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure, dose-related, and lower IQ. It's an issue that we have to all be concerned with. We want high IQ kids.
Mr. Hoyer,
right now.
Mr. Hoyer.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you on it.
Okay.
As promised, I returned.
You and MacArthur.
Me and MacArthur. I'm not going to ask questions about specific issues about which I'm very concerned. I subscribe, frankly, to the remarks that Mr. Lauro, our ranking member, made, however, Mr. Secretary, with reference to my concerns about what is happening. First of all, let me ask you this.
Sorry about that.
You submit a budget, it goes to OMB, the president will submit it to us, and Congress passes a budget, sends it to the president, presumably the president signs it. Once that happens,
Do you consider that budget that Congress passes to be a suggestion or directive?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's the president's budget, and my duty is to defend it. It's Congress's choice about whether or not they're going to fund. The Congress appropriates the funding. There is, Congressman, there's no agency head that I know of that wants to see his agency gutted or his budget lowered. There's tremendous waste in my agency. It grew by 38% during the Biden administration, and public health went down.
Okay, I got 5 minutes.
But I just say this. President Trump has a broader vision than me, which is that the $2 trillion we're spending a year that we don't have is landing on our children. That is a health crisis for them.
Mr. Secretary, my question to you respectfully was, do you believe it is a suggestion or a mandate? This is a very important issue, which we differ greatly with the administration and with Mr. Musk, that willy-nilly, without Congress's approval, they can remove things, take things away, defund things, fire people. That is not my proposition. I want to know whether it is your proposition. You've answered in the sense that once the budget is adopted, you need to carry it out. Now, whether that was President Trump that signed that budget or President Biden that signed that budget, I presume your premise is the same. Is that correct?
I don't know whether you're asking me a rhetorical question, because I think it's self-evident.
It's not a rhetorical question. It's whether or not you think once the Congress says we're going to spend X number of dollars on X objective, Y objective, that you will follow that.
Yes.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted.
Incidentally, that happens throughout history. The Republican.
Throughout history, Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, you and I know this. Mr. Nixon said that was not the law, that he could take whatever and he took it as a suggestion, and he wanted to impound. And he did impound in the early 70s. And we passed an act that said you can't do that. Then the Supreme Court heard that case. And very frankly, one of the most conservative judges, Justice Scalia, said President Nixon, the Mahatma Gandhi of all impounders, asserted at a press conference in 1973 that his constitutional right to impound appropriated funds was absolutely clear. Scalia went on to say, our decision 2 years later in Train versus City of New York proved him wrong. That opinion has been reiterated by the Supreme Court subsequent to that decision. This is a critically important issue because there are conflicting opinions. We will try to come to consensus on that. The president has to sign the budget unless we override his veto of the budget. That becomes the law. We think, and a lot of courts over the last 2 months have decided that that law is not being followed. So that was my point. Now, let me ask you something. You've reduced the department by 20,000 people, as I understand it. You've been quoted as saying some of those firings were mistakes. In fact, of course, Musk fired 70% of the people when he bought Twitter and then brought a large number of them back because he found out, as you have pointed out, not that with respect to that, but with respect to these 20,000 people, there were mistakes. My question to you is, have you had an analysis prior to making those decisions, or Mr. Musk making those decisions? And I ask you first, who made those decisions, you or Musk?
They were made, ultimately, we executed the decisions.
I know you executed them, but my question
Elon Musk gave us help in figuring out where there was waste, fraud, and abuse in the department. But it was up to me to make the decision. And there are many instances where I pushed back and said, we don't want to, that would hurt us to eliminate that group.
Let me ask you a question based upon that response. Was there an analysis of the consequences of these cuts and the reduction in force and elimination of programs? Was there an analysis that you can provide the committee that indicated those, as you concluded in your statement, would not harm people, would not undermine, frankly, the people who are being served, the health care not delivered, people not served, children not educated, research not accomplished, frankly, lives not saved. Is there an analysis that you can provide to this committee prior to us determining the budget that will show that, in fact, those cuts will not be harmful to those objectives?
Yeah, I mean, there were analysis. The simplest analysis was at the outset, the analysis that we're spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have.
Mr. Musk said he was going to cut
$2 trillion.
$2 trillion.
$2 trillion more than you have to make cuts. The other analysis that was more detailed is that
children or the Indians that you're so concerned about?
we didn't cut the Indians. We didn't cut the Indian services.
I'm asking you, you said we have to cut.
I made sure that those services were not cut. I made sure that Head Start was not cut. But the cuts that were done were cuts that were to duplication, to redundancy, to streamlining. We increased our workforce 70% in 4 years, so we were going back to the 2019 levels.
Mr. Reagan,
and I would ask.
Mr. Reagan said he was going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. He increased the budget deficit by 189%, the highest of any president in history.
No analysis.
We're allotted 5 minutes, and I am trying to be lenient, instead of cutting somebody off in mid-sentence. But if y'all could be respectful to me so that we can sort of wrap up when I start tapping. So anyway, let me recognize Mr. Flashman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good morning. I'm Chuck Flashman. I represent the 3rd District of Tennessee. That's East Tennessee, Chattanooga, Oak Ridge. I want to thank you for stepping up in this important role and serving our great president, President Trump, in all of your endeavors. I want to begin with a thank you, because I am going to have some questions later about some other issues, but thanking you for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation under HHS, what it does with Oak Ridge, which was the birthplace of the Manhattan Project, Oak Ridge National Laboratory in my district. It works to make sure that the Energy Employee Occupational Illness Compensation Program at the Department of Energy is run well, and it is. This keeps our hardworking civilian employees insured and cared for long after their years of service. So that's a profound thank you to you and yours for running that so well. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Food and Drug Administration. That is under my dear colleague and friend Andy Harris's jurisdiction. I chair Energy and Water. But while I have you here, Mr. Secretary, I know the FDA has taken significant steps to ban or phase out synthetic food colorings over the years, and I respect that. The current colors, though, Mr. Secretary, that are used and have been approved by FDA have been deemed safe for many years. Candidly, I represent many snack manufacturers. I'm a big fan of the oatmeal cream pie. And in many ways, I have M&Ms in my district. I know you're going to come and visit me in a couple of weeks. We can all have some M&Ms and Little Debbie's together. But on a very serious note, we want to make sure that FDA has done due diligence to ensure the safety of these replacement colors. Will you work with me on that? Because candidly, I think these dyes are safe, they've been approved, but really trying to find substitutes, the costs, we've seen estimates 5 to 10 times try to fix that. Will you work with me on that, sir?
Absolutely, Congressman. And one of the, I think, the really important accomplishments that we've done over the past 100 days is we've been working with the food industry, and we found the food industry very, very receptive. We think we have good science that links almost all of these dyes with ADHD, with neurological injury, with cancer. And they've agreed to phase out the 2 worst of them, which is orange bee and red citrus number 3, within 2 months, and the other 7 dyes within 2 years. And some of the food companies like Tyson's Food have already eliminated them because of our talks. They asked us to do one thing. They said, can we try to fast track the vegetable dye substitutes that we need. And we have fast-tracked those, and we've already got them approved. So we have 3 dyes approved this week that are substitute dyes that can be used by the food industry. And we're going to continue to respond to the needs of the food industry. We're going to continue to work with them. And I'm happy to work with you, Congressman.
And I thank you. I thank you for your question and your answer and your response. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to talk with you about this subcommittee's oversight of the 340B drug discount program. I'm a strong supporter of that. I have hospitals in my district. It provides funding to safety net community health centers, hospitals, and other healthcare providers with discounts from prescription drug sales. CHCs and rural hospitals across Tennessee have become dependent upon this program. Just a question, sir. We've heard that this department will move oversight from HRSA to CMS. Can you either confirm or deny that, sir?
I can't because of the court order, but I can tell you, the 340B program, as you know, is it's not a straightforward program because it was originally intended for 100 institutions that were serving very poor communities. It's now grown to 27,000 institutions. The patients themselves seldom get the benefits of the drug reduction, and actually 100,000 if you look at all the kind of satellite institutions. But we also recognize that it is the lifeblood of rural hospitals right now. So we can't mess with that program without giving those rural hospitals something else that is going to support them, and we understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
I can tell you that the drug companies are worried because if we do what President Trump wants, which is, through compliance with the executive order to go to most favored nation, it will lower the price of all drugs, which means it will further lower the cost of 340B drugs, and they consider that existential. So that is a problem that we all need to work out together.
Mr. Pocan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm Mark Pocan. I represent the 2nd Congressional District in Wisconsin. All are part of 6 counties in south central Wisconsin. I don't know you, and I think it's important to have a good working relationship with you because of everything that you have. There's a lot of jurisdiction. Now, you've definitely got your hands full with a lot. Some things I think we agree on, and some things I'm not sure if we do. So I'm really trying to explore a little bit of that. I think some things that we agree on, and you brought it up, you want to have a special focus on chronic disease, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, great. And one that maybe Chuck and I disagree a little bit on, but I support what you're doing on ultra-processed foods, on food dyes and other junk chemicals, and promoting healthier diets. That's another focus, correct?
Yes.
And also, I think you're supporting and making it easier to access non-pharmaceutical, in other words, natural remedies as part of a person's healthcare decision.
Yes.
And one I didn't have on the list, but I heard you tell Mr. Simpson on dental care. I have a constituent who, because of an infection with a tooth, is now getting Meals on Wheels and his health is destroyed. So I appreciate that as well.
Yes.
So in trying to get to know you, there's some public things that, make you somewhat of a conundrum to people like me, just trying to, understand. One is on vaccines, and I don't want to ask you about all the specific theories on vaccines, but something that might be helpful is you've previously said you vaccinated your children. Just because I think this is a helpful answer, and this isn't a gotcha, I promise. If you had a child today, would you vaccinate that child for measles?
For measles, probably for measles. What I would say is my opinions about vaccines are irrelevant. I have directed Jay Bhattacharya.
Sure. No, like I said, I don't want to.
So that everybody can make that decision. But I don't want to seem like I'm being evasive.
Yeah.
But I don't think people should be taking medical advice from me.
Right. No, I got that. And I'm not asking you to give them medical advice, but would you vaccinate your child for measles?
If I answer that question directly, that it will seem like I'm giving advice to other people, and I don't want to be doing that. I want people to make
But that's kind of your jurisdiction because CDC does give advice, right? I'm not trying to do it as a gotcha. I was just kind of.
What we're going to try to do is to lay out the pros and cons, the risks and benefits accurately as we understand them with replicable studies.
Can you talk about chickenpox? Would you vaccinate your child against chickenpox?
Again, I don't want to give advice. I can tell you in Europe, they don't use the chickenpox vaccine specifically because the preclinical trial shows that when you inoculate the population for chickenpox, you get shingles in older people, which is more dangerous.
Just one last one, just a yes or no, please, if you could. Polio?
Polio? Again, I don't want to be giving advice.
That's fair. No, that's fair. Like I said, I was not doing it as a gotcha. I was just,
I
thought it could be helpful if, okay. So let me ask this on the 988 hotline. In your budget, you have eliminated, there was a special button you could press for LGBTQ plus youth. I'm an openly gay man. I deal with a lot of organizations that deal with this. You know, the suicide rate among LGBT youth is 4 times nationally the rate of other youth. This is one where I hope that we could try to, like Chuck asked, work together to try to see if we could have a conversation about not eliminating this because unfortunately, because of the bullying that's out there, because of, honestly, adults bullying, both in Congress and state legislators, these kids are often at unique risk, and having that specific button they can push helps them to be able to get that service. Is that something we could talk about, at least trying to?
I'm happy to talk to you about it, and I love the way that you approach this in a way that, rather than attacking me, is, reaching out. And I'd love that from other Democrats because I think we have a lot to talk about. As you know, and I like that you
just because I am short on time.
The 988 line is, was created by President Trump. He believes strongly in it. The reason he remove that button is because we don't want to isolate different demographics and polarize our country. Everybody on that line is trained in cultural sensitivities.
Sure. I got you. I just would love to talk to you because I think this is a unique one, and I respect that we can have a conversation.
I'm happy to talk to you. You can pick
Last one, just because I'm down to 22 seconds. I lost a little time there. Medicare Advantage. I know the Trump administration is going after waste, fraud, and abuse. This is a program we get a lot of constituent complaints on. It costs more than Medicare. It was intended to find savings. It doesn't. In fact, I think the current estimate is $80 billion in overpayments have gone to private insurers. Are you committed to, one, going after those overpayments, and two, if Medicare Advantage isn't more cost-effective, would we have a conversation about either eliminating the program or making it more effective?
Medicare Advantage, I definitely want to go after the waste, fraud, and abuse in the private sector. There's 30 million people who want Medicare Advantage. I have Medicare Advantage. It works very well for me. I like it.
But it costs more, and that's the point. It does.
I think our administrative costs are still far less than private industry.
But it costs more than Medicare, and that's my point. So that's all I was trying to
but the services are much better.
Okay. Another thing, if we can talk about and continue the conversation.
Well,
I am sincere about having a working relationship with you,
Mr.
Secretary. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Ms. Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us this morning. I first want to address a comment that was made by the ranking member earlier as it relates to getting the president's budget out. Just a reminder that when President Biden was elected, he did not send out his first presidential budget until May 28th of 2021. So giving some grace to a new administration, I think, is warranted. I want to take a minute to highlight the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, or for short, OMRF. OMRF was chartered nearly 79 years ago and started out with 18 scientists on staff. They now have more than 475 scientists. It's the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, and I've actually given your team some information. Last month, I was proud to attend a ribbon cutting for their new Biomedical Data Sciences Center, which will provide computing and data analysis capabilities to support scientists in researching very important areas, including heart disease, cancer, and autoimmune diseases. This center cements OMRF as a leader in research methods and as a hub for collaboration in my district. It is important that OMRF continue their partnership with HHS in their research to expand life expectancy and healthcare outcomes across the nation. The impact that OMRF has had on Oklahoma and the country is really immeasurable. It ranged from certainly economic impacts to healthcare advancements, community engagement. The positive impacts are endless. And I want to mention them because, I want to make sure that we're investing in the right things. Like you and President Trump, I am focused on reducing the prevalence of chronic diseases. And the discoveries that they have made over the last many years have produced 3 life-changing drugs. Most recently, in 2019, the FDA approved the first targeted therapy to treat sickle cell disease. And this is based on discoveries by OMRF researchers. The point being here, Mr. Secretary, OMRF has been crucial in advancing research and treatment of chronic disease and rare diseases for millions. And they take pride in being one of 7 NIH autoimmune centers of excellence. And I hope you and your team will continue to work with OMRF so they can continue the positive impact in Oklahoma and across the country to make America healthy again. That being said, in order for the U.S. to maintain its lead in biotechnology, we need to ensure that the U.S. continues to be the country of choice for best and brightest in the field. What will HHS do to help attract biotech researchers?
Well, we spend already, at this juncture, 70% of the research funding in the world on biotech and biomedical research is coming from my agency. And we understand that it's our aspiration that the United States remain the hub of biotechnology around the globe. We need to change some of the FDA policies to make it, to give a faster track for biotechnologies to get approved. We're working on that now. We're trying to reform phase 3 studies, for example, which are the longest, the most expensive to do a lot of those functions by AI. We're phasing out most animal studies at NIH and FDA, which again is a very expensive part of the process. And because we can accomplish a lot of those goals on safety and efficacy with AI technologies. We brought the best AI developers in the country into HHS. Nothing like this has ever happened before. People walking away from billion-dollar concerns to come and work for us to transform our agency into a central hub for AI on the globe. And a lot of that, those changes are designed to make it easier and faster to get biotechnology to market.
Perfect. Can you talk a little bit about the changes at NIH in particular? I know that there's been a lot of conversation around that. Certainly streamlining is part of that. But can you talk a little bit more about what your vision is for NIH moving forward?
Well, NIH, when I was a kid, NIH was the premier gold standard scientific institution in the world. Over the years, it was captured by industry and by, I think, a kind of ossification that happened at NIH. Because of the longevity of some of the leadership there. And there was a tremendous amount of corruption. And, part of that corruption is we now have the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Energy, and the Department of State all saying that the COVID-19 pandemic came out of research that was then sent over to China. And that was the end point. We also have the sickest people in the world. NIH, with the best science, is supposed to protecting, we should be the healthiest people in the world. We're switching the trajectory so that we're going to really focus narrowly on chronic disease, ending the chronic disease epidemic, and then we're going to make sure that the science cannot be corrupted. That every scientific study is replicated, that the raw data for those studies is published, that the peer review for those studies is published. And we're going to focus on making sure that we get to younger scientists rather than the old boys network. And I could talk to you about scientific corruption all day long, about horror stories that we know have happened within NIH. One of those, probably the worst, is the amyloid plaque scandal. For 20 years, because of utter corruption and fraud, we were directing Alzheimer's research to one hypothesis, and any other hypothesis was shut down. We should have the cure for Alzheimer's today. We don't have it purely because of corruption at NIH.
Ms. Frankel.
We are going to have it quickly.
Ms.
Thank you,
Frankel.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Before I ask my questions, I just want to make this statement. Draconian abortion restrictions are killing and maiming women, and that is a tragedy. You don't need to respond to that. I want to thank you for being here. I just want, I'm going to try to ask my questions as kindly as possible. Do not take them personally. In the past, I've believed.
I won't take your kindness personally.
Okay, well, whatever. You know, they say if you can't take a joke, don't go into politics. So let me start by saying in the past, I have believed very strongly in the mission of the Department of Health and Human Services. Funding this department should be one of our highest priorities because if it's run correctly, it has the power to save lives, advance life-changing research, and protect the health and well-being of our families, especially our most vulnerable, our children, our seniors. But to be straightforward, as my colleagues know, in other words, my, I am deeply wary of giving $1 to this administration under the current leadership, especially because it seems to be a disregard of science and, most importantly, ignoring the body of government that appropriates funding. That's us, the Congress. In just a few short months, we've seen a level of chaos and destruction. I compare it to a tornado hitting a populated community. Without the consent of Congress, which appropriated funds with Elon Musk's chainsaw, medical research has been gutted, clinical trials have been halted, billions of research grants have been yanked without warning, preventative health programs, those that keep people healthy and out of hospitals, have been slashed to the bone. And I'm from Florida, where we have one of the largest senior populations in the country, and I'm particularly alarmed. Alzheimer's, cancer, heart disease, these are not abstract concerns. Research has been stopped. These are everyday fears of millions of Americans, including my own constituents. And so we've seen the firing of thousands of scientists and other professionals. All this to give tax breaks to our healthiest or wealthiest citizens, who are also probably our healthiest citizens. And to me, that is unconscionable and dumb. So this should not be a partisan issue, really, because it doesn't matter what political party you are. People want to and should be healthy, but the Trump administration, ideological dismantling of our public infrastructure must go in a different direction for me to vote for your budget. Now I have a few questions for you. I think you said that the decision for all these cuts was done by a varied amount of people. Were any of the cuts made before you were sworn into office? Were you handed? Do you remember that? Were people fired before you was? All right. Well, what did you say?
I think so, but I can't tell you.
Okay. Let me ask you this: was any member of Congress or anyone on this committee consulted before the cuts were made? And could you tell me who you talked to here?
I mean, I stayed pretty close touch with Bill Cassidy during.
Okay, well, I'm asking if anybody here, because you're here. You're asking us for money. We appropriated the funds. Did you talk to any of us, Democrat, Republican? You know what? There are actually some very bright Republicans, I will say that, on both sides of the aisle. So the answer to that question is no. So your decisions, were they based on merit or generated by an algorithm? Did somebody get Elon Musk's computer and say, okay, just make 20% cuts? Do you know if that happened?
I disagree with your entire characterization. It was like the recitation of a narrative that, everybody knows out there. And it's the Democratic Party narrative.
I'm just asking you a question.
It's just not true. We weren't cutting thousands of scientists.
All right,
we weren't cutting a clinical trial. I mean, everything you said was essentially dishonest.
All right, that's my point.
And don't take that personally.
So don't take it personally. Mr. Secretary, how many employees have been let go so far?
Excuse me?
How many employees have been let go so far from your?
About 10,000 left, took the fork in the road, about 10,000 more.
And how many are on administrative leave now, waiting to be fired in June?
Well, that would be the second 10,000.
Okay, and are they currently being paid?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're being paid to do nothing.
Well, there's a lot of them are supposed to be coming in still.
But they're coming in to do nothing because they're not allowed to work.
Oh, no, we want them working.
Are you empowered to reverse these decisions?
Yes.
You are, okay. And how was the 15% indirect research cost cap decided?
15%?
research. There's now a 15%.
That's pretty much about 2 to 3 points above industry standards. So we were just, I mean, if you're the Gates Foundation and you give a scientific grant to Stanford, you're giving them a 10% indirect
So
research.
you base this on the Gates Foundation?
All of the Rockefeller Foundation, all of the other foundations that give to
I'm gonna just ask you
biomedical research.
One more question.
You're asking me a question,
You've
but you
done
won't let
ve-
me answer it, Congressman.
You've done very well, very, very well. I just want to know, are you going to, can we trust you? If we put money into the budget for you, you're going to spend it the way we've directed it?
Yes, that's
Really?
what the law requires.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for being here. So yesterday we had good news in West Virginia. I want to thank you and your team for working with the West Virginia delegation, and especially my office, to bring back NIOSH, the facility in Morgantown. This facility and the programs it administers are absolutely critical to West Virginia and to our nation's coal industry. Mr. Secretary, my understanding is that the 111 employees at NIOSH in Morgantown were reinstated earlier this week. Is that correct?
Yeah, I reinstated 328 employees at NIOSH. About a little over a third of them were in Morgantown, and then about a third in Cincinnati. And then the World Trade Center group I also reinstated.
Well, thank you for that. And the Black Lung Screening Program and the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program are particularly important to West Virginia. My understanding is that the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program at NIOSH will be fully reinstated. Is that correct?
Yes, the program will continue to function with continuity.
That's great. And thank you for that very much. And Mr. Secretary, it's my understanding that the programs for occupational safety and testing, like the respirator testing programs, will also be fully operational again. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for working with my office on that. As I stated, it's critically important to our coal miners and their safety and the work that they're doing, which is hazardous but very important to our country. And lastly, I do want to, and see, I'm not going to take a lot of time here, Mr. Chairman. So I do want to thank you for visiting my children's school, their Catholic school there in Martinsburg, West Virginia, with our governor recently. My daughter was there on stage with you, one of my kids, and we had a great announcement there as it relates to food dyes. And thank you for being there and being supportive of us, and also just your generational service to this country. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my close family friend who passed away just a few years ago, who was your father's campaign manager in the state of West Virginia when he was running for president, who obviously left a huge impact on our state. Thank you for all the work you're doing to make America healthy again. We obviously need the help in West Virginia, and thank you for all the support that you've come into the state, helped us support these programs that we're trying to bring back our folks to a healthy lifestyle and path. Thank you so very much for everything you're doing for this country and for West Virginia.
Thank you, Congressman. I've spent a lot of my career in West Virginia, and my family has deep roots there. My uncle, President Kennedy, would not have been president had it not been for the people of West Virginia. And that primary was the most critical primary, and Wisconsin was the second one in 1960. And he always reminded us of that. And I don't think any member of my family has ever forgotten it. It's a joy for me to be able to spend time in your state.
Well, thank you so much for that. There's a lot of great books written, by the way, on that primary in West Virginia. So thank you so very much, Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Watson-Coleman?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, few things enrage me more than the racist attacks I see this administration carrying out by embarking on an ignorant crusade to rid the government of any programs that are working to improve the lives of Black Americans. The administration has moved to ban the words Black, race, bias, minority, oppression, prejudice, discrimination, disparity, and racism. Any grant application on federal programs that include these words had them immediately stripped. It is painfully clear to me that in doing this administration that you work with and work for is attempting to legitimize racial discrimination, and that, sir, is a moral disgrace. It is not woke to improve the health and well-being of Black people who are disparingly impacted by just about every health issue. It should not be controversial to make right a healthcare system that was not built to help people like me, to take my concerns, my pain, my health very seriously in this country. Black women die from childbirth, complications at a higher rate in this country than any other high-income country. And last year, where there was overall maternal deaths dropping in this country, well, Black women maternal deaths rose. This sickens me, and it tells me that our government has so much more that we must do to focus on improving the lives of Black women, not less. Your decision and justifications are damning and troubling, particularly for destructive impacts your choices and benefits will have on poor minority people. So tell me, sir, how will eliminating minority health offices, how will eliminating initiatives and programs across the department that were created to look at the disparity in healthcare and the need to give greater attention to the fact that Black folks' experience in healthcare was very damaging, was very different. How exactly will HHS banning the words that we use to describe ourselves make us healthier?
Congressman, President Trump's vision of this country is the same as Martin Luther King's, that we should have a colorblind administration. President Trump is deeply concerned about the maternal health crisis and the fact that Black mothers are more likely to die in childbirth 2.6 times, 260%.
So
more
how
likely
will
to
you
die.
explain, excuse me, sir, let me claim my time because I don't need this rhetoric about Donald Trump and the lie that he cares about me and Black people. What I want to know is the proposals. I'm claiming my time, sir, reclaiming it. I want to know specifically, how do you intend to address those disparities and to overcome those disparities as it relates to Black health in this country with the changes that you've decided are important or someone has decided for you, I don't know, with your department? Specifically, sir.
I've spent a lifetime working on those priorities, and I continue to do so. We have 8 divisions, 8 programs for minority health at HHS. We've closed one of those offices. We're maintaining the other 7. We have 42 programs for maternal health. We're going to close a couple of them and consolidate them. We're going to still spend $1.7 billion a year. The commitment is there. We're just reorganizing.
Okay, you know what? And the impact of reorganization is something that I shall continually ask you to show me. So please let me warn you now.
I welcome those inquiries.
And I don't want rhetoric, I want numbers. The other thing that really troubles me, sir, is LIHEAP. It is a program specifically to address the needs of low-income and minority families as it relates to heating and even air conditioning. Why? And what is your rationale for eliminating that program specifically? Why?
I'm very committed to LIHEAP. My brother ran a low...
I don't care about your past. I care about your functioning in this department, in this administration right now in response to this question.
My time has expired.
Oh, well then so has your legitimacy. I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us. And I don't know if you want to follow up on any of that, but.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, feel free.
As I was saying, I'm very conscious of the importance of LIHEAP to poor people all across this country. My brother ran a low-cost nonprofit fuel company for most of his life that provides low-cost fuel to people in New England. I've had many, many people come up to me and said my life was saved because of that. I talked to Bo Nygren, who's the president of the Navajo Nation, when I visited about 3 months ago, and he said cuts to LIHEAP will end up in killing people. So I understand the importance of this. I think OMB's rationale was that President Trump's energy policy is going to reduce dramatically the cost of energy in this country. And if that happens, then LIHEAP is just another subsidy to the oil industry. If it doesn't happen, then Congress is welcome and they should appropriate the money for LIHEAP, and I will spend it. I already allocated $400 million from LIHEAP during the last 100 days, and I will continue to do that and get that funding to the people who need it in this country if the fuel costs do not go down.
Great. Thank you for that reassurance. Mr. Chairman, I want to submit an article for the record here a minute, and I'll refer to it. But last month, the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology concluded in its report to Congress that the Chinese Communist Party seeks to dominate the global biotechnology industry so that other countries, including the United States, are dependent on the channels it controls. China is already deeply embedded in the United States' critical biotechnology supply chains, including those for life-saving medicines. And as you know, Secretary, China has a history of weaponizing supply chain dependencies for critical goods and medicines against countries. For example, in March 2020, following the arrival of COVID-19 from China onto the American homeland, the CCP's mouthpiece, Xinhua News, published a commentary proposing to throw the United States into a sea of coronavirus. And that's what I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent. Would you agree, Mr. Secretary, that overt reliance on the CCP and the U.S. biotech and health ecosystem poses a threat, and that we should be developing independent supply chains to protect the health and well-being of Americans so that we reduce our reliance on China for critical medicines and their active pharmaceutical ingredients?
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a priority for me and for this administration. China does not spend its biomedical research money on DEI or on other issues. They're directly and narrowly focused on creating dominance across the globe. We saw the problem with supply chain control by the Chinese during COVID. And also, the Chinese have a specific program called the 1,000 Talents Program. It is designed to steal U.S. IP and technology, and we have facilitated that at NIH by funding Chinese scientists with contracts that don't require them even to report their science back to our country, but they give it directly to Chinese military scientists on bioweapons research that we gave them the technology for. This is how out of control NIH was under my predecessors. We are working very, very hard and successfully to bring production home. I've met repeatedly with Eli Lilly, which is now building 9 facilities, 9 factories in this country, including for essential medicines, the ingredients, essential ingredients for those medicines. We are regularly meeting with all the other pharmaceutical CEOs, and we've told them this is our priority. We want to produce all the parts of all the essential medicines here in the United States. And we have already launched a program to do that, and it's already very, very successful.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then on the issue of medical countermeasures, I wondered if you could talk about challenges facing BARDA, the Strategic National Stockpile, and how Congress can help you overcome any challenges in that arena.
We have, BARDA, we are redirecting BARDA so that it's going to do gold standard research. BARDA's been very successful in the past. They produce over, I think, 103 FDA-licensed drugs or protocols or medical devices for national emergencies. We run the national stockpile, which has $17 billion worth of supplies. Some of those supplies are misaligned, and we need to do a better job, and we're going to do that at NIH to make sure we are prepared for all emergencies, including radiological, chemical, and biological emergencies. And I would love to work with you, Congressman, on helping us to achieve those goals.
Wonderful. And then finally, a couple of things. One is I want to compliment you on your commitment to public service and the way you've responded with grace towards people who have opposed some of your political views, including some of your family members, and I've kind of followed that. I want to really highlight the fact that your Make America Healthy Again has really put this in the spotlight, in these chronic diseases, and especially starting with children. And nutrition, healthy lifestyles. I know our community health centers in my district, which is a rural district, want to work with you on those goals. What can we do to promote this with young children, healthy lunches, all sorts of areas where local communities can partner with you in this effort?
We are about to reissue the dietary guidelines, and we're going to do it very quickly. We have until January, but we're going to do it. I think we'll have it done even before August. And we took the Biden guidelines, which were 453 pages long and were clearly written by industry, that are incomprehensible, driven by the same industry capture and those kind of carnal impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. And we are changing that. So we're going to have 4-page dietary guidelines that tell people essentially eat whole food, eat the food that's good for you. That's going to drive changes in the school lunch programs. And we're going to need your help to make sure we can get good school lunches to Head Start. I've been touring these Head Start facilities. Everything they eat is in a package, and it is just loaded with sugar and with chemicals. We're poisoning this generation, 800,000 kids, the poorest kids in our country, and we're starting them out with this count against them, with diabetes, pre-diabetes. 38% of our youth now are diabetic or pre-diabetic. That was 0 when I was a kid. Anybody thinks that we did gold standard medicine in this country from these institutions, look at our children. They're the sickest children in the world. Laura, you say that excuse me, Congressman DeLauro, you say that you've worked for 20 years on getting food dye out. Give me credit. I got it out in 100 days.
I'll give you that credit.
All right, so let's work together and do something that we all believe in, which is have healthy kids in our country, for God's sake.
Ms.
We can all
Dean.
do that together. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. There's just kids, and we should all be concerned with them.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Dean.
Mr. Secretary, Madeline Dean, suburban Philadelphia. Thank you for being here. I want to read the very first sentence of your written testimony, which you have submitted. The mission of the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, is to enhance and protect the health and well-being of the American people. And we are here to analyze the 2026 budget request, as the chairman points out. But I also want to take a look at what the ranking member has taken a look at, which is the cuts going on right now to that which has already been appropriated. We have to really keep a clear line here between what's your proposal for 26 and what is going on right now against the legislation that we have passed and that has been signed into law. I have to tell you that I'm more interested in substance than slogans. I'm getting a little lost in the MAGA, the MAHA, now there's AHA. I don't know where we're going with this. I want to talk about the substance. And in this case, something very personal to me is the issue of addiction and mental health. And I know what you care deeply about these issues. I know you have been honest about your own recovery, your own struggle with addiction. In my family, my middle son, Harry, is now 12 and a half years in recovery from opioid addiction. It was a long road. It was a hard road. in active addiction. You know how difficult it is, and it's difficult to bring a family member back. I give Harry great credit. He now works in the area of addiction. That's why I'm very, very worried about what is going on with SAMHSA. If you take a look at the data, the numbers, we were getting somewhere. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we were losing 110,000 people a year to overdose. That's 300 people a day. I call that a jetliner a day of souls crashing to this country. Just last year, the second half of 23 and the first half of 24, 12 months, that number went down 27% to 81,000 deaths of overdose. Don't let me minimize 81,000 deaths. That's still 220 people a day. Today, tomorrow, yesterday, 365 days a year. But a 27% reduction in overdose deaths in this country, overdose is still stealing a generation in this country. So why in God's name are we shuttering SAMHSA?
We are not shuttering SAMHSA, and I share your concerns, and I'm anxious to work with you on this problem. I'm fully committed to it because of my own history. I lost a brother to overdose. I lost one of my nieces during the pandemic to overdose. Like every family in this country has somebody that was lost. As you point out, we were losing, I think, 3 years ago, 106,000 American kids. It's double the number that we lost during the 20-year Vietnam War. And we ought to be applying the
Why
same
the cuts to
resources.
SAMHSA? And why are you shifting?
We are not
you've already
shuttering
cut.
SAMHSA. We are still running 500 addiction centers.
You've already
across-
cut SAMHSA, and the budget proposal is to shutter it and shift it to an AHA program, which I don't know what AHA means.
To shift it to the Administration for Healthy America. We're shifting a lot of the chronic disease programs out of CDC into a center that will address chronic
And you and I
disease.
agree that addiction is overdose is a public health epidemic in this country.
Yes.
Then why would we, when we are finally seeing some success, bury that success, put it in an AHA program, which, by the way, logically doesn't make any sense. We have to now rehire people and figure out what their roles will be within AHA. Why wouldn't we analyze the data that shows we just saved 20+ thousand lives in the course of 1 year? This matters in my district. I have buried way too many kids to overdose, to fentanyl poisoning, by the way. You don't have to be an addict. You can just be poisoned by fentanyl. Why in God's name this administration wants to shutter it? We know that, and shift it into AHA. Why would you do that?
They don't want to shutter. What we want to do is we want to shift that function into a place where we're going to be able to administrate it more efficiently, and that's all.
What analysis was done? Can you show us the study that led you to the decision, shutter SAMHSA, shift it, we call that shift and shaft in my old days as an appropriator in Pennsylvania, shift it over here, throw it in a block grant program, and good luck. What's the analysis that you did that said, whatever SAMHSA was doing with harm reduction, by the way, with making naloxone available, with training for naloxone, I literally carry this with me every day. I want to normalize the life-saving capacity of naloxone, and you guys want to bury it in AHA.
Oh, we want to provide naloxone, Narcan. We want to make sure that addicts have every option.
You're eliminating the training for that.
Suboxone to methadone and to
Medicated
12-step programs to inpatient, outpatient.
You're
We run
zeroing
500
them out.
we run 500 addiction centers. We're not going to stop doing that. My agency will still do it.
Are you looking at?
It's shifting to a subdivision where we can operate it more efficiently with other chronic diseases.
But do you realize that?
EDC is going to do infectious disease, which is why we created it. It had mission creep, and it was operating with
Mission creep as it was saving lives?
mission
Mr. Secretary, I beg of you, talk to these families. You know these families. You are these families. Help us save more lives. Don't shift it and shaft it.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Kennedy, for appearing before our subcommittee today. As we consider the future of Americans' health in the Department of Health and Human Services, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss reforms that prioritize the health of our citizens while restoring transparency, accountability, and constitutional limits on federal power. For too long, federal health policy has been burdened by wasteful spending and ideological agendas, undermining the scientific integrity and public trust. I'm encouraged by this administration's efforts to end the politicization of our health agencies and to bring common sense and accountability back to HHS. I also support the Make America Healthy Again initiative, which addresses the consequences of misguided policies, poor nutrition standards, and harmful medical practices. Americans face record levels of obesity, chronic disease, mental illness, and pharmaceutical dependency. Secretary Kennedy, I commend your leadership in launching a commission to examine the root causes of these crises. But we cannot talk about restoring health without also confronting one of the most horrific scandals of our time, the trafficking and exploitation of children at our southern border, often under the watch of the very agency tasked with protecting them, HHS. The Biden administration dismantled critical safeguards, turning the Unaccompanied Alien Children program into a pipeline for abuse. These are not bureaucratic oversights. They are instances of state-enabled child trafficking, and they must end. I support the President's budget proposal to eliminate welfare benefits for illegal aliens and refocus the UAC program on its core mission, and that is protecting vulnerable children from trafficking, labor exploitation, and abuse. No taxpayer dollar should fund these horrors, and yet the Biden administration made the federal government the final link in the chain of child trafficking. So I want to ensure the money that we spend on health policy is guided by constitutional principles, rigorous science, and the interests of the American people. So my first question for you is, do you know approximately how many children over the last 4 years have gone missing or remain unaccounted for after being released by HHS? Have you looked into that?
The estimate, Congressman, from the Office of the Inspector General, and it's considered a very low estimate, is 291,000 children missing.
291,000 children.
But the estimate, the actual numbers are probably much higher than that. They could go up to 500,000. And if you look at the grand jury report from Florida, what happened to many of those children is just horrific. They were my predecessor was deliberately employing a policy of speed over safety. So they waived all of the identification requirements for sponsors. Sponsors were not required to show valid identification. They were never fingerprinted, so we didn't know if they had criminal records. There was no DNA testing, so their claims that they were taking a family member were
dubious at best.
Yeah, they were dubious. And we in Cleveland, one of the according to the grand jury testimony and the grand jury findings in Florida, there are so many episodes. One of them is a man in Cleveland who picked up a 16-year-old girl claiming to be her brother, raped her, impregnated her, put her in a home where she was being regularly raped of all men, and then got a 16-year-old boy who disappeared and went back 2 other times for other children. This was happening again and again. One agency placed 592 children with 120 sponsors. 400 children were shipped to a town where there's a meatpacking plant in Kansas. 400 children who, they had to come and claim that the sponsors had to claim that those children lived in that town. And we've seen the fake ID where you have one guy who is photoshopped in with a whole bunch of different children, and he's showing up and picking up at these kids one at a time. The Biden administration knew about it. They saw the same pictures we did, and they did nothing. There's 160,000 help complaints that were never investigated. I've launched now a criminal task force. We've opened up 500 criminal investigations and already brought 80 to court. So we are going to try to do everything we can. We're working with DHS to find these children, but the federal government under the Biden administration became the biggest facilitator for child abuse probably in the history, certainly in the history of our country.
Well, thank you. I was going to ask you, how are you going to hold these contractors and officials accountable, but I think you answered that question already.
We're already doing fingerprinting on every sponsor. We're doing DNA testing on every sponsor. We're doing income testing on every sponsor, and we're doing valid ID testing. Nobody gets a kid without showing that they are a family member.
Thank you, and I see my time has expired, so I yield back. Thank you for that excellent work.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. Mr. Harder.
Thank you so much. Secretary Kennedy, I'd like to start by talking about your personal story. You've talked openly about your battle with addiction, and I want to thank you for being so open about talking about your road to recovery. As you know, addiction is a real crisis. Tens of thousands of Americans died this year from overdoses. My community knows this all too well, and all of us have been to far too many funerals. So, Secretary Kennedy, I'd like to start by just grounding us in the reality of what treatment like that actually looks like. As I understand it, you were 15 up until when you entered into an inpatient rehab facility. You credit the care you received there as a turning point. Do you have a sense of approximately how much money your family spent on your addiction treatment?
Well, I spent the money on my addiction treatment, and at that time, the rehab was probably like $800 a day. I think today they're much higher than that, many of them.
Yeah, I think that's right. My understanding is that the private rehab facility, like the one that you went to, would cost in today's dollar for that same treatment over $286,000 out of pocket, just for addiction treatment that I think we can all agree, Republican and Democrat, is absolutely necessary to make sure that we're keeping our communities safe. I bring this up because
There are, Congressman, there are many really gold star rehabs that do it for a tiny fraction, like $20,000 to $40,000 a month.
there you go. I bring this up because in my community, the average salary is $40,000. So most folks in my community can't even afford $20,000 or $40,000 per month. And most of the folks in our area rely on public clinics that are mostly financed through Medicaid. About half of my district is on Medicaid. And the recent budget that is being discussed in the House right now would leave 50,000 people in my community without health insurance. So Secretary Kennedy, my question for you is, why do you think that a community like mine doesn't deserve access to that same basic health care provided by Medicaid that you benefited from?
I do believe they are. I do believe, and that is the design of the Medicaid program.
So do you disagree with the cuts that are being proposed for Medicaid right now?
Oh, the cuts to, this is I don't know if you understand this or whether you're just mouthing, the Democratic talking points. The cuts to Medicaid are for fraud, waste, and abuse, and I'll tell you what that means. It means that because of DOGE, we were able to determine, and it's about 8 million people who would be affected. Because of DOGE, we were able to determine that there are 1 million people who are claiming Medicaid from multiple states. That's illegal. It's theft. You're not allowed to do that. There are another 1 million people who are collecting both under Obamacare and Medicaid.
Secretary, that has nothing to do with the budget that's
These are
actually
the only
being
cuts that are
proposed
being
in the
made.
House.
These are the only cuts that are being made to Medicaid.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. There are another 1 million illegal aliens. We announced a law yesterday, a rule yesterday, we're not going to pay illegal aliens anymore. And guess what Gavin Newsom did this morning? He said we're going to take all the illegal aliens off the California Medicaid rolls because the feds aren't paying for them anymore. So the compassion ends.
Secretary, let
when
me
he had to write
focus
the
you
check.
on the actual numbers of the
last
budget
group,
that's being
the
proposed.
final
Secretary, I
group.
regain my time. I think what you are saying is
final
absolutely inaccurate in terms of the 13 million Americans that will lose access to health care. Let me tell you, the folks in my district are not actually getting Medicaid in another state. They can't travel to get it in another state. The clinics that are providing that life-saving
let me
care
tell you
are the last resort for
Let me
folks
tell
in
you
our
the
area.
last category. Last category is adults who are able-bodied, who refuse to look for a job, to volunteer, to get a job, or to show that they are or to take a part-time job.
I agree with time. That is absolutely not true. The vast majority of folks in a community like mine who are on Medicaid are working. They want to work. People want to be able to make sure that
They're in no danger of losing their Medicaid.
That's just not true. We've seen in
Yes, it
time
is.
after time, including in Arkansas and Florida and other states, that when you put
This is a new
more
program.
red tape, yes, but we've seen this chapter before. When you put more red tape in front of people actually getting that life-saving care, you're going to prevent people from accessing health insurance and being able to go see a doctor.
Medicaid is for poor children. It's for women, for mothers, and it's for the disabled.
It is. And 13 million of those people are going to lose health insurance if this budget becomes law.
They're already losing their health insurance because of all the able-bodied people who are not looking for jobs on Medicaid.
Secretary, I'll just close by saying this. I hope that you remember the grace that was given to you during your darkest days. And I recommend that you come to a district like mine and stare at a single mom who has young kids, who's at risk of losing her health insurance because
Where
of
is
more
your
red
district,
tape.
Congressman?
Stockton, California. Come on out. We'd love to have you. And I hope that you can actually explain why this program is going to make her life healthier and help with the actual outcomes that we're talking about, because I think that's a hard case to make.
Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you're absolutely right. No pregnant woman or single mom who qualifies under traditional Medicaid is going to lose anything. This talking point is ridiculous. The million people who are committing absolute illegal fraud by being on Medicaid rolls in 2 separate states is a fraud, and the insurance companies make a ton of money from it. You're absolutely right. We have a $2 trillion deficit. It's not sustainable, period. There are a lot of things I'd love to do. Believe me, you appreciate it. $2 trillion deficit's not sustainable. You're right. A lot of what you're doing is going back to pre-COVID levels. As a famous person on the other side of the aisle once said, you never want a serious crisis to go to waste, and they didn't let COVID go to waste. We increased federal spending by 40% since after COVID. COVID is over. Let's go back to the old one. We have to look at every program. Let me talk to you. We talked when we spoke a couple days ago about nutrition. Look, I'm 1,000% behind you on nutrition. First, we have to agree that there's a problem. First thing is we can't get agreement that this country is sicker, not healthier. When I proposed that to the last director of NIH, there were arguments from the other side that that's not true. It's absolutely true. By every measure you can, let's take life expectancy. The simplest measure, simplest, easy to understand measure, life expectancy is going down. Then let's look at the chronic diseases, which you're absolutely right. Whether you look at obesity, overweight, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, they're all gotten worse, not better, and almost all can be linked to nutrition. So I'm glad that you and the Secretary of Agriculture are going to support finally taking the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and put some meaning in the word nutrition. Let me talk a little bit about the NIH, because I think one of the most telling things about the NIH, which some people say should be called the National Institute of Disease, not National Institute of Health, because we study disease, but we're not keeping people healthier. When I wanted to hold a hearing, with my other hat as the Ag Subcommittee Chair, we called over to NIH to get an expert on nutrition. This should be pretty easy, right? You've probably got 1 million of them, right? No, they couldn't send someone over. Now, if I had asked for an oncologist, they could have sent dozens. They would have sent the director of the division. They would have sent the director of the NIH over. And yet, it's pretty clear, and you understand this, nutrition is linked to cancer, too. Might need fewer oncologists if we had some better nutrition. And God bless you in what you're trying to do with that. That study out of WashU in December that actually shows the link with high intake of fructose to the carcinogen, the lipid, and the lysophosphatidyl that are metabolized by humans from fructose that increase tumor growth. I mean, these are the kind of things we should be studying and linking it back to nutrition. So I will just ask you, what are when you envision what we're going to do on nutrition writ large to try to make us a healthier country, what do you think we have to look at? What are the first things we have to look at?
I mean, and that's a really good question, Congressman. What we need to be doing is NIH has done really good. And I talked to Congresswoman DeLauro last night, and she said, look, NIH has done all this great science so that we can cure cancers faster. And so my question is it a great thing that you can now cure or treat colorectal cancer so only 50% rather than 100% of people die? Or should somebody be thinking about why are we getting colorectal cancer in children, which has never in the history of humanity happened before? It's now an epidemic. There was nobody at NIH to answer those questions. Nobody. No research was done on it. The etiology of all these chronic diseases were just buried because they didn't want to offend the large industries who are putting these poisons in our food and putting them in our pharmaceutical products. For some of these ingredients, we just need to let the public know and probably do labeling so that people can make their own choice. If you want to eat a Twinkie, if you want to drink a Coca-Cola, you should be able to do that. We're a free country. You ought to know that it may increase your cancer risk and that it may increase your risk for diabetes. And so we're going to study each of these ingredients, starting with the most common ones, the greatest, the suspected culprits. And we're going to tell the ones that are so bad they should be taken away. We're going to work with industry to get rid of them.
Great idea. And
The other ones we're just going to tell people so they can make an informed
I would
choice.
urge that, if we add money back into the NIH budget, we should actually insist that it be nutrition spending. The only last thing I'll say, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, is that, again, wearing my other hat from the ag side, is that our farmers are worried that if we look at pesticides, as we should, that we just be careful that we work together to make sure that we don't cripple our agriculture economy, and I look forward to working with you on that. I yield back.
I mean, we cannot make America healthy again without the partnership of the American farmers. We cannot be putting them out of business. And they're already operating on razor-thin margins.
Mr. Elsie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary. I was a 20-year Navy veteran, and I'm both a warrior and a father, so I'm also a protector. And 4 years ago, I went down to the border of Texas when the mass wave of humanity came in from South and Central America, and went down with the Texas Department of Public Safety and stood right on the edge of the water at the river there, and I watched a coyote bring a family, a so-called family, across the water. I was powerless to do anything, although, for my own self-protection, I was armed and certainly wanted to take action on this man that was trafficking in human beings. His family came across, at least I thought it was a family, man and wife and 2 children. One of the kids didn't get out of the boat. And the Border Patrol, or the Texas DPS trooper says, "You forgot one." Now, why was this happening? It was because they were allowing families to come in undocumented if they brought someone in under the age of 8. I'm not going to relitigate the last 4 years. It's irrelevant at this point. All we've got now is 300 children, 300,000 children that we know of, probably double that because you can't count ones that you don't encounter, missing in the United States of America. And evil exists in the world. And it exists in the realm of human trafficking and child sex trade, and they're in this country. And so that was the Department of HHS, that was their responsibility to make sure that the sponsors were vetted. They didn't do so. We've addressed what you're doing now. What is out there? What capabilities do you have in coordination with other agencies to try to find these kids?
We don't actually have at HHS enforcement capability. What we're doing is unprecedented, which is we're doing data sharing, and we have a war room where we are doing everything we can to locate these children, and then we, when we get close to locating them, we turn that information over to ICE and to DHS, and they have the capacity, enforcement capacity, to actually find them. But we work together with them, and we've got an extraordinary team in our war room in my building at HHS that is working 10-hour days to track down every single one of these kids and try to bring them back. A lot of them, it's going to be very, very difficult.
It sure is. I'm glad you're doing that because, you can't just forget them. We've got a lot of big issues facing child health, but the idea that some of these kids just got handed over to people that we don't know and have they disappeared. And I remember being down on the border. I don't know what these folks did with this little girl. I have an idea, but I know we were finding them dead in ditches. And so I'm glad that HHS is working with other agencies to do that. And as it's Police Week, I guarantee everybody on this mall this week is willing to help out in any way they can to find these kids. And I'd just like to follow up with, I've watched, and you talked about lunches and how kids aren't being fed very well in processed foods. And I remember growing up in Perryton, Texas, and my favorite people in school, because I hated school, was the lunch ladies. And they made the best food ever, and it was home-cooked meals. And I knew it was healthy because they weren't giving us sugary stuff. They were giving us home-cooked meals. And I went to lunch with my son a couple years ago, and everything they had was highly processed, frozen, and then heated up. And it was inedible. And so I would love to see the federal government get out of making sure that everybody eats the same thing, because we talked about the tribes too. Tribes can't eat the same thing everybody else does. So I want to go back to local control on figuring out what is best for the local kids in those schools, and then they cook those meals and get the federal government out of determining what's good and what's edible and what's not. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
100% on board. I mean, we have a research capacity at FDA to give categories of food, and, very simple, basic. Don't eat anything that comes in a package. Don't eat anything that's, with chemicals on it that you can't read. Don't eat anything with more than 3 ingredients in it. And sending that out and letting people solve the issue of what exactly makes sense in their locality.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Ms. Lillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Secretary Kennedy, for being here with us today. And I'm so grateful for your efforts to make sure our federal health system is laser focused on creating a healthier, more prosperous America. And my home state of Louisiana has embraced the MAHA movement, including a lot of concerned mamas out there. I'm one of them. And I'm so eager to hear from you on how we can best support your mission moving forward. And I'd love to talk about how we can work together to improve women's health research. As a woman, a mother, a member of Congress, I am deeply concerned about the longstanding gaps in research and care that affects women's health. I hear from women daily about how a simple blood test or routine screening could have prevented debilitating cancers, stillbirths, preventable diseases, and the high price tag that comes with the treatments for these diseases. In just my state this year, we can expect close to 30,000 new incidences of cancer, including 4,230 new incidences of breast cancer and 210 new incidences of cervical cancer. Louisiana's 5th congressional district already sits higher than the national average for breast cancer deaths. Yet women are still underrepresented in clinical trials. The unique biological health factors that impact women's health are too often an afterthought rather than a priority. We have made some progress with programs such as the CDC's National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program, which has provided access to life-saving prevention and early detection services for women in underserved areas, and the Pregnant Women and Lactating Women Advisory Committee to address this gap in clinical research. But I know more work can be done. Secretary Kennedy, what specific actions will the department be taking to build on these existing programs and ensure that research funding, policy direction, and implementation reflect the full scope of women's health needs?
Yeah, I want to thank you, Congresswoman, and also take note of a fact that there was one of the canards that has been widely reported in the in the mainstream Democratic Party press is that we terminated a 30-year women's health study at NIH, which was reported initially in the New York Times. The report was inaccurate, really badly inaccurate. We very strongly support that. Jay Bhattacharya, who is the director of NIH, actually has done a lot of his research on that database, and we are going to continue that. We have 42 maternal health programs throughout the agencies. We're going to continue that commitment. That's a multi-billion-dollar commitment, and we're going to continue that. And I'd love to work with you directly to figure out, what we can do more to make sure that that we have great detection, that we have great diagnosis, early detection, and prevention.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you on that. I also represent a largely rural district that covers 21 parishes in Louisiana, many of which are considered medical deserts. I hear from my constituents daily about the lack of access to regular and specialized care. My district is part of the Delta region along the Mississippi River, and within the Delta, there are a number of types of cancers and chronic illnesses on the rise, and there seems to be little success in slowing the morbidity rates down. The 5th District also ranks worse than the national average in cardiovascular disease deaths, kidney disease, and diabetes deaths. This is only one part of the long history of the Delta region having poorer health outcomes than the rest of the nation. Secretary Kennedy, what initiatives are the agency planning to implement to improve health outcomes in the Delta region, and how can Congress partner with you to ensure that these plans come to fruition for our rural healthcare deserts?
Congressman, this is a priority for me during this administration, and I made that commitment to many of the senators who voted for my confirmation. It was probably the most commonly repeated concern about rural health and the decline in opportunities in rural health. We have programs at HRSA to increase personnel and frontline responders and frontline treatment personnel in those districts, which is there are chronic shortages of doctors and nurses who want to move to those areas. We are going to make sure to continue to support rural hospitals and healthcare centers. We are going to dramatically revolutionize the availability of telehealth and AI so that people can avoid emergency rooms by getting treated at home. I looked at a technology yesterday that can accurately diagnose strep throat by telephone using your telephone camera, with taking one picture of the inside of your throat. And the accuracy of that test is greater than a strep swab. And these are opportunities so you can prevent somebody from having to go to the emergency room, and you could get them a prescription on site. There's so many opportunities that are so exciting.
Yes.
And we have just the right team in place to implement them and deploy them across the country. Dr. Oz, and we have Chris Klum, who is, came out of the tech industry, who is integrating AI into all of our systems there. We're really going to revolutionize this agency.
That's wonderful news. My time's expired. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Letlow, and I think we've covered all the every member has got a chance to ask a question, but before we do adjourn, I would like to recognize the ranking member, Ms. Laura, for any closing comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first, I would like to, on Congresswoman Dean's behalf, enter an article into the record.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I wanted to enter an article into the record on the topic of Medicaid and work. It is by the Kaiser Family Foundation. It is dated February the 4th. I believe you have it at the desk. Understanding the intersection of Medicaid and work. Unlike the chestnut, the bigoted chestnut that we see very often written that Medicaid recipients are not working, the data shows the vast majority of able-bodied people are working.
Without objection, it'll be included.
Thank you.
Mr. Law.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Ms. Letlow left, but I think it's important to note that in the 2026 budget and under CDC, the breast and cervical cancer program has been eliminated. I think that's important to understand for women's health. Also, Secretary Kennedy, you committed to following the law and awarding congressionally appropriated funds in 2025. And please understand that we are in 2025 and we are under the continuing resolution, which is the 2024 budget. So quite frankly, it should be an easy transfer to 2024 to 2025. But that is what is operative. That is the law of the land, not a suggestion, not a directive, a law of the land. But the evidence suggests that you are cutting billions of dollars in funding right now. The evidence shows that you are withholding at least $2.7 billion in life-saving NIH research, and that is only midway through 2025. And based on the evidence, I believe, and the OMB director has indicated, that you are going to illegally impound billions of dollars of congressionally appropriated funding for NIH research in 2025. To make matters worse, you are proposing to cut NIH funding by $20 billion in 2026. You do not have the authority to do what you are doing. Congressman Hoyer pointed out that very clearly and explicitly. You don't have the authority. This administration does not have this authority. You're reorganizing of the NIH. You don't have the authority. That is in the jurisdiction of the United States Congress. You want to eliminate 5 agencies. You want to create a new agency. Once again, I don't mean to be repetitive, but I do mean to be repetitive. You do not have the authority to do any of that. A couple of other areas I think are important. HHS makes medical decisions every day. You're making medical decisions every day. You're the secretary of HHS. You have tremendous power over health policy. Really horrified that you will not encourage families to vaccinate their children, measles, chickenpox, polio. Vaccines are one of the foundations of public health. Vaccines, yes, save lives. And the fact that the Secretary of Health and Human Services refuses to encourage children to be vaccinated is a tragedy. And we have already had 2 children in the United States who have died needlessly from measles. Let me also move forward. You talked about the NIH and the science at the NIH. And just very, very quickly, high-profile successes from NIH research: Human Genome Project, immunotherapy, CRISPR gene editing, sickle cell cure, vaccines for HPV, hepatitis, mRNA vaccines, including the life-saving COVID vaccines, artificial heart valves, GLP-1 medications for diabetes and weight management. It is one can look at and see what works or doesn't work, but you can't sit here and tell us that NIH has been a failure and that the science and the people who have worked at the NIH have not made unbelievable discoveries to cure. I have a question which had to do with NIH. And you don't have to answer this question, but I don't understand why Republicans get to call you to spare offices like NIH. Who do Democrats have to call? Is there a special phone number if I want to save tobacco prevention, lead poisoning? 9 million children were lead poisoned in Flint, Michigan. 9 million kids, okay? So tobacco prevention, lead poisoning, oral health. Who do we have to call to be able to get those things reinstated? And finally, let me just say this to you, because there's been a discussion here. Well, on nutrition, I would just say to you that, look, I'm very, very big on nutrition, food safety. I've spent, the last 20 or 25 years dealing with this issue. So I'm supportive of some of the areas that you have talked about. And by the way, the Office of Research at the NIH, they can only spend $1 million on research. This committee can provide them with a hell of a lot more money if we want them to do more on research. But a side issue on Medicaid with regard to young children, it is children, disabled, low-wage workers, and seniors who are the beneficiaries of Medicaid. And that would appear to be really on the chopping block. Mr. Chairman, I have just one more comment to make to you. The testimony with regard to unaccompanied children, I spent a lot of time on that issue, a lot of time. Because by law, as you know, we have to accept unaccompanied kids. That's HHS responsibility. You're right, there is an enforcement. But we have that responsibility to keep them safe, put them in the best set of circumstances. I was chair of this committee during the first Trump administration. Still outraged. I was horrified at the time to learn that Stephen Miller was directing border agents to separate children from their parents as a deterrent to coming to the United States. Some of these children were taken away from their parents. They were less than 5 years old. Now, there was about 4,600 kids separated from their families. Today, that was in 2017, 2018. I had a conversation with Secretary Azar at the time. It was in my home, in my office, with my grandson on my lap, and I said to him, do you have a list of the families and a list of the children so that they can be reinstated? He assured me that they did. Mr. Secretary, it's 2025. 1,300 of those children are unaccounted for. Do we want to look for missing kids to get them to their parents? Let's start there. That was a tragedy of great proportions inflicted by the United States of America. You have an unbelievable job. You have, when we talk about HHS, it really is a cornerstone of what this country is all about and what we can do. We don't deal here with airplanes, with roads or bridges or helicopters. That's not what we do. What our job and your job is to save lives. And I would hope that you would take another look at what is being proposed. And I would say, fight back, as I would ask my colleagues to fight back and say, we can't do this. We can't eliminate some of these programs. The havoc that we are going to cause in dealing with research and cutting back on research is going to put lives at risk. You have an incredibly important job.
Thank you, Ms.
I think
Laurel.
you can make the difference.
Thank you.
Please do.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. And let me say, I do think you bring fresh eyes. I think you bring a new perspective on public health and the overall state of our healthcare system in America. And I appreciate what you're doing to look at what is working and what is not working. And I think that's what's very much needed in this, and not take everything as a status quo. And so I think we've had a very good hearing, had a very spirited hearing today. But I think we've covered a lot of topics, and very happy that all the members got a chance to ask questions. We would like, I'm sure we could go on for a couple more hours. And I'd love to do a second round, but I know that you have another hearing I think you're scheduled this afternoon for. And so you can take a break for a minute, maybe get some lunch, a healthy lunch.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield for a question?
He has got another hearing to go to, so I'm going to go
didn't
with
ask
that.
him to yield.
With that, we
wanna
stand
do the-
adjourned.
Thank you.